Go! Go, 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 go. Everycub, go morning, go afternoon, and go evening. Hold on, let me put the music up a little bit. Hello? Hello? Can you hear the music? Does it sound like nice, subtle background music? I hope. My Everycub, I hope you're doing super duper duper well. Thank you so much for joining me for another Tippa stream on a Monday. We are on day 6. Yes, you heard that right. Day 6 of studying. Give a bearcat a break because she needs one. So I have about 2 more finals. So with today's stream concluding, or sorry, let me not sound formal, let me just say it how it is. Today and tomorrow are my last 2 finals. I have a final again tonight at 7:30 p.m. EDT, and then I have my last final tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So after that Tuesday one is up, I am done with all my finals and exams, and I only have like 1 assignment that I need to do, but it doesn't require any further like pomodoros or anything like that. Afterwards, I am free like a bird. I'm rebranding. I'm sorry, cuz. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. But I am free from everything, and I have 1 more academic semester left, and then I do my clinicals where I work for free, and then I get my big girl career and I can make super duper cash monies. And also do what I've been wanting to do for insert amount of years here. So I'm very, very happy to say that we are slowly but surely approaching the finish line for finals. So I really do want to thank you, Cubs, for your patience and your understanding, especially during this past week, because I know it's a little rough to be like, yay, another study session, but when does it end? And it's like, it doesn't. Learning is always continuous, but thankfully grad school has an end. But yeah, let me go ahead and say my help wolves. I'll tell you guys what I've been up to, and yeah, life will be good. Today I don't really expect to be yapping that long, and it's like, what? So really quick before I say my highs. Yes, the following notes I'm about to read to you are 59 pages, which is like, Tippa, you spent like 5 hours reading 40 pages. How are you like, it's gonna be faster? Well, one, I kind of want to work out today. And I really like the class, so I would really like to attend the 6 o'clock class. I'm giving myself like a hard deadline. And 2, a lot of these are going to be like notes and colors, and this is not like brand new information. For you Cubs especially who may have not been for the other like pediatric study sessions, of course it may look like new information, yada yada, but for a lot of this is review. The purpose of this exam, by the way, is that even though I have 3 courses, my pediatric course has 2 exams, which, by the way, I've taken admin and pediatrics for the final, and I passed both, so I'm very happy. I actually got a 23 out of 33, I think, on my pediatrics, so I'm like, I was so happy. I haven't scored that high, sorry Cubs, in a really long time. I think that was like an 87 or something, you know? I was like, let's go! But, thankfully a lot of the information was like very straightforward. Like, is exercise bad? And it's like, no? Good. So I might be cheating, but the test today is more of an overview of like, it's really weird. So it's supposed to be like a standardized test that the university actually provides, but it's still going to be accumulated in our grade average. So they give us 3 cases with like 10 questions, and we don't know the cases, so we don't know like the conditions we're supposed to be focusing on. So that's why your girl right here, who's sitting at the hot seat of this table in the corner of the stream, is going to review every hacking condition that this course has talked about. And at least if I get like a vague idea, I would feel really confident going in for this thing, because really I had no expectations. Our professor was very nice. The Saturday that we did go to school, she provided a practice one, and I got like 1 wacky question wrong, but I got like a 7 out of 10, you know? I'm just like, oh, I get the general idea. I just misread one thing. I could have got an 8 out of 10 or 80. Either way, 70 or higher, I'm happy. I'm still going to end up passing, especially with this latest grade really buffering up my my average. So let me see if I remember the grades right. Oh, did I not do the math right? Hold on. So let's say if I were to get a C, like a CC, I would still be at a, sounds awful, I would still be above that let's say C average for sure. Even if I get a D, apparently, maybe, let's not assume that, but let's say, hey, I just flat out fail this, I will still be able to pass. So this is all just going to be like really, really nice practice, thankfully. So please look forward to it, okay? Yeah. But yeah, sorry, my hello, sorry, I just got very excited to be like, what we're doing today. I kind of skipped the order. Just to add one more thing though, and I guess I will repeat myself. So as mentioned in the schedule and maybe even mentioned sometime last week, if I do end up finishing this pretty fast, I will most likely, how do you say it, go into our little regular pomodoro, and I will go ahead and do like regular studying where I read something, because I still have to study for the exam tomorrow. That's the one I'm kind of still like, huh? What's happening? But give me one moment, Cups. Not for anything. Not that I don't really like this music. I really do enjoy it. It's a little eepy. This one might be a little eepy too. Can I get non-eepy music? I repeat, non-eepy music. Sorry, it's kind of like Tippa. Don't you normally choose this beforehand? Yeah, yeah, but I just wasn't. Sorry. I just want nice music. Okay, this is a little bit more upbeat, so we'll stick with this one, okay? Yay. Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty much the plan for today. We'll go through the study guide, and if there's time, I'll study for my geriatrics, and then tomorrow we'll rinse and repeat, where I'll go over my geriatric notes, being like, okay, Cubs, here's all the concepts I need to know, so yay. But anyway, let me say my hi wolves. Hi Palta, hi, welcome on in, welcome, Galmer. Thank you so much for the self-care checks as always. Thank you so much for the posture check. Thank you so much for the inhalation of air. And thank you for the hydrate. I have my drink of choice with my expired tea of green tea with lemon with a little bit of milk and a lot of honey. Thank you, Love Gamer. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the self-care checks. Hi Luna, hi, welcome on in. And hi Tomic, hi. Hi Double Helmy, welcome on in. And hi Rubo, hi, let's go. We're going. I'm going. I'm actively moving. Snowy, thank you so much for politely lurking. And Junie, holy heck, Gelmer! Thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub for 2 whole hecky months. Thank you for the simple flips 2 amount of support of being a sugar berry. Appreciate it. So thank you, gamer, and welcome on in. Welcome. Hi, Fels. Hi, Galmer. Welcome. Here, let me go ahead and shoot one of these. Teehee. Haha. Ho ho. And Ben, thank you so much for also politely liking. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi JB. Hi, welcome. JB says hi Tippa. I locked in a little too close to the sun yesterday. Yeah, I was going to bed and I'm like, who the heck is in a voice channel? I was like, huh? What? But yeah, these exams are nothing but stepping stones. Yeah, I guess, but like, gosh, they're so annoying. Sorry, I should probably be like more enthusiastic, like, wow, exams are really, there to like evaluate like how much you learn. And it's so exciting to, test that. But I'm like, workout, yeah. So my schedule's a little wonky this week because I work tomorrow on Wednesday, and then like Thursday I'm watching the Sonic movie like in the afternoon. So that's fun and exciting. But how do you say it? This No, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I want to work out so I can work out today, Thursday morning, and Friday morning, and so I get my 3 days in. I'll have you Cubs know I was a little disappointed I only went one time to the gym last week, but I actually made it up because I ended up going Saturday morning, and then I fell for a dumb gym scam, which is not anything serious. It's just they had this cute little like Christmas tree up, and they're like, you can write your New Year's resolutions here, and my dumb butt is like, to survive. And I had to like clarify. I'm like, oh, just continue to make the right, like, this is too long to write on this small tag, but I'm like, continue to make the right decisions that would make my 2025 easier. So I think the best way was to like say it was to survive. Yeah, I'm not gonna go kill myself or anything, I promise. I was what do you call it? I was talking to one of the I guess I could say trainers, and we looked about the same age, so I'm like, oh, maybe she'll get my humor, and I'm like, okay, maybe she doesn't, and I'm like indirectly trauma dumping or something, I don't know. But she's like, yeah, you know what, we pick one of these things and these people get like a free training. I was just doing it for the like funsies and I guess more obligations. And when I like checked into the gym, one of the people were like, oh, you should do this, what is your New Year's resolutions? And I'm like, oh brother, just to keep going to the gym. And they're like, well, you could write in and do this, and I'm like, can I do that after my class? I'm like running late. So I'm like, oh, you know, more obligation. I said I would come back to do it. It doesn't take any time out of like my schedule. I'll go ahead and do it. And then I ended up sitting with that girl I was joking around with like for like 30 minutes because she's just like, what are your goals at the gym? And I'm like, oh, blah 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 blah. And then she wants to meet up again later, and I'm like, man, does this cost money? Or do you really just like conversing? Because I'm gonna tell you this straight up, I've been through this like same song and dance before, and I don't change. I don't get peer pressured into anything, especially when I know I don't have the means to do it. Because when I first got in, they did like a little welcome thing and whatever. They're like, yeah, have you considered personal training? I'm like, yeah, but I'm already paying for it. Like, for the personal training, you would have to pay for, well, the personal trainer and like the gym membership on top of it. So that's like, I forgot what they were. They were like, it's like $100 and something a month or something. And I'm like, hey, yeah, I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue going to the gym by myself or taking the classes. I don't really need a personal trainer. It's not really within my means. They're like, but what if we give you this discount? I'm like, yeah, no, it's okay. Don't worry, gamer. But they were like very insistent, and then I was like, I'm going to Yeehaw Land for 6 weeks, so there's no point. Thank you, goodbye, and I disappeared. But yeah. So that was interesting. That's all the same. I went to the gym at least twice, so I feel better about myself, I guess. But yeah, I really want to keep on task. It's gonna be a little bit hectic because, you know, I actually kind of realized I don't think I've had like a gym membership for so long that it overlapped with the new year. Because I know a lot of people, when they make New Year's resolutions, it's like, I want to get healthier. I either want to get fit, or I want to lose weight, or I want to gain weight, I want to bulk up, whatever. And so normally they come to the gym, so I'm very intrigued to see what the New Year's resolution crowd brings in and how busy are these classes really going to be, you know? Ugh, dies. But yeah, I'm very excited to potentially work out today's little speed run, today's session if we can. Again, I'm very chill about today because I'm not worried, but at the same time I still feel like I should dedicate at least the appropriate amount of. I'm hoping I finish within 3 hours. Let's be very realistic with that. Hi Sunny, hi, welcome. Step, I'm cheering you on. I know you can do it. Thank you, gamer. Thank you. Send you my brain cells. Thank you. Sending the brain cells has been working. Again, 2 exams so far. I passed, and I passed the course, so I'm pretty happy with that. We just have these 2 more, so let's hack into it. But hi Garfield. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome. But yeah. So 59 pages of notes today. Let's go ahead and get to it. As I mentioned, these are basically a review of everything I've been doing this semester. So we'll go over various pediatric conditions, and of course it's kind of like Tippa. I'm not a kid, or I hope you're not a kid. Ban 'em. But most of these times, if this condition doesn't have like a short lifespan for this child, these kids obviously will eventually grow up with adults. So maybe you'll be familiar with, hey, some of these conditions are familiar because, you know, some of the kids who had them are now adults, and I see this and I see XYZ. So this can serve really as like a really cool learning experience. Or maybe in like this first case that you see right here with the developmental milestones, this is about milestones you hit when you're a baby. So maybe if you have like a little baby in your family somehow, some way, you could check to see if maybe they're hitting some of these developmental milestones. So with that, let me go ahead and take one more quick sip of tea, and we're really just gonna go through this. I do apologize, it's not me trying to speed run, it's just I would love to like yip yap about stuff right now, but I'm like, oh, let's just get this done. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm like pretty like one tone today too, so I'm just like, let's just do it. Let's get this done. And then after Tuesday I will be partying Wednesday, it's a Cup Club Chooses, by the way. Sorry for those who looked at the schedule. Wednesday's a Cup Club Chooses. Thursday is I may or may not be streaming because I got like a really early day of Sonic viewing, so that's a little bit wacky. And then Friday, some karaoke, so please look forward to it as we actually do get to celebrate. She's all yapped out, streaming 6 days straight. Ugh. Yeah, cause I wake up and I go to bed. No, there are some exciting things I would like to talk about, but some are a little private. Some are like, well, not like doc to my location. Other things are like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like I did a little bit of studying with Spanish yesterday with JB and special guest Fran. Why did I say his name like that? Fran. I was like, wow, so cool, so excited. Honestly, I know this sounds a little silly, but on Thursday I was like, what if I do an early morning Spanish study stream? It's like, Tippa, you just finished your finals. I don't think the Cubs want that. And I'm like, yeah, but then I can read chapter 3, and then it doesn't have to be a super long stream. And as long as it's before like 1:30ish, so I'm like, am I gonna stream at like 11? I'm like, so that's why I'm like, okay, maybe I don't stream. Nice. But yeah, best of luck, thank you. Viewing? Huh? Viewing what? I forget, I'm sorry. The viewing of the movie? Is that what I may have referenced? I'm sorry. Yeah, the Sonic 3 movie is coming out on Thursday. And so a few of my friends want to go see it. Like they're like either taking off work or they're doing a half day. I just happen to not work. After actually this Wednesday, I actually don't work for the rest of the year. So you'll come see me gaming and catching up with a lot of things that I would love to play in my backlog right now, or at least to like touch. Actually, I recently got to play Marvel Rivals. So if you Cubs actively play that game, or also like, wow, I would like to play it, and maybe that can be an option for a Cup Club Chooses. People are hyped for Sonic. They are. They really, really, really are. I heard that the movie is really good and to stay towards the end, so I'm very excited to see like how it goes. I've actually, even though I'm not that into Sonic, as in comparison to some other people, of course, smiley face emoji, I really enjoyed the first and second movie, so I'm actually really excited about the third. So I'll let you guys know how it goes on Friday. To be like, the Sonic movie was great, or something like that. No spoilers, of course. Yeah. That's the schedule for this week. So let me go sip some tea and we'll talk about our developmental milestones. Wow. Alright, one quick sip. Sorry, that was several quick sips. Alright. Ta-da! So Cubs, today we have a pediatrics final today, which is very unfortunate, but it truly is what it is. So let's go over our first stuff. I don't even know if this is necessarily mandatory, but I really did want to cover all my bases with everything that I could, okay? Okay. So let's talk about developmental milestones. So this is basically where a child or infant, I suppose, should be at a certain time frame. So we're gonna go over some of the we're gonna go in order of what the milestone should look like. So when a baby's born, a baby's kind of useless and can't do a lot of things, right? But around 2 to 3 months of them being out of the womb, they should be able to assume a prone position on elbows while placed in prone. And it's like, what does prone mean? I'm like, you are not a FPS gamer. You're not a pew pew Call of Duty gamer, I see. So we have 2 positions I would like to frequently talk about, which is supine or prone. Prone is when you lay on your tummy, and supine is when you lay on your back. If you ever really need a cool mnemonic, there isn't one, but a cool memory trick is that supine is spelled, let me spell out for you, S-U-P-I-N-E. Oh god, help me. But if you take this out, wait, sorry, if you take the U out, sorry, please forgive me, I must be EP. It spells spine. Ah, bones, my spine. Yeah, so what happens is that this is like a really nice memory way to be like, oh yeah, supine means laying on my spine, and my spine is in the back. So yes, I understand. And it's like, yay, good job, yay. So what happens is that I'm sure you cubs have seen babies before, right? But have you ever seen like a baby photo shoot and the baby is like like an infant, like a tiny little like size of your fist kind of infant, but you see them like propped up, like using their hands to prop up their arms, and they're laying on their tummies. Well, that's all because they're all propped up, but they should be able to prop themselves up on their elbows, so you can roughly assume, hey, they might be at least 2 to 3 months. Maybe I could grab a picture, but I don't know if you want to really be looking at babies. Let's see. Babies prone on elbow photo shoot. Hi, Apple. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. I found the photo. I found the photo. Thank you for the head pat, by the way. Like this. Yeah, like this is like a really popular like pose, as you can imagine. So you see, they're on their tummy. They could prop themselves up with their elbows, and then they just position the this baby's so new. Oh my goodness. So that's 2 to 3 months. At 3 to 4 months, they should be able to roll from supine to sideline. So basically, they're able to lay from their back, and they're going to be laying off to their side, so they become side sleepers at ages, or well, I guess ages 3 to 4 months. At 5 months, they're able to roll prone to supine. So what happens from here, they're able to lay on their tummy, and then they can flip onto their back at 5 months, almost the 6-month mark. They're able to bring their feet to their mouth, and they should be able to self-support themselves sitting. So basically, sometimes I wish I could draw on like Microsoft Paint. Basically imagine sitting like a baby, but your head is so gigantic because you're so big brain, you're the smartest baby, but you can't like hold yourself up. But around this time of 5 months, your big brain is like, oh wait, you can use your hands to prop yourself up. So even though you can't sit upright by yourself, you can sit upright with your hands supported. So these are the 3. So yep. Let me see if I can remember. 2 months again is propped on elbows. That's 2 to 3. 4 to 5. Wait, 2 to 3 or 3 to 4? Ooh. No, maybe it's 4 to 5. Ooh. Oh, 3 to 4. Wait, I'm sorry. So 2 to 3 is elbows propped. 3 to 4 is prone to sideline. Or no, supine. On their back to sideline, and 5 is those 3 of okay. They can now go from prone to supine. They can put feet to mouth, and they can also do the self-supporting sit. So ta-da! Alright, let's move on to 6 months, okay? So for 6 months, we have a protective extension forward. So what does this mean? So let's say you're a bully, okay? I hope you're not, but let's just say that you are, for heck's sake, okay? If you push a baby from its back, and it's like, whoa, I'm gonna fall forward. Whoa. Sorry, my tracking's losing itself. Whoa, I'm falling forward. No! The baby is able to, do this thing called protective extension, and it will prop its arms up forward so it doesn't fall flat on its face. It's really wonky, because there's different other protective extensions that you'll see following. So yeah, protective extension forward. We have roll supine to prone. So they're prone to supine, so tummy to back. Now they're on back to tummy. And now at 6 months, half a year, they're able to sit alone without support. So yay! Look at that. Baby's growing up in the world. I cry every single day. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. At 8 to 9 months, now they have another protective extension, and it's going to be laterally. So what happens if you push the baby off to the side? The baby can now prop its arm off to the side so it doesn't like fall to that side. I don't know, like, yes. That's like the simplest way I can describe it. Smiley face emoji. So now it has that protective extension laterally. It can cruise sideways now. The baby's moving and grooving, and now it can creep. So now it's able to. They is a baby. They are able to crawl. Baby has become crab. Yeah. You literally give a baby like a surface or like a kitchen counter the size of a baby, I guess, and they're able to go like left and right sideways. Don't we evolve from crabs or something? No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so yeah, they end up crawling, creeping, cruising, and that lateral protection. At 10 to 11 months, however, they have now a protective extension backwards. So now if you push a baby to the front, they can now use their arms to prop themselves to the back so they don't fall and hit the back of their head. They're now able to climb on hands and feet up the stairs, so they're crawling upstairs now. And now they can stand! How cool! They're gonna be able to stand for very short periods. I'm sure you cubs have all seen a baby, and it's like, oh, look at that baby! And then you stare a little too long and they like plop down. That's because they're only able to do this for such a short amount of time, so boo-hoo, boo-hoo. At 12 months or 1 year, they're able to walk independently, so now the baby can stand and start walking. They don't really have an adult-like gait. They're still a little wobbly. I don't really want to get into like the gait cycle of babies. I am not a fan of the gait cycle anymore. I banned the gait cycle from my brain. But now they're able to walk. At 2 years, they unlock a new skill. That's crazy, right? We're putting up the skill tree. After a year of training of walking independently, at 2 years, they can walk backwards. That's crazy. It's a skill, okay, cubs? It all returns to gait cycle. I really hope, you know, I had talked about this a few streams ago about getting into a residency program. I hope they're able to just like teach me. I hope one day someone who's so specialized in the gait cycle can teach someone who's so oblivious to it. I used to be so good at it, and then I don't know what happened. Very sad. All I can do now is like, yep, that person's walking pretty funny. They're not getting that heel strike. Yep. What's wrong with them? They're dorsey flexors. I don't know. Anyway, so 12 months they walk independently, 2 years they walk backwards, and year 3, this is when they start having the emerging adult-like gait. So I don't know if you've seen early babies walk, but they tend to walk with like their hands up in the air, and now at the age of 3 years they don't really need to do that anymore. They're able to rise on toes and maintain it, so it's like, okay, get on your tippy toes, and they're able to again stand there and maintain it for quite some time. And they unlock another new skill. Okay, they're able to jump with 2 feet together. I know, crazy. At 4 years they're able to go up and down stairs reciprocally, so like 1 2 1 2, like I don't, reciprocal. That's all I got, cubs. I'm sorry. Anyway, and then 5 years they're able to skip, so they could like skip to the loo my darling. They could do a single leg stance for 10 seconds, so it's like, okay baby, become a little flamingo, stand on 1 leg for me. They should be able to maintain that single leg stance for 10 seconds. And they have a mature throwing pattern, so you got a little baseball player on your hands. So congratulations to the new what's a baseball player, I was gonna say Daddy Yankee. No, who am I thinking about? Who's the Yankee guy? Oh my gosh. If I look at popular Yankee baseball player, Babe Ruth. Yeah. Oh, but I was thinking Derek Jeter. Yeah, but people like Babe Ruth. If you have a mini Babe Ruth or Derek Jeter on your hands, cubs, you're welcome. So let's throw it back a little bit and let's talk about some brachial plexus injuries. So it's like, Tippo, what the heck is a brachial plexus? So we can use this image right here. I know, cubs, you may have to squint. I have my glasses on, so I don't have to. But use your imagination. This is your face, right? Oh my goodness, how did I get that doxed? Anyway, and what happens is on the neck right here, you have like all this. You have like a bundle of nerves coming out from the neck, and this can go innervate stuff from the shoulder, the elbow, the wrist, and the hand. And when I say innervate, I'm referring to basically this is giving you, like, I guess you could say, the power to move stuff, so you're able to flex your fingers because of your brachial plexus, because of the nerves coming down here. You're able to flex your elbow and do a little bicep curl. You're able to extend your shoulder back because you're like, hey, I'm too lazy to turn around, I just need to grab something right behind me, or I have to reach for my wallet in my back pocket, things like that. This is all the nerves that come out from it. So we have the musculocutaneous nerve, which is all the nerves, I believe that's going to innervate the back of the forearm. We have the axillary, so that's like your armpit area. The median is going to go down the anterior. The radial is going to be in the back of the arm. And then a radial and ulna, or sorry, radial is the back. In ulna, it's going to be the front. It's going to branch off the median, as you can even see here. And it's going to innervate this side, the medial side of your body, or the pinky side of your body. So here's our various nerves, and this is what we call the brachial plexus. This is something I had to learn how to draw very early on, and so this is it's cute. Can I draw again? Can I draw it now after like 2 years? No. But it's a fun skill. It's very artistic. You like lines? This is for you, buddy. So we could talk about different, how do you say, brachial plexus injuries. Let's talk about a claw hand deformity or clump's palsy. So what's gonna happen is that you have an issue with the median and ulnar nerve. There's an injury to this lower brachial plexus of C8 to T1. So I know this says C7, and I know you can't actually see it, but it involves the median, because the median is a branch of the ulna. And so what happens is that you end up with this claw hand deformity. What happens is that you're not able to extend your fingers anymore. The little joints that you have up here, your MCPs and your IPs, MCPs, the metacarpophalangeal joints, and then the IPs right here, the interphalangeal joints, you're not able to flex them. Normally, it's not the whole hand involved. Normally, you're going to see the 4th and 5th finger that are going to be bunched up, because as I told you, Cubs, the ulnar nerve is going to innervate that pinky side. So the pinky side, or more medial, the more closer to the midline of your body, is most likely going to be affected. And of course, because we're talking about brachial plexus, we're talking about our upper extremity, and in this case, because of how low it is, it's going to mostly just affect the finger. So when you try to extend your hands, your 4th and 5th finger, and when we're talking about numbering of hands, your 4th finger is going to be your ring finger, and then the pinky is going to be your 5th. So when you try to be like, okay, open your hands for me, the 4th and 5th finger cannot extend. So the muscles that are going to be involved are the lumbricals and the interosseous muscles, which are just the muscles really inside the hand, like right here. And then we have other muscles that are more on your forearms, such as the flexor carpi ulnaris, which makes sense, ulnar nerve, ulnaris, ulnar side, and the flexor digitorum profundus. So these are going to be affected and keeping them in that position. Erb palsy is my favorite, just because I think the idea that this is called a waiter's tip deformity is still so funny to me. If you have to be a little bit creative, and I'm sure you're creative. You enjoy creative hobbies and whatnot, and anime and whatever. I'm sure you have a little bit of imagination to imagine. Let's say this baby's a full-grown adult. I know. They just grow up so fast, and they're working as a waiter because it's kind of illegal for babies to work. I don't even think they have the skill set. But let's say this guy is like, hey, I did such a good job to the patron, and it's like, hey, can you sneak me in like $100? I have a family to feed or something. And so that is where the waiter's tip comes from. It's like this like sneaky hand position, like to go grab money. Why this happens though, a waiter's tip deformity, is because there's actually an injury more up here, and it's going to affect the suprascapular, so it's going to affect the shoulder blade or the scapula, rotator cuff area, the axillary, so we talked about that being like the armpit area, and the musculocutaneous, so it's going to affect your biceps as well. So what happens is that this baby's going to end up with the arm is going to hang out to the side, so it's going to be slightly extended, internally rotated, so that's why you see it turn like this, and the shoulder is going to be adducted, so that arm is tight in there. That arm is attached to that person's torso. It's adducted. And there's a variety of muscles we could talk about that are weak, and I'll go ahead and list them out, okay? So your rhomboids are weak, so they're muscles in the back, and it's going to help with scapular retraction. So every time I'm like, okay, Cubs, thank you so much for the posture check. Let's go ahead and squeeze our shoulder blades. These rhomboids are going to, what do you call it? They're going to be weak, and so they're going to be the adducted. Levator scapulae, as you would imagine, levator, elevate, scapula, the shoulder blade. This is going to help with scapular elevation. Serratus anterior it's called like your punchy muscle, and it's going to help protract. So if you were to put your arm out in front of you, like if you were a zombie or out reaching for something directly straight ahead, I want you to like gently move your arm forward like you were going to punch it or something like that, and that's going to be the action of protraction. Subscapularis helps with shoulder internal rotation. Your deltoid is a big chunky muscle that sits on your shoulder, and it has different like fiber direction, so it's going to help with abduction, flexion, and extension, but that's all going to be weak because of the nerves affected from Erb's palsy, or how would you say the waiter's hip deformity. We have your supraspinatus muscle for the shoulder abduction. We have infraspinatus, which is also going to help with shoulder external rotation. So now we're getting into like the shoulder cuff muscles that you hear so much about. So your supraspinatus, so if you want to do a T pose, this is going to help bring your shoulder abducting away from the midline. Infra teres minor is going to help with shoulder external rotation, so opposite of this because this is internally rotated. Your biceps helping you with the elbow flexion and supination, so putting your hands out in like a cup position. We have the brachioradialis, which is going to also help with elbow flexion. This is what we associate with like your beer drinking muscle. So if you had like a cup or a can of soda, maybe because you're not an alcoholic, good for you. Drinking is an expensive hobby, Cubs, but you have like a can of soda in your hand, doing that elbow flexion with your hand in that position with your thumb pointing up to the sky basically is mostly going to activate that particular muscle. We have the supinator, who again is going to supinate the forearm, getting that cup of soup, and then it's going to affect wrist, finger, thumb, and any other long extenders, which are going to help well extend. So easy. Let me sneeze and say hi to Conan. Hi, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. How are you, gamer? Welcome. Happy Monday to ya. My throat feels like 10 mosquitoes have bitten it. Brother, go look in a mirror. Did they? Yeah, that's actually really concerning. Thank you so much for the 7th stream streak, but did you eat something you might be allergic to if you feel like that itchy? Or like that inflamed? Go look in a mirror, brother. And thank you, Conan, as well. Thank you so much for the holy amount times 6. Thank you so much for the 30th stream streak. Thank you. More study time? Good luck, gamer. Thank you. I'm just like, ugh. I'm on death's door. It's itchy? Yeah, that's scary. Go look at it. Look at your skin to see if you did get bites. If not, I don't know, brother. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm just saying, yeah, that's scary. Mostly allergies? Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. Okay, well, I can only offer during these trying times that I hope you feel better, and I hope your dad also feels better, and I hope whatever triggers it, you stay away from it for the rest of your life. Anyway, alright, Cubs, guess what? 15 minutes in, I think, of studying or reading stuff, and we are page 4 out of 59. Let's go ahead and do this. We still have about a little under 20 minutes to our next ad break, so let's go ahead and try to read as much as we can with this one. Torticollis is really interesting. This is again like a unilateral shortening of the sternocleidomastoid mastoid muscle, and this is a long, I don't think I have a picture of the muscle, but it's a really long neck muscle that is going to connect to, well, your sternum, your clitoid, which is your clavicle or your collarbone, and the mastoid process is actually a bone right behind your ear. So it's a one-sided shortening, and when something shortens, or in this case it shortens, as you can see, we have torticollis of the right side, or shortening of the right sternocleidomastoid. That's why the baby's rotating and looking left, because this is short. It's a little bit of a wacky concept, but it makes sense. I think Bear promised you. Hi Spots, hi Gamer! Gamer, when are you gonna play Overwatch? Or Marvel Rivals? Preferably after Tuesday. Asking for a friend. Conan says I'm doing good, or I'm going good. Had a busy weekend and I'm super tired, brother. That sounds like fun though. It's really good to keep yourself busy like that. I hope you had a super fun weekend, and I hope you do get the opportunity to relax and recover this beautiful Monday. You're going on vacation part 2? What? Huh? You just came back from vacation. Gosh darn it. Take me on vacation. Sorry. Now I'm just like being like a brat. I'm just like, I'm tired. I want to go on vacation. What do you call it? I'm not saying anything extravagant, but okay, actually there is one thing that's not extravagant, but one of my friends, not to dogs her, I guess. One of my friends is actually a international student, and she comes from the Netherlands, and I think that's just so fun and exciting. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've always wanted to go to the Netherlands, right? She's lived here for quite some time, and her visa is expired. So we're like, oh buddy, are you gonna come back to America? And she said, yeah, maybe. She's trying to get a work visa right now, but that process is taking a little bit too long, so she has to get like kicked out basically, and she'll be gone for a little bit. But I had joked around with her. I'm like, oh, don't worry, I'll go visit you. And she said like the tulips bloom in April, and I'm like, look, listen, if I find the world's cheapest flight, I am there. Maybe I'll do a little medical tourism too, why not? But she's like, oh, they're gonna remove my wisdom teeth when I'm there. My mom like scheduled me an appointment, and I said, oh, let your mom schedule an appointment for me too. We could get our wisdom teeth removed together, buddy. But obviously that's just like a little dream and whatever. That's not anything to be like that. But I'm like, sounds so nice. Also, I just think it's really nice to be able to visit a place where you have someone who's already familiar with that location. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure if I didn't know Rip and friends, sorry not to group them up like that, I think I may have gone to Vienna, like as like a little day trip if I was already in the EU somehow. But like that week I was able to stay, or I wasn't even a week, I think it was a little less. It was actually like really nice, and it was just so comforting to have like a local there. I know it sounds very self-explanatory. It's like, yes, Tippa, you would feel comfortable if you had a local there, but I'm like, no, it's just like a completely different vibe, you know? I've done vacations where there's no locals, and obviously I feel okay because of like the planning and whatnot, but it's just nice to see it from like a different perspective. How about that, you know? But yeah, I do hope you have fun. That's all to say. I do hope you have fun on your second vacation. I know with the holidays and like days off and whatnot, and not just for you but for other people as well, it makes it very easy to travel and commute. But I hope you what do you call it, have a ton of fun, gamer. I will harass you next Monday then. Visas are such a pain in the butt, honestly. Finish school, brother, that's not like until a next year thing. Nice. Conan says grandparents had early Christmas. Oh, that's cute. See, that's what my family should do. How do you call it? So on my mom's side, my sister, you know, celebrates Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving. But my aunt on my dad's side, she was just like, oh, you know, come spend Thanksgiving with us. And I said, hey, look, listen, I've done the Thanksgiving travel like in the airport, and it's probably the worst. Like, it's a very miserable experience to be like, how do you call it? A very miserable experience to do anything, okay? But it's more miserable to be at the airport during a holiday. It's so bad. I remember you know, when people are like, they're exaggerating, they're like, you need to be at the airport 3 hours early. Yeah, you need to be there 3 hours early, if not like 4 or 5, because sometimes the TSA lines are like, the worst one I've been over in the TSA line, I think was over an hour, and I was like, obviously I know the people have it worse, but I think in the most recent, even like when I was going to Fanime, We were really cutting it close, and the TSA line was an hour because I think one of their machines had broke or something. But we were there at like 6 a.m. So we're like, yeah, we're good, right? No, we were not good. But we made it on the plane, so it's okay. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I hope you had a good time with the grandparents. I saw friends the same day, a lot of fun, but sadly the waking up at 2 a.m. for no reason arc continues. Brother, they just want you to have an early start to the day. Your body's like, come on, let's do our mile run at like 3 o'clock after we make some nice coffee and and I don't know, eggs and toast, and we'll do a little run, and maybe we'll catch up with some easy reading, and then you take a nap, and then you wake up at like 7 a.m. So easy. Oh my goodness, but I do hope that you're able to have like a more solid night's sleep. I think waking up at 2 a.m. is a little miserable. Fun in the sense that you went to bed at like 7, but I doubt you went to bed at 7. I'm sorry, gamer. But yeah, to be fair, you also get treated a lot differently too with a local. Yeah, but you know how painful it is. You know, your friends who are definitely local there speaking German, and you're here with your most American booty self, like, hey, hi. Obviously speaking English. I mean, they also speak English over there too, but obviously speaking it with not a with an American accent, I suppose. I did get a little bit of stares, but I think that's also the culture over there. I do hear people just stare at you, and it's fine. I just get really nervous easily. I'm not afraid to stare back, but eye contact makes me nervous. No, that's not necessarily true. Like, if someone's talking to me, I can like stare them down, but as soon as I start talking, my eyes start going like, oh my goodness. But you know, speaking of accents really quick, there's this thing going around, and I forget what it is. I do apologize if I find it. I will. Nano did it earlier and someone else did it, so I was very curious. But they're like, hey, if English is your second language, record your voice. And I'll assess where you're from, basically. And I'm like, oh well, English is my first language, but I'm very excited to hear what kind of accent it thinks I have. And it's like, oh, you have the Spanish accent, and I'm like, great. But I also told Nano, who's definitely I was gonna say Austrian, saying that she has a Spanish accent. So I'm like, huh, interesting. Anyway. But yeah, just drop out of school and go on vacation with you, brother. Are you planning the vacations like I planned my Japan trip? If so, I'm not dropping school, but I'll hit you. I'm like, oh, okay. I think having like what do you call it? Well, actually, well, let's dies. Anyway, I won't. You. Anyway, the TSA lines on my airport have been so short. You haven't seen it gone past 10 minutes? Really? I guess maybe a lot of people have signed up for like TSA, what is it, clear or whatever. So maybe they're skipping the lines that way, or really it just hasn't been really any of the seasons for traveling, or maybe you've just been really lucky, you know? I'm very thankful. I think the biggest line I waited again was to go to Fanime, but when I went to Yeehaw Land for 6 weeks, the line wasn't long. When I came back from Yeehaw Land, the line wasn't long. I was like, how did I get back? I was like, oh, I rented a car. I'm like, who dropped me off? No one. I drove myself. Oh my goodness. Conan says it's a big help for Conbro and his wife. They have like 5 or 6 Thanksgivings or Christmas to go to on one day. I don't know how they do it. Brother, you get like a little like appetizer from each and be like, oh, we really have to go. And you spend like an hour or 2 at each. That's nice. And then they have like a little like spectrum of like Thanksgiving morning or breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner. That's probably how they do it. All the other 5 and 6 coordinate of like, okay, here's a good time frame. Conan says, I finally went back to the gym this morning, so thanks, wonky sleep schedule. Let's go! See? It all works out, smiley face emoji. But again, I really hope you stop waking up at 2 a.m. 6 a.m! Or I guess some people are crazy. They do like 4 a.m., right? That's like their normal. I couldn't do it, but you know, I'm just built different, okay? Spanish accent strong? See, yo, I don't know what to say in Spanish right now. I'm like, I'm not lagging behind. I don't even know why I said the word lagging. But I do have to still read chapter 3, so I could tell you, wait, no, never mind. I take it back. I don't want to show off my Spanish right now. I want to keep reading about weird, wacky conditions kids can have. 15, 16 giving meals in one day. Yeah, so easy. For those who do know Spanish, I was just trying to say rug, and I was like, how do I say it again? Alfombra. Alfombra es en la casa! Yay! That one sentence from chapter 3, because I haven't passed it. Yeah! That was a heck of a statement. Yeah! I'm gonna be so polyglot. It's gonna be so great, Cubs. I can't believe it. After the 6 weeks, the 6 months, I'm gonna learn Japanese, and you're just gonna hear me say really cringy stuff in both languages. No, I want to say rug, alfombra, alfombra, because I don't know. That's what they're teaching me right now about house stuff. Yay! Now say tone. I think I said wait. No, wait. How did you guys hear toad or frog? How do you say toad in Spanish? Hold on. ¿Cómo se dice toad in Spanish? Oops. Rana? Rana? I also got sapo. Wait, hold on. Toad is sapo. Frog is rana. Ah! Yeah, but I'm telling you, Cubs, Ryan actually cursed me with both of those, and she cursed me with... Wait, how do you say bat in Spanish? Hold on.
Murciélago.
What?
Murciélago.
Murciélago. Murciélago. Brother, look at this word. Anyway. Hey! Pediatric stuff. Yeah, I was telling Ryan, so we hung out this weekend, and I was joking around, and I'm like, have you talked about bats lately? She's like, yeah, you brought that up on stream, but I didn't understand what you were saying. I was like, yeah, no, I went on a walk a few days ago, and there was like a horde of bats that like went over my head. I've never seen bats here. I lived in Bearcat Mountain for quite some time. I've never seen bats. The animals just keep coming. It's so weird. I'm waiting for the next wacky animal. It's one of the few words in Spanish that has all vocals. That's crazy because bat in English is, well, 3 letters. just putting that out there. Anyway, let me go have a coughing fit. One moment. Laddermus? Oh my goodness, that sounds like Christmas. Not being stupid. I'm like, a celebration for bats around Christmas. I am so cultured right now, Cubs. Anyway, Cubs, there's a few minutes before we run into ads, so let's go ahead and finish this up really quick. So torticollis, by the way, is the uni shortening of the SCM muscle, or the sternocleidomastoid muscle. This could be for a variety of reasons, but normally you notice this like right after birth. That baby's born and that baby's like this could actually be due to several reasons. Several reasons. It doesn't have to be like sounds rude. It doesn't have to be a birth defect or a birth reasoning. There's 3 typical reasons for it. It can be prenatal, so before birth. It could be an ischemic injury, so basically you're not getting the blood that you need, hence the weakness to one side and hence the shortening. The baby just didn't know how to sit in the uterus, so a malposition in utero, or maybe there's a muscle rupture, so that baby got its neck kind of hacked out. ¿Español, Robo? ¡Ay! ¡Yo entiendo! ¡El número está subiendo! ¡Sí! ¡Muy feliz! ¡Gracias, Robo! ¡Gracias! Mucho gracias for... I don't know how to say 240. I'm not at the number chapter yet. So, thank you so much for the dos, cuatro, zero! Yeah! Number go up! How do you say up? I know how to say left, right, and straight. How do you say up? 240? Ah, thank you, gracias. Sí. ¿Cómo se dice 240? 240. Yay, arriba. Número arriba. Alright, now I have to find out how to say the holy amount. I'm never gonna get through this. Hold on. Hold on. But I didn't want to try Spanish 5 minutes later. Sometimes I get hooked. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I think it's very fun just to hear someone who's learning. Not in a ha-ha, point and laugh kind of way, but in a, wow, they're learning, and I'm happy for them. I don't know. Hi, Baron. Hi. Yeah, but thank you so much again, Rebel, for the that's a crazy amount. Once it hits 1 year, I'm gonna be like flabbergasted. But I'm already flabbergasted, or however you would say that in Spanish. But I found out how to say the holy amount of 5 in Spanish. Santa Cantidad de 5. Santa Cantidad Cantidad de 5. Yay! Yay. Alright, Cubs. We'll talk about protocols when I come back from break. We'll talk about the many reasons of why it occurs. We're still on page 4 out of like 59, by the way. But use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy. Flabbergasted can be like, impresionada or sorprendida. Muy sorprendida. Gracias por 240. Thank you. But yeah, I'm so excited. Anyway, I will be more excited when my finals are over. But yeah, let's go ahead and take this little ad break. Conan, you have a good EP. Please set an alarm, set multiple alarms, and hopefully I get to catch you later. We'll go ahead and speed run this as soon as we come back, Cubs, and life will be good. Or I hope. Yeah? Let's try to see if we can finish this one in the next 2 hours, which sounds awful. It's like 2 hours of reading! Nothing new. Bye! Be back! Yow. Yes, quite. Anyway, so welcome back, Everycub. Thank you so much for your patience for the 3-minute ad break. We are going to go ahead and speed run. I mean, it's not that I need a speed run, but it'd be really nice about all the conditions kids can have. Ooh. And thank you so much for the welcome back. We are just talking about torticollis, which are going to say unilateral shortening of the SCM muscle, and how it can be due to a variety of reasons. We talked about prenatal, so let's talk about perinatal, and let's talk about postnatal stuff, okay? Okay! So for perinatal stuff, what's going to happen is that during birth, there could be a birth trauma from a breech position or assisted devices. So when they get the baby, apparently they could just vacuum out the baby. I have no idea. Maybe they put a little suction cup on the head and they're like, "Ball!" Or the forceps, and they're like, "Ball!" And that's what happens, is that kind of unnecessary like traction and force on their neck is going to cause that torticollis. We also have postnatal, and this could really just be summed up as it's a positional preference. You know how sometimes it's like, I really just like sleepy on my left side? Bam! Babies do too. And it can also be due to plagiocephaly. So basically, really quick, for the positional preference, it's just they're kind of caught in like, oh, I just really like sleeping like this on my left side. Of course, if you keep laying and laying and laying like this side is eventually, or that side that I'm laying on might, well, I guess on me right now that you see on my right side is going to shorten it, and my left side is going to stay in that lengthened position. Hi, TW. Hi, thank you so much for playing, looking. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Can also be due to plagiocephaly. So plagiocephaly is when the baby's head is formed a little bit weird. So for this, what happens is that this is a normal head. You look like an egg, but sometimes if you have a positional preference, when you go off to the left, you see how this is a flatter side because you're kind of laying there, and then this is kind of going out, and now this is a baby who does get turned on to its side, but it's an even amount of both like left and right, and that baby's always on its back, so it ends up having like a flat back of the head. So that's like hee. Hi, Gamer Gamer. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Thank you, Gamer, and welcome on in. Monty says that's how I got torticollis as a kid. I mean, I don't blame you if it helps. It's a very like fixable condition, as you can tell. It's not like life-threatening or anything. It's just kind of like, ooh, is the baby uncomfortable? Yikes. But yeah, if you have left torticollis, just understand it's the left muscle that's going to be tight, so then you end up rotating to the right side. And if you have right torticollis, you're short on the right, and then you rotate to the opposite side. So easy! So there tends to be 3 different types of torticollis, which I hope we have here. Yep, we do. Which is postural, muscular, or something related to a nodule. There is CPG, or clinical practice guidelines, that we use as therapists to treat those with torticollis, and it just really depends on the grade that they're in. For the grade, if you catch the torticollis as early as basically birth, let's say like from the breech delivery, so from 0 to 6 months, this is considered early intervention. If you wait more than 7 months, or like they're age 7, like they had this since birth, and it's like, yeah, I just decided at 7 months to get them treatment, then this is going to be considered late. And as you would imagine, the earlier you can get this, the earlier there is for basically like for better, if not full, recovery of torticollis. So what are some of the ways or the types of torticollis? So we have postural, which is very mild, so this is again like that sleeping preference sort of thing, you know? Muscular is just unilateral titling. It does not have a nodular mass. It's just child really also likes to go on this side, so it can be muscular related. Or nodule, which is the severe form. Nodule is basically you feel like a bump on the neck. It's very palpable, and this is what's limiting that like rotation and cervical flexion. That's something that's going to require just a little bit more focus and treatment. So, other than the clinical practice guidelines that we talk about, what are some first choice interventions we can have with children with torticollis? So, we have caregiver education. That's going to be our major part, because yes, we do get to see the kid from time to time, but we do not get to see them of what they do at home, and it's the caregiver's responsibility to make sure that they are getting positioned and such a way that's gonna help them out, help them with handling, etc. One of the main things that happens is that, sorry not to get like ooh, but you know, children, let's maybe not, let's stay away from that maybe. Yes, children do eat, but children, let's say they need to get a diaper change, right? And they're looking at you as they're changing a diaper, and they're always like turning to like the left, basically. Sometimes you have to flip your kid and be like, okay, I know I normally push you or put you with your head on the left and your feet on the right. What if I put your head on the right and your feet on the left? So that forces the child to like turn, if they like to look towards you, into like the opposite direction. So kind of getting very small modifications like that is gonna help help with the treatment of torticollis. Environmental adaptations is a similar thing as well. Cervical passive range of motion, so getting them to passively move the head left and right. We could do some active range of motion by kind of cheating the system and using some reflexes that they have. And that we just really want to facilitate the symmetrical movement activities. What we do on one side, we definitely want to do with the other. We talked about plagiocephaly before. This is kind of the deformed head syndrome, and again, that's not because the kid, you know, no one's perfect, but kids are not born with. This is a whole thing about the positioning and having that child lay flat and how it can really affect the shape of their head. So you see, this is pretty normal, just a mild shift, and then this is really abnormal. This is not really even anymore symmetrical. We use the, hold on, let me clear my voice really quick. We use the Argenta scale of plagiocephaly to assess the severity, and what we're looking for is the general shape, the symmetry of the face, because imagine if this affects the back, it will affect the front with the face symmetry, and how chunky the forehead gets, how big the forehead gets, the prominence of it, and that's how we used to base the severity. I know we used a lot of drawings, so here's some IRL examples again. If you're kind of like, that couldn't be me, and hopefully it isn't you, but these are some babies. Thankfully, I don't know if you've seen babies with helmets before, but that's what they tend to do to treat plagiocephaly, basically. But yeah, this guy, you know how cone hand is cone hand? Now this is cone head. And then this is a torticollis of the baby. You see this baby has left torticollis because the shortening is on the left. You can even see it in the back view. See, shortening on the left right here. So how do we assess it? We can use the riding reflex. So basically, if you put a baby sideways or horizontally, I apologize, their head shouldn't droop with gravity. They should be able to bring their head up against gravity while going off to the side. Hold on, cuz I feel like there's something in my throat. I must cough up again. Who you calling pinhead? You pinhead. No, but this is so pinhead looking. But yeah, give me one moment. But yeah, so let's move on. We're gonna go ahead to limping and lower extremity pain. There really isn't much to talk about here, so it's a very black and white slide, so I do apologize. But hey, why can't someone limp or have pain with their lower extremities or their legs? So this could be due to trauma or fracture, an infection or osteomyelitis, so bone infection, inflammatory GIA, which we'll talk about this in a little bit, juvenile inflammatory arthritis, developmental DDH, developmental guys. I think it might be hip dysplasia. Maybe I wrote that wrong. Anyways, so how to screen? We could do some history taking, some red flags. We can identify some of the red flags being a severe pain, a fever, significant swelling. They're not able to weight bear. Any of these are going to be something that are like, hey, gamer, I am not able to rehab this. You need to go seek like urgent medical care. I cannot treat this, you know? Dysplasia of the hip? Yeah, that's why I'm like, huh? Hi Cloudy, hi gamer. Trauma? Physical? IDK if you can live from mental. Yeah, who knows? The mental is kind of wacky, but yeah, I see your point. But yeah, How to screen, you could do a gait assessment so you can see how they walk. You can test their range of motion for the hip, knee, ankle, etc. You could do functional tests such as the walking test that we had talked about earlier. Like 10-minute walk test, 6-minute, 6-meter. Ooh. And you could do diagnostic imaging such as x-rays, ultrasound, and MRIs. So now let's talk about some of these like wacky leg conditions. So a kid could be limping for a variety of reasons as we listed above. They might be limping because maybe they have said condition. So there's this condition called legs, calves, pares disease. So we were talking about the pathology, the presentation, and how to treat. Gamer? Wait, I'm losing my voice again! Wait, but thank you so much, Just a Smart Reader, for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome! Alright, let me go ahead and cough up my lung again. One moment. Yeah. Anyway, so what happens? Why do people have this thing? So what happens is that this is really wacky. This is a condition that's going to involve avascular necrosis, so we're not getting the blood supply to this area, and because we're not getting this, tissue is dying, hence the word necrosis, the femoral head. So you know how we talk about bones being like a ball and socket, like our humerus is, like our arm, and it goes into the socket of the shoulder blade, and then we have our hip where it goes, you know, into the hip, the little pocket. You cubs have seen bones before. So yeah, here's your leg bone right here, your femur, and it's gonna go into the socket. But what happens is that our ball part right here is not getting the blood supply. See, decreased blood flow to the femoral head, and because of that, this is getting damaged. Unfortunately, there's not really an exact cause of why this is understood, but we understand the pathology being that there's an interruption of blood supply. Could be due to some bone remodeling, because these are just kids. And really, the risk factors for people to have this tend to be genetics, hormonal imbalance, trauma, such as the fracture that we mentioned earlier, inflammatory process, but these are not quite established quite yet. So how does the kid present? So they have hip pain, they're limping, they have limited range of motion, especially when it comes to internal rotation, so bringing the knee in. Let's say you're sitting, your feet dangling, hee, so whimsical, so whimsy. And I tell you to become an anime girl and get like the knock knee position just with one leg, so bring your knee in. They have a lot of difficulty with that, and with a reduction. So if we ask them to stand and kick out their leg, they're having very limited, and it could be limited for a variety of reasons, but most likely it's going to be due to pain. Muscle atrophy, so the muscle getting smaller and wasting away. Altered gait and stiffness is also going to be one of the symptoms that we're going to see. So how do we treat? Well, we could work on stretching, strengthening, and gait training. We could do some activity modification. We could do some bracing to keep to make sure that the hip is in a position that allows for the proper alignment, and it's going to reduce pressure on the femoral head. And we could also just do surgery to see if we can remove what the heck is like potentially blocking it. Here's a black and white slide of basically what we talked about. Legs, calves, Pertus disease is the avascularization of the femoral head. The onset of this can be 18 months to 4 to 10 years old, so very young. For whatever reason though, males are most likely to get it than females. We just talked about the signs and symptoms, but ones we didn't talk about are pain with activity relieved with rest, and they're gonna have growing pain. So like in the private area, they're gonna have pain there. They're gonna have pain in the anterior hip or the front hip, laterally at the greater trochanter, so kind of off to the side of your hip, and then anterior medial thigh or knee, so like in the front, middle, thigh, and knee. Let's talk about another condition. So slip capital femoral epiphysis, or SCFE. So we'll also talk about the pathology, the presentation, and how to treat. So this condition is different because it is not the avascularization. It's getting the blood supply. This is more of a, I mean, both are physical. Structural maybe, but maybe I shouldn't even identify as that. But basically it occurs in adolescence and is characterized by the slippage of the femoral head. So remember, I referred to this as the ball and joint socket, right? Look, our ball is going to be the femoral head we've been talking about, and the socket is within that hip joint or the hip bone to make this hip joint. And so what happens here is that this slips. So this is a normal, this is a not so normal. They have a slip femoral head right here. You can kind of see because the the cartilage? Oh gosh, it's escaping me. Sorry, the grayish area that you see here. I'm like, oh, it's gray here, so it's the ligaments. But I'm like, that's not a ligament. Oh, nice. Anyway, so you see there's more here and less here because of the slippage. And this is going to be due to the displacement of the growth plate, because again, these are just kids. And what happens is that it affects the direction of how the femoral head sits in the socket. And so what's going to happen is that this is left untreated. It can lead to avascular necrosis, so same that we talked above, joint degeneration, bad, and long-term hip dysfunction, which is bad. So, oh, Lottie says, yeah, it makes sense. The healthy is blue and the bad is red. We can see it easily. Yeah, it's so easy. So some symptoms that kids may have that they don't know, but they come into your like rehab session, they're gonna have hip and knee pain. So as you would imagine, it's like, but wait, why would we have knee pain? Unfortunately, the pain can radiate down to the knee, and it tends to be very dull and persistent. So it's kind of like it's always there. Kind of like if you have to give it a scale 1 through 10, it's like, oh, it's probably like a 3 or 5, you know, or 3 to 5. They're gonna be limping, limited range of motion, again with the internal and abduction of the hip, decreased weight bearing, so they're not gonna be able to place as much weight there, hence the limping. There's gonna be shortening. And I know it's like, oh, that's not really much of a difference between this and this. It's enough of a difference, you know? There's going to be shortening of the affected limb and muscle atrophy. So how do we treat this? Surgery, so you can maybe do a surgical stabilization. This is an orthopedic emergency. Oops, hee. Or they could do it osteotomy. Oh wait, I don't, God help me. Anyway, so they realign the femoral head and improve joint stabilization. Same thing here that we could do with the last one. We can do activity modification. We can reduce that weight bearing and provide assisted devices such as like crutches or even a wheelchair, preferably crutches because we still want to get them up and moving. Pain management, so with medication and whatnot. And as PTs, we can help restore range of motion, strength, and functional mobility as best that we can, and this most likely can be used as a conservative treatment to avoid surgery depending on how bad the slippage is, or how do you say it, a post-op kind of thing to get them back to where they're going, because as mentioned, this can be considered a medical emergency and you need that surgery immediately. So here's another black and white PowerPoint slide. So again, the slip femoral epiphysis is a displacement of the femoral head, and this actually typically happens because remember we're talking about the growth plate, so this is for older children, so this is about ages 12 to 14. This is also going to affect males more than females, and really the main major risk factor is obesity. Sure. So signs and symptoms, again, sudden pain in the groin, hip, thigh, knee area, unable to bear weight, positioning and hip external rotation. And if the patient's in this age range presents with pain and limp, you really want to consider this. Literally, it is pretty much like this is a given. If you see someone with this is like, yep, this is this condition, unless something rules it out. Maybe even the prior condition, but even the prior condition had a relatively short age range. It doesn't go up this far, you know? But yeah, if there's no weight bearing, like they're like, hey, look, it's so painful, I cannot bear any weight, I cannot like single leg stance, I cannot walk with this leg, yeah, let's not put them in more pain. Let's limit what we can with the examination, and then we're going to refer out to imaging to see if we could get a clarification. Okay, oops, we talked about JIA earlier, and I said this was inflammatory. I apologize, this is idiopathic. So juvenile, young, idiopathic, hey, IDK, how this occurs, arthritis, the inflammation of the joints. So this is really wacky, because when you think of arthritis, you normally associate this with like, hey, I'm not like age 70 yet, why do I have arthritis, you know? Yeah, unfortunately arthritis for this condition specifically can happen prior to a 16-year-old's birthday, basically. So anyone under the age of 16 can be prone to this JIA. let's go ahead and talk about this really quick. We'll go over the picture as well. People with GIA, J, oh my gosh, help me, my alphabets are gone. GIA has recurrent fevers, they have eye pain, redness and blurred vision, irritability and tiredness, skin rashes, joint stiffness, weight loss, joint swelling, and joint pain and tenderness. So why does this even occur? Brother, we have so much to talk about because it's so highlighted, so I do apologize, but let's do our best. So JIA is a group of chronic inflammatory diseases in children and adolescents that may cause joint or connective tissue damage throughout the body. It's not osteoarthritis, but it's more similar to rheumatoid arthritis. And if you're familiar with arthritis, this is the one where they have the symmetricalness of it. So the RA, I'm sure you guys have, well, maybe I've shown you a picture, but this is where the hand's like a little hacked up, and it's shown in both the left and right one, you know? Gamer? Baz? Hi, Baz! Hi, Gamer! Welcome, Gamer! Happy birthday, Gamer! Hi! Happy Monday to you, Gamer! Well, it says at least your Spanish isn't bleeding in. Have you say your J's like ours? Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Hola? Mi amigo, ¿cómo estás? Yo no sé... ¿Tú hablas español? ¿Qué? Bien. Uy. Yo estoy feliz. Yo estoy feliz. Escucha. Dice. Anyway. Hi, gamer. I hope you're doing super well. Welcome on in. Welcome. I have my third final today, so I'm politely, to avoid bashing my head into a wall for the 5th time this week, it's only Monday, I'm going to politely keep reading off these notes. And we're talking about juvenile idiopathic arthritis! Yay! That was cute, thank you. Hi, gamer, welcome on in. So thank you. Guys. Yeah. So, going way back, as I mentioned, this onset is normally prior to the 16th birthday, and this is again going to cause joint pain, swelling, and stiffness. It's idiopathic, hence the JIA, so this is an unknown process, it's autoimmune disease, and really it's a 2-step process. The child tends to have a genetic tendency to develop this, and because of this, it's kind of encoded into their genes. Sometimes an environmental factor such as a virus, trauma, etc. can actually trigger that those genes to be like, aha, you have this now, and it's like, what? This is one of the few conditions that we'll talk about today that is actually going to affect more girls than boys. All the hip stuff that we just talked about with the Perv's calf and the slip capital epiphysis, we're saying that it's more males than females, but GIA is more likely to affect more females than males. There's actually a few types that are going to affect boys and girls equally though. But we have 3 subtypes of GIA. So we have systemic arthritis, allegro arthritis, and polyarticular GIA. So systematic, I feel like I'm saying that word. Systemic, smiley face emoji. This is actually the most painful and the most debilitating form of this. So this is often going to start as a high fever that is going to last for over 2 weeks, and this person's going to be complaining of a full body rash like the one that you would not see here because I definitely didn't put the picture. So what happens is that if they have a full body rash and a fever, this kind of redirects the doctor to be like, JIA? It is polyarticular, poly meaning more than 4. So what happens is that it's going to affect numerous joints, and we have a lot of joints in our body, unfortunately, and there is systemic joint involvement. So whatever is happening on one side, on the left side, is going to be happening on the right. So if the left elbow is affected, the right elbow is affected. So the onset again is going to be before age 16. This is going to happen throughout childhood, so it could happen anytime between early or middle childhood usually. Though this is the most painful form, thankfully it's not the most common. The allegro arthritis is going to be the most common, and it's going to affect the knees more than the ankles and elbows. This is not polyarticular, so this is not going to affect, or sorry, it is going to affect 4 or less joints, not 4 or more, so it doesn't make it polyarticular. And this is actually asymmetrical, so if my left elbow is affected, it doesn't mean in this case that my right one is affected. Girls are more likely to have this subtype than boys, and the onset happens pretty early. Like, you can get diagnosed as early as 2 to 4 years old, which is crazy to think about. When we talked about milestones, remember at 12 years, or 12 years, help me, 12 months or 1 year, the kid starts walking independently, and year 2 they start walking backwards, but now they're having pain in their knees, and I'm like, but they're just 2 years old, what's happening? Are they clumsy? Are they falling? Is this what's happening? It's like, no, they might actually have this. So they'll go through, how do you say it? Like flare-ups and remission. So they'll have good days and bad days, I guess might be a very simplified way of putting it, throughout their prognosis or throughout their disease or disorder. But thankfully, this subtype, being the most common, also has the best prognosis. So after a while, yes, they're gonna have their good and bad days with the knees, but at one point they're gonna be in remission after the age of 6 to 10, and so they may never have to deal with these flare-ups again. Excuse me. And our last one is going to be polyarticular. So this is going to affect 5 or more joints. So poly. Oh, okay. Sure. I'm pretty sure poly means whatever. Anyway, there's 2 forms. So there's going to be a rheumatoid factor positive and negative. This is also going to be symmetrical. But this is going to be crazy because of how much it impacts the individual, because it's not just large or small joints of like, oh, my knees, my ankles, my elbows. This can actually affect the cervical spine and your TMJ. So you know how people complain about jaw problems? We're talking about that, and that could be what do you call it, affected when someone has polyarticular. This one is also gonna, this subtype affects more girls and then guys. And this is the only JIA to present with nodules, which is going to be the little bumps that you're most likely going to feel on like elbows, tibial crests, or on their fingers. This again is not the most severe type, but it can become very severe and deforming. And so yes, that's not fun. It's not fun because of how many joints it can affect, you know? Pediatric, hi gamer, welcome on in. Tipa, hello. Hi Rick, how wow. Welcome in, gamer, welcome. I am just reading my notes yet again for the 4th time, 3rd time. I can't count. I'm losing count. Oh, guys, but that's fine. It's okay. But yeah, we're talking about JIA. So what are some of these symptoms? So arthritis. Persistent swelling, pain, and stiffness. They're going to complain about morning stiffness. This is just a really common thing that people with arthritis have. They're going to have limited range of motion, fatigue, fever, rash, delayed growth, and muscle weakness. And so how do we treat this? Oh brother, this sounds like a whole thing, but I promise we'll get through this pretty fast. So the goal is to put this in remission and or to control the arthritis, and really we want to prevent any joint erosion and any extra-articular symptoms. So we want to minimize the flare-ups and minimize the negative effects for this repetitive inflammation. So they go basically 4 routes. I wouldn't say 4 routes, I apologize. They go down the list of like, let's start with the basics and then progress from there. So they might start with NSAIDs, so you might have heard this term before, non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs. Such as ibuprofen, to reduce like the pain and inflammation. And if this is not working, they move on to the next thing, and they move on, yeah, like Tylenol. Yeah, they'll basically be like, you're good, gamer, you got a little joint pain, inflammation, take some Tylenol. You heard incest? NSAIDs. Oh, even the captions. Wait, no, actually, I don't think the captions picked that up. Okay, good. I'm like, did the captions say incest? Oh my gosh. NSAIDs, but I don't think it's picking up NSAIDs. No, it picked up the word. It picked up a completely different word. Don't listen to the closed captions. Anyway, I mean, don't read them. Anyway, so if that doesn't work, like Tylenol or whatever, they move on to this things called DMARDs, or disease-modifying rheumatic drugs like methotrexate, I believe. And this is something that's given orally every week, or it can actually be injected for those who have polyarticular arthritis or the systemic form of the arthritis, you know? And this is actually going to be used to slow down the disease progression and prevent that joint damage. But if these two are not working, we move up to corticosteroids. And for my health majors out there, you know how corticosteroid shots and injections are like the new hot thing that I feel like every patient has for like some kind of pain, like, oh, my back, my knee, my elbow. I've been getting corticosteroid shots, and it's very important not to consistently get this because the side effects of corticosteroids can mess up with tendon integrity, and so it might be doing more bad than good. This is really supposed to be used as a short-term control of very severe symptoms or flare-ups that the person's getting, but side effects other than, hey, your tendons are wasting away now, good job, gamer, is that you have weight gain, Cushing syndrome, osteoporosis, ulcers, GERD, skin changes, glaucoma, etc. So it's like, huh? What? So if these three are not working, then what's gonna happen is that they might have a TNF inhibitor. Unfortunately, I don't. Tumor necrosis factor might be the full word. And so this is going to help reduce, or it's going to help, what do you call it, with the inflammatory process, and again to keep up the joint integrity and go from there. But that's basically the 4 ways that we can help treat this VIA. Now let's move to my favorite. This is not my favorite. This is my most disturbing. AMC, arthrogryposis multiplex congenita. Yay! ANC, kind of like the movie theater, you know? Huh? And this is BRB watching stream by having a bot read CC. Please don't. I am the bot reading if it helps. Anyway, so AMC is a non-progressive, thank goodness. So it doesn't get worse. It's bad, but it doesn't get worse. Neuromuscular disorder. So what happens is that this is going to consist of severe joint contractures in 2 or more body parts or areas, muscle weakness, and fibrosis. The cause, unfortunately, is very unknown. I'm going to show you some spooky photos in a moment. I'll give you guys a warning. But basically what happens is that these babies who are not even born yet get these severe contractures where they're kind of just stuck and fixed in certain positions. You can even see from the photo here. Look at this, like, oh my gosh, wrist flexure contractures, this knee flexure, look, the club feet, the club foot, I guess. Like, that's no bueno. So the cause is unknown, but this is most likely due from the first trimester of pregnancy. And what happens is that it could be due to fetal akinesia, which means that the fetus does not move at all or not very much, so they end up with these contracted joints. And you end up with 2 kind of variations. So when the baby is born, they can either become a frog, or as we just learned, the word for frog was rana, so a frog-like variation, or a jackknife variation. Contractures, the pattern is going to go as followed. It's going to go pretty much up the body. So it's going to be the foot that's affected, then the hip, then the wrist. Oops, sorry, the pattern's broken, but it's going to be foot, hip, wrist, knee, elbow, shoulder. So really it's the foot, hip, and wrist are going to be the most commonly affected, okay? Really just more of the lower extremities than the upper extremities, with the exception of the wrist being included in there. So what are some symptoms? So they're going to have normal sensory function, but they're going to have decreased tendon reflex. So if we were like, oh, let me get the little hammer and hammer your knee to adjust your reflex, they might be hypotonic, or they don't have that tone for that. The muscle weakness, limited range of motion, the foot deformities, as we see right here, that club foot, the foot kind of curving in, and difficulties with mobility. Because imagine this is what the baby's position is stuck in. You think that baby's crawling anytime soon? You think that baby's walking anytime soon? No. His feet? I know, he was at the club, clubfoot. Hi Tazza, hi, welcome in, Gamer, welcome. Give me, yeah, okay. I was like, ooh, can I read through that? I'm like, no, that's like a little text. Anyway, so what can we do? Hold on, do I have, oh yeah, I do have photos. So what can we do? So we have approaches. They can, for this individual, they can have a medical approach or surgical approach or PT. So medical, we can help do some medical management to help improve their bone density. And there's very common medicine that's normally administered through IVs to decrease the frequency of fractures that they get. Surgical, we can go ahead and fix the little foot and do some club foot management through a surgical thing. We can address any hip dislocations. We could do some hamstring lengthening and capsulotomy? Oh my gosh. For knee flexion contractures. And we could do a patellar or like a kneecap realignment for knee extensions. For rehab though, family education, mobility assessment, stretching, splinting, strengthening, it's all gonna be pretty good. We're gonna do developmental and self-care activities. We're gonna do functional mobility training because this baby still needs to move somehow, some way. And then we're gonna make accommodations and provide assistive devices as needed. Education really varies from mild to severe. This baby is definitely going to require some good follow-up. Maybe talk about surgery. Get some PT involvement, especially after. Encourage independence from the baby and positioning. Alright, Cubs, so I'm going to give you a little countdown of maybe some disturbing photos that I will show you, Cubs, of what AMC really looks like on a real baby. We are referring to that frog-like and jackknife variations. Viewer discretion advised. It's not gory, it's not gruesome, it's just you would never think the human body can look this way, so it can be disturbing to some. There's a dog staring at me from my window. What the? What? So cute. Sorry. I'm like, whose dog is it? Anyway, viewers discretion advised. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here's some of the what do you call the clinical presentations at AMC. Again, lower extremities before upper extremities, but with the risk before the knee, which we gotta just learn the pattern. Foot, hip, wrist, knee, elbow, shoulder. Foot, hip, you would think it's a knee, but it's not, because we're gonna do wrist and then knee. Yeah, that'll help me, I'm sure. But here's the common variations of the frog leg. You can see it's frog leg because the hips are adducted and externally rotated. The knees are flexed. They do have the club feet, so their feet are kind of like supinated or turned in. The wrists are flexed as well. Poor guy cannot even relax. And there's some ulnar deviation, so the wrists go a little bit out as well. You're free from your meeting. Welcome back, gamer. The meeting was well. Soup legs? Yeah, basically. And jackknife is probably the most disturbing one for me. I'm like, you just flattened the baby. That baby's not alive, but this baby is alive. Jackknife is with the hips flexed, so this baby is so good with I don't know, the can dance. If they can move their legs up and down, they are an expert in getting that hip flexion and knee extended. They also have club feet, so the feet are turned in as well, and then the wrists are also flexed and ulnarly deviated. That poor baby, yeah. Some surgical stuff definitely has to be occurring with this one for sure. This one I think you get away with maybe some bracing or like the club foot management. This one, help. But yeah, that is AMC. We're gonna move on to what do you call it? Osteogenesis imperfecta, and we're on page 15 out of 59. So let's keep up the good work. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be done within the next hour. That's okay. We'll keep speeding through this really quick then. Even if I could get done by maybe 4, that would be also really good. Because again, I still would like to look at geriatric stuff. So let's talk about this. So what happens is that this osteogenesis imperfecta is also known as brittle bone disease, and it's an inherited disease which is going to basically cause a defect in collagen synthesis, which is going to cause those brittle bones. As you see, it kind of goes on a spectrum of how people can get affected and how they are affected. Like this person's standing, but a lot of these people are going to need wheelchairs and assistive devices, and like a lot of these are power wheelchairs that are going to get them going and moving around. So there's 11 subtypes, but really we just need to know 4, so we're going to go ahead and... So for brittle bone disease, we know subtype 1, which is the most common, where children are going to be delayed with their motor skills, but they're usually quite functional and can be ambulators, so they could be up and moving around and walking for at least household activities, is not more. At birth, the child's weight and length are going to be normal, but as soon as they start growing, they're going to really have like a smaller stature than their normal part, or their counterpart, sorry. They're going to have blue sclera, so the whites of their eyes are going to be more like a steel blue, a gray more likely, that's probably a better description. They're going to have a short stature after they're born. Their bones are going to grow a little bit slower. They have hearing loss, and it's like, what? Yeah, there's a bone in your ear, brothers. But they're gonna have hearing loss. That's another thing to like note about them. And then their bones are fragile, paper skin, paper bones, however the SpongeBob thing goes. And they're gonna have joint hyperlaxicity, so their joints are gonna be very moving, but you really don't want that. So that's type 1. So type 1 is pretty much, did they say it's the most common? Yeah, it's the most common. But how do you say it? There's bone? Brother, I'm about to, hold on. That was all cartilage? Oh, I'm sorry. It is. It is. Here, let me clarify really quick. Can I put it here? Brothers. It is all cartilage. But you have a bone in your ear, and because they have very brittle bones and whatever, the vibration that goes, or the noise that goes, or the beautiful voice goes in your ear. Yeah, it's in. Yeah, you have the state. Oh, sorry. Let me look at the labeling before I start saying this stuff. The malus, the stapes, the incus, and these vibrate. Little hammer, anvil stuff. Nice. Anyway. So yeah, that's gonna happen. Type 2 is very severe. It's really not compatible with life. So normally when these kids are born with osteoperfecta, they are either stillborn or they die during birth or very close to birth, unfortunately. For type 3, it's severe. It's going to be progressive deformity of their long bone. So look at this. This is an x-ray of a baby's leg. Or not leg, sorry. Their forearm. Gosh darn it. I'm sure you've seen what a normal arm looks like. It does not curve or bend in this way whatsoever. They're relatively straight bones, so when you start seeing this curvature and everything like that, it's a little wacky. But yeah, so what happens with this is that it's pretty severe. They're gonna have this deformity of bone. They're gonna grow and keep growing, and they're gonna end up with a lot of fractures because, again, brittle bone stuff. Their rib cage and spines, they often become very deformed, so they end up in this kyphotic posture. So think like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, like they're very hunched over because of their condition, and because of this hunched over and this pressure that they're putting on their lungs and whatnot, what's going to happen from here is that it's going to result in respiratory compromise. So they're going to have difficulties breathing, etc., etc. It's a little bit more than just a regular curvature. I agree. But yeah, this is scary. Horrifying, really. And then the subtype 4 is basically, they have a short stature, but for whatever reason, they're pretty okay. They're ambulators into adulthood. As soon as they become adults, they don't really get the opportunity to walk. Maybe they'll end up with a power wheelchair. But what happens with this type 4 and what makes it different from the rest is that basically they have a tooth abnormality. Again, your teeth are bones, something, dental, short and teeth bad, basically, is what subtype 4 is. So what are some of the symptoms that present with people who have a brittle bone disease? So again, that blue sclera, they may have deafness, easy bruising, excessive sweating, oh my goodness, and their teeth are bad, their teeth are weak, they appear discolored, So what do we do? Well, the only thing we could do at this point is to manage their symptoms, because there is really no cure for this. We can improve bone density, and this can also be administered through IV, as we mentioned earlier. We could do surgical procedures, and there's a numerous amount that we can do. But really what they like to do is they like to put rods in the back to help or not in the back, even in the extremities, the upper or lower, so it can help prevent that bowing that we saw from that x-ray. And so, you know, the bones can't bend if there's this rod that keeps them straight. And this can also be used to address fractures, and sometimes this can be used preemptively as well for the back, to help with any of the scoliosis or like kyphosis that we mentioned earlier. As for rehab stuff, we could do some functional training, so making sure they're still able to do stuff that is functional to them, so they can continue with their I wouldn't say activities of daily living, but being able to participate in society of the walking, getting around, the reaching, etc. Splints, bracing assisted devices can be beneficial. Family and child education, protective weight bearing and self mobility, very important. I know this is really crazy to think about, and this is something we'll emphasize probably more towards the end, because this was emphasized in the later units. But basically, I have to sneeze. Hold on. Nice. Anyway, so what happens is, to improve your bone strength and your bone health, basically, you need to be able to weight bear. So, kind of important to get them to do that, even though it might be difficult and they're kind of at risk of fracturing themselves. So, it's something you have to be super, super careful for. That's why it's saying this protective weight bearing. Thank you, though. Thank you. And hi, Carla. Hi, welcome. That was cute. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna have a sneeze counter. I'm gonna become the next Mokoko. You Google Mokoko sneezes, it's crazy. There's people who are keeping count on that. Anyway, promotes sensory and developmental skills, so sensory motor, management of scoliosis, the strengthening and endurance programs, and aquatic therapy. We talked about the benefits of how fun it is to feel like, oh, I'm so light in the pool. That can be very beneficial for this population. Here are the 4 types again. Type 1 is the most common, type 2 not compatible with life, type 3 very severe, and type 4 teeth issues. So now let's talk about some abnormal development. I know we kept seeing that foot curve in, and I kept saying club foot. Now here's the dedicated like section to club foot. Here you go. It's basically like it makes the foot into the C shape, and pretty much this can be in the intervention. If conservative like treatment doesn't work, like PT and whatnot, you can opt in for surgery, which is going to do like a tendon release and bone repositioning and a fusion to ensure that there's normal alignment, so the foot looks more like this. If you have the moment to not do conservative treatment, because surgery can be dramatic in its own way, you could do some serial casting, which sounds a little bit crazy, but basically you try to slowly but surely put the foot in the right direction by casting it. And I mean like a heavy cast. I mean like, well, maybe, I guess they don't do that anymore. Never mind, I lied. But they don't do the heavy casting, like, you know, when someone gets really hurt and it's like, oh, their arm and they can't move it, and it's this like cartoonishly like chunky white wrapped like case. I guess they don't do that for this one anymore. But basically just think of something like that that's gonna fixate the body to be in a certain position, and they're gonna keep changing the degrees slowly but surely. And that's gonna help, what do you call it, reduce that deformity, you know? Dylan, hi gamer, welcome on in, welcome. Types of owies, basically. You got brittle bone disease? Owie. But yeah. Healer mages? We love heavy castings. What is the meme? What is the, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Shadow Money Wizard Gang. Yeah. We love heavy casting spells. Alright, here. Yeah, Shadow Wizard Money Gang! Yeah! Thank you, gamer. So here's a real example of clubfoot. Kinda stinky. And here's the bracing that we do, and we change the degrees little by little so we can try to, like, get them back to where they need to be, you know? Hee hee. Ha ha. Ho ho. Let's talk about scoliosis! Yay! Scoliosis is pretty common. You or a loved one may have it. Smiley face emoji. Scoliosis, as you would imagine, is just basically a curvature in your spine. Yes, there are certain curvatures when we talk about lordosis and kyphosis. There are curvatures in your spine that are normal when you look at like a sideways view. That's gonna help with some of the excuse me, force that you get throughout your body. However, when you're looking not from the side but looking from the back, oh my gosh, what am I digesting? Sorry, that was gross. Sorry. Thank you for bearing with me. When you look from the back, the spine should be relatively straight, and I'm not talking about bamboo spine, which is a serious real thing where there's no curvatures even on the side of you. It should be relatively like this, right? However, with scoliosis, you can have a curvature, and this can affect you in various ways. So, for scoliosis, you are going to present with a curvature like this, and normally they get that angle called the Cobb angle, and that kind of defines the severity of it. There will be postural changes. Sometimes you might see someone kind of like slouch over to the side because there is an uneven shoulder, hip, or rib prominence. A asymmetrical waist can be observed. We can even see right here the waist being a little bit different. And there's different things we can go ahead and try to see what we can do for it. Luna says someone walks in with poor range of motion, but no need to direct them to a physician. I could fix them? Brother, that's gonna be my whole career. Oh, I could fix him. My whole life. Yeah, I could fix him. No, but in all seriousness, there's actually like it's becoming more popular, a thing called direct access, where people who feel like they have some musculoskeletal issue can be directly referred to like a PT, a physical therapist, and this is what we call like direct access. You don't need a referral from like your primary care physician anymore. You could just have the PT diagnose you and go from there, and obviously the PT has the right to be like, hey, I think you may have XYZ, but I can't formally diagnose you with like actual medical conditions. I actually do need you to see your physician and can refer you back over. So, I could fix them though. Maybe. I don't know. Wait till next semester. I can't fix anyone right now. Thank you so much for the posture check, gamer. Alright, let's speed run through this because we have about like a minute before an ad break hits. So, we could do the Adams forward bend test, where basically the child bends forward and we try to see if there's what do you call it, the asymmetry and rib prominence, and seeing how that levels up, and we're just trying to assess like, is there asymmetry? Damn. Anyway, for diagnostic factors, we can again do the Cobb angle measurement, which can be done by an x-ray. Diagnostic factors can be age, and the types, it depends. It could be idiopathic, so there's really no cause. It could be congenital, so something just related to birth, or neuromuscular, which is causing the scoliosis. For intervention, surgery is normally recommended for those who have more than a 40 to 50 degrees. So what does this mean? So, you know, if you make an L with your hand, that's like 90 degrees. Now make like half of that, and that's about like 45. And that's how much someone's spine is curvy in their back. So something like this is pretty dramatic right here. This would require surgery. And normally what happens is that there's a spinal fusion involved that's going to use to stabilize the spine and correct this curvature. Yes, you can also do physical therapy, depending, especially if it's like the degrees are not 40 to 50, and it can help improve posture, strengthening core muscles, and enhance flexibility. And bracing is going to be a huge thing, and that's going to be in adolescence. It's going to be recommended to prevent further curvatures during growth spurts. So normally you would see like a hacker. Hi gamer, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness, what? Yeah, we're talking about scoliosis. Boom. But welcome, haters. Hi, gamers. Oh my gosh. Gamer, wait, hold on. Let me give you a shout out. Welcome, haters. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the Gao and Nyanya. It's very nice to meet ya. I am fighting for my life right now as I do my third final out of 4. And it's been like day 6 of just, hey, let me just study. And so right now I'm like reading through doing like a review of like all the condition and notes of pediatric conditions. But this is really important because even though it's like pediatrics, kids, I'm not a kid. Well, kids tend to grow up, and I think scoliosis is probably like one of the more common things that you hear. So yay, we'll be going through more conditions like that. But welcome on in, welcome, and thank you Twisty for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness. But Gamer, I hope you had a really good art stream. If you have to rate and run, by the way, and this goes for both you and your community, absolutely no hacking worries. Just make sure to take care of yourself. Make sure to stand up and stretch for sure. Standing's good. Avoid those DVTs, deep vein thrombosis. Come on. No blood clots in our bodies, yeah? So make sure to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. But, Vantage, hi, welcome. Yes, hi, welcome. Just hi, welcome. Welcome. Too late, you already have that? No! Well, it's okay, because again, it can be like a birth thing, so it's fine. As long as it's not 40 to 50 degrees, it's deja vu. Look at finals, thank you so much. I definitely do need that, because I'm like, But like I said, I hope you made really good progress with your art stream and had like a ton of fun. Thank you so much for entrusting your community with me. I promise, gamers, for the gamers who are like, oh no, so I probably should have like prefaced this. I'm a variety streamer. It's just grad school comes first, so I have to do the studies and whatever. But I also play video games. I promise. Just wait for me later after Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm gaming. Thursday, I don't know because I'm Sonic Adventure. No, I guess I am. I'm watching the Sonic movie. And then Friday, I'm singing the variety baby. Don't forget to resub to Tipa too. Gamer, you're so sweet. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub for 41 Hohekimas. Thank you, Gamer. Thank you for the big Galmer number 41 Hohekimas. That's actually insane. Thank you for your continued support, the Sugar Bear. Thank you. Plus this Overwatch and study. You win a comp game, you get to study for an hour. Force improvement of both gaming and studying? Brother, I can't. I can't do it. I don't have the discipline. Plus, you know how wacky that would be? Maybe we implement the 60 minutes of study, 20-minute Overwatch game. Maybe we do that. Yeah? But no, and maybe in another time. I'm almost done with school, so it's fine. It's whatever. I would have implemented it maybe 2 years ago. That's okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and finish this up. I think this might almost be done. And we'll go ahead and take a little ad break. So around every hour we do a 3-minute ad break just because I don't want ads to interrupt anyone who is like not subscribed. And it also gives me a time to also take care of myself, to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something super duper yummy. So let's look forward to it. But yeah, if you're just coming on in, welcome. We are talking about scoliosis, which is basically the wacky bend in your spine pretty much. So we're talking about interventions, about if it's very severe, like again I was just mentioning to the cups, if you make like an L with your fingers, you know, that looks pretty like a right angle, right? And we know right angles are like 90 degrees, so imagine having that with your hands, fingers, your imagination, etc. And that's the amount of curvature. It could probably be like this, 40 to 50, and that's going to require some surgery. You can do rehab and you can also do bracing. But the bracing I heard is like very severe. Like you have to be like in the cast for like hours at a time. I think like you wear it all day except when you sleep, or you wear it when you sleep in a portion of the day. I don't remember it, but it was a very long time. But we'll talk about scoliosis again. It's idiopathic. It could be neuromuscular. Females are most likely going to be affected than males. The screening for scoliosis again is the Adams-Forward test, and the 3 factors that are going to define the severity of scoliosis is curve magnitude with the Cobb's angle, the riser sign, which I'm going to go ahead and look that up really quick, and the age of onset. So we have like the uneven shoulders, yes, the curve in the spine, the uneven waist, and the uneven hips. So curve magnitude, overall degree of the curvature in the spinal curve. We kept talking about the Cobb angle, so we can find it right here and calculate through here on the x-ray. And what happens from here is that depending on how bad the angle is, depends on what intervention we want to do. Less than 20 is observation, 20 to 25, or I guess 20 to 45, or 20 to 25 consider bracing, 26 to 45 bracing, 46 to 50 bracing and consider surgery, and over 50 definitely consider some surgery. For scoliosis, here we have the riser sign. So this is going to quantify the amount of ossification, so the bone growth right here on the iliac crest, to determine the further growth potential, and it goes by different grades. Age of onset is very important because obviously older children have been living a bit longer than their younger selves, and so there's going to be more skeletal maturity, and that's going to affect the prognosis of everything. We talk about bracing. We could talk about the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral orthosis, which is going to be our gold standard, but it's not really commonly used in the US, or the thoracic, lumbar, sacral orthosis, which is the most commonly used. So this is what people use when they have scoliosis. Oh, ad break. Well, goodbye, Cubs. I used to time to stand up and stretch, hydrate. Sorry. I definitely wasn't looking for the timer. My bad. All right, let's and take this raffle. Sorry. like music, audio, doko? Doko? Anyway, cubs, gamers, gummers. For your troubles, brother Gabo, you have saved my life. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the itty bitty bit. I appreciate it. The bit. Singular. Oh my goodness. Anyway, gamers, you know, tea emoji brother, you know? I actually just made tea. Is that crazy? Did you read my mind? What the heck? That's why it took a little bit longer. I was like, oh, one, because the break caught me off guard. And two, I was like, what if I make more tea? I have green tea with lemon right now. Very babyish, but long story short, my mom Bearcat visited me a billion years ago and had left tea bags in the fridge. I know, don't at me. I'm just telling you what it is. And then I finally looked at it the other day and I'm like, oh, I've been using these other ones, but you know, I never like bothered to get these out. Let me look when they expire. And they apparently expire maybe yesterday. They expire this month. They expire sometime this time frame, so I just been like chugging them. Not that I'm gonna die after it expires or anything like that, but I'm kind of like, oh well, you know, the flavor isn't as prominent. But I'm like, this must have been sitting in my fridge for a year because tea does not expire like that. No honey, brother, you're funny. I add honey and I add a little bit of sweet cream, and that is my go-to drink. As one cup said, this is the perfect bearcat drink because you get the bear with the honey and cat for the milk, and it's so cozy, honestly. Even if you're not a big tea drinker, I've converted a few friends to this and they're like, oh my gosh, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's one bit, don't go crazy. Okay, I won't go crazy. I'll go stupid. Ha 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 ha. Go whatever. Ha 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 ha. Thank you. I think maybe Eminem. Anyway. Big sips of this very hot tea. Anyway, if you're just coming on in, welcome. We did get rated, so thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it, and thank you so much for your patience for the 3-minute ad break. And of course, thank you so much for the welcome back. I do appreciate that. So we are talking about scoliosis, and we're talking about the different types of bracing that's used in scoliosis. We could go into this for a little bit more detail just because we tried to and we got hit with the 3-minute ad break. So let's go ahead and just read through this really quick. I'll show you the examples and we'll move on to our next condition. Right now we're on page 21 out of 59. I was hoping, as I mentioned before, that I would finish by 3 because right now I do live in East Coast time. And it's 2:19 p.m. And I did want to finish by 3, but it looks like we might be pushing more towards 4. I still would like to do at least a little bit of pomodoro with you cuz before I run to the gym, and I think life will be good afterwards, so let's do our best, okay? Okay! So yeah, so for scoliosis, that curvature in your spine, when we talk about bracing, because sometimes that will be more of an appropriate intervention, especially if the person or individual does not have like a huge curvature in their spine. We're talking again like 40 to 50 degrees difference. They have like less than that. We could go ahead and do bracing of one of two options, excuse me. So the first option is a gold standard. It is the cervical thoracic lumbar sacral orthosis, also known as the Milwaukee brace. This isn't really really common in the US because of its bulkiness and discomfort, and this brace really addresses those who have the curvature T6 or above. So let's say, and I know this might be a little let's say slightly below your nipple line and above, this is where it's really good at or excelling when it comes to, how do you say it, the scoliosis. But what's going to be most common of what you see, in America is going to be the thoracic lumbar sacral orthosis, or the TLSO. This is going to be the most commonly used, and this is going to address curvatures at T7 or below, okay? So, with that, this is the Milwaukee brace. So it's a little bit weird, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie to you. I could see why it's not common whatsoever, and why people, especially kids, adolescents, are like, yeah, I am not wearing this. Normally this can be something that you could put like a shirt over or a jacket over or something so no one sees, but it goes really high up, so not fun. And then here is the TLSO. So right here you have the bracing right here, and this is focusing more on like the below right here. And those are your two type of bracings that we like to use for scoliosis. Yay! Now we could talk about briefly foot malalignment. So we could talk in-toeing and out-toeing. So I know we love to talk about our knock knees and our anime girl positions, but I guess anime girls, or maybe your drawings when you're very young, you draw full body and like the toes are pointing out or the toes are pointing in. Same thing with the human body. So technically, there are some malalignments where someone's toes just point in. They don't point straight. They're not in a neutral position. They're either too in or too out. And being in can be for a variety of reasons. It could be maybe that the toes are just adducted or pointing towards the medial side. It can be more at the hip level, maybe or not at the hip level, I apologize, the tibia, and the tibia is turning you more in, so hence the internal tibia torsion. Or there could be an increase for more anteversion, so this is your femur now, your thigh bone, that is also slightly rotating, creating that toe in, or the toes pointing towards each other. Out-toeing is pretty much the opposite, and will have the opposite causes. External contracture of the hip, again, external is like pointing out, like think of like a penguin walk, the waddling with the toes pointed out. That could be because they're kind of stuck in that position with the hip. What's going to be rare is the thigh bone, or the femoral retroversion. They have external tibia torsion, so this is going to be again the tibia right below the knee, and it can also be for calcaneal valgus, which is going to be dealing with the heel, the heel bone right here, and how it's formed and how that's going to cause it going more outward. So that's me saying the same thing. Oh, that's a baby. That's a drawing of a baby. Whatever. Let's not talk about that. We can hold on. Let me before we get the picture. Okay. Anyway, developmental hip dysplasia. There could be different risk factors. So remember, I was like, did I say this wrong? It was not wrong. I just assumed the worst. So DHD was supposed to stand for developmental hip dysplasia. Steady. Two semicircles are gonna ruin my career right now. Anyway, so risk factors. So it could be due to a breech because of the delivery. This is going to affect more females than males. It's going to be affected because maybe the mom has had multiple births. It can also happen because of this is the baby's first time. This is a first birth, so there's no winning. Let's be honest. It could happen because the baby's very chunky and they're over 8 pounds, 8.8 pounds to be exactly, or sorry for my non-pound users, 4 kilograms. And we have it as the baby's been cooking a little bit too long in the oven. They should be born around, like, I think, 37 to 40 weeks, but this baby is now over 42 weeks old, and that's going to cause like a lot of complications for that. What happens with this developmental hip dysplasia is just the hips are kind of wacky. There's a test that we do that we could dislocate the hips and put the hips back in, and we're like, that's not normal. So what we do from there is from birth to 6 months, we can use this harness that you vaguely see here. And beyond 6 months to 2 years, we would do traction and surgery. Let me go ahead and... we're not doing that right now. Alright! Leg length discrepancy. So this is exactly how it sounds. Leg length discrepancy! Yay! So what happens is that one leg is longer than the other. So in this case, if I remember, because for me it's very hard to see when it's very minimum. I think this is the leg that's normal and this is the leg that's a little bit shorter. Hence maybe like the more tippy toe on. So this can be caused for different reasons of why your legs might be different. It could be idiopathic, so there's really no reason. They just don't know. It could just happen just because. Sure. It can happen to the hip dysplasia because, again, when the hips are getting dislocated and all this other wackiness that we had talked about briefly right above, that can affect how long the bone sits. It can happen because of scoliosis, and we saw that there's that imbalance with the hip and the waist. And imagine kind of having like your hip hiked in one position and not hiked the other. That's going to cause a leg length discrepancy. Trauma, such as fracture, or even genetic conditions can cause it. So we have some measurements, and I know it sounds very baby, It's like, centimeters, oh, it's whatever. Yeah, like if it's 0 to 2 centimeters of difference, they're within normal limits. I'm sure you cubs have heard not everything is very symmetrical in your body. Like there might be one thing longer than the other, but as long as it's within, at least for the legs, 2 centimeters, you're so good. 2 to 6, you might need an orthotic or a shoe lift, so we'll put like a little lift underneath, like a little extra, like, I don't know how to explain it, padding, I guess. But if it's anywhere between 6 to 20 centimeters, you will need a limb reconstruction, so you'll need to do some surgery because that's a pretty big difference. And then over 20, you're gonna need a prosthetic fitting, so that's a little bit wacky. So for the leg length discrepancies, we could assess it by doing some looking visually. We could look at bony landmarks, and there's actually a bunch down here, so I do apologize, I may or may not go over them, but like we take various measurements. This one I could talk about. We'll take it from like the belly button to the medial malleolus, so like down here. We'll take it from the belly button to like the mid patella, so we'll take it like right here on both legs, mind you. We'll take it from the middle of the patella to the medial malleolus, and then we'll also assess from the ASIS, so right up here on the hip, and we'll go all the way down to the medial malleolus, and that's how we're going to compare and measure for this leg length discrepancy. We're also going to assess skin folds, so you see how there's more skin folds here on this one leg than there is the other. And of course, we're going to assess standing posture, because again, if one person's a little bit tippy-toey on one leg and not the other, it's like, is this leg shorter and this is why you're making this up, and that's why a shoe lift would be like very beneficial to offer like a platform? We'll do the assessment of gait. We'll do the supine assessment, the prone assessment, the long sit assessment, and standing assessment. There's a cool thing about a foot posture index, so we could talk about that in-toeing and out-toeing business a little bit. And there's different ways to pretty much assess the foot that I will not go into in detail because we didn't even really focus on that. It was more like here's a cool resource if you need to look at a foot. What? Okay, moving on. What? But this is very beneficial for your arches and whatever. Like if you're like me with your flat feet. You can go ahead and assess this because apparently flat feet is pretty normal up until the age 2. But apparently it's gonna also be like presented until age 6. After age 6 and you still have flat feet, brother, I have no news for you. But we can go ahead and measure with that as well, and then they'll measure like, oh, I might be confusing it with the hip stuff. Never mind. Whatever you see here is whatever you see here. We didn't really go too much into detail, unfortunately. So I apologize, but this is a really straightforward examination for that. Genuvaris, this is how our legs are looking when I keep talking about the anime knee stuff. But this is the opposite. Instead of knock knees, this is like the bowing out. This is the only slide I have about it, so I'm just gonna politely scroll. Alright, we're on page 29 out of 59 now. And so now we're going to be talking about some stuff that is less bony and structural and more kind of just like, ooh, conditions again. So one of the ones that really sticks out to me is Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, or DMD. So you know how we talked about AMC, that one with the frog-like, or the frog posture and the jackknife posture, and we're like, wow, it's non-progressive. Unfortunately, DMD is going to be progressive. So whatever you have and you're like, wow, it possibly couldn't get worse, it does. It actually does get worse. DMD is an inherited disorder that's going to cause progressive muscle weakness and degeneration. This isn't something that you see at birth. This isn't like, oh, your kid is going to be born with DMD. This is something that's mostly diagnosed at the ages 3 to 7, and really that the onset of weakness is going to get worse over their lifetime. Most people who have DMD only live up until their teenage years, but there has been cases of people living up to their 20s and sometimes their 30s. So why does this happen? So it happens because of a genetic mutation. It's an X-linked disorder, which is going to really mainly affect young boys. Females can also get it too, as you would imagine, but it's mostly going to affect males. Because what happens is that if it's... So, I'm not a geneticist by any means, but the reason in this case, because it is an X-linked disorder, if a female has one good X and one bad X, they'll make it. But males only have one X, so if you have a bad one, well, you have the bad one, you know? How this happens because we could keep playing the gene game and getting the genetic table out and blah 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 blah. If DMD is recessive, a girl might be a carrier, so this girl proceeds, and she does have a good X, bad X, and she proceeds to have a child and whatnot. She still may be a carrier for that. And what may happen is if the guy is a carrier, and then they have this kid, then that's how this DMD happens. So that's a genetic mutation for DMD. Dystrophin deficiency, so this is going to be a protein that's going to be helping with muscle fiber stability. So if you don't have that stability, the muscles in very lame terms kind of crumble upon itself, and you have this muscle breakdown, and with the muscle breakdown you end up with muscle degeneration. And so without this, it's going to be causing damage and progressive weakening. We'll actually talk about this in a little bit. And as you would imagine, as you're getting weaker and weaker, and it's pretty much involving your whole body at this point, and your muscles and the stability of your muscles, you're going to have cardiac and respiratory complications. Advanced stages of DMD are often going to impact the heart and lungs, and that's going to lead to severe complications. So what does this look like? What does it look like to be, I guess, weak? So with muscle weakness, what happens is that there is a pattern. It's going to start with the neck flexors, so you're not going to be able to flex the neck or bring the chin down, and the abdominals, so that's really like helping supporting your core and even your back, and then the pelvic girdle. Excuse me. I think I choked on air for a moment because I didn't do anything different. But what is also going to happen is that mostly when this does start focusing on the muscle weakness here, more in like the I guess center, what happens is that eventually you're going to lose enough strength in the upper extremities. So with that, you're not going to be able to eat, handwrite, and difficulty is going to be very difficult. And one of the main things that they do is this thing called Gower sign. So Gower sign is like, okay, we're in a quadruped position. Sometimes you don't even get quadruped. It's like, hey, reach to your toes. Okay, can you go ahead and come back up for me? And what happens is that if a child needs to walk themselves up with their upper extremities because they don't have that strength in their abdominals, their pelvis, etc., this is not really a good sign. I know they like to use Gower sign as well if you have like low back pain, because a lot of people tend to like climb up as well. Like if they have low back pain, they're like, oh, okay, hold on, and they'll use their hands to do that. Really, but yes, we get muscle weakness, we get the special test, but one of the main things that I'm going to show you cubs in a minute again is that pseudo hypertrophy. This is a hallmark sign for DMD. So hypertrophy, let me move over here. Look, this kid looks buff, right? It's like, what do you mean some guy with muscle weakness, looking like his calves are massive and I work out, you know, something silly like that. So what happens is that, again, this is pseudo. Pseudo is a word that means fake or false. Hypertrophy is the muscle building. So this is a false muscle building, which is again a hallmark sign for DMD. What happens is that there appears to be an enlargement in the muscle, but it is without increased strength. And what happens is that because of that dystrophin deficiency, as we mentioned earlier, as the pathology of DMD, it's going to result in that structural instability, and the muscle fibers are going to die off. And when they die off, something has to replace that gap, right? So fat and fiber are going to replace it, and that accumulation is going to further break down the muscle, but it's going to make it look like, oh, that guy's buff, you know? Right, hacking weird. The extensors are going to be weaker than the flexors, so that's a fun haha. And lower extremity weakness is going to come before upper extremity weakness. I just want to emphasize that because I feel like the first beginning part was like, oh, their upper extremities go first. No. Their lower extremities go first, and then it's the upper. And then with that, they also have a compensated Trendelenburg's gait. So gait is how we walk, and so compensated is to make up for this weakness that they have, especially due to the pelvic girdle weakness. They're going to basically kind of lean off to the side or have like a model strut when they walk. And that's not on purpose, it's just because of this pelvic girdle weakness. Their hip adductors are not that great, so they're going to keep shifting and like lurching over to make that step and try to normalize their gait. So what things we have to monitor is their muscle dystrophy, their muscles wasting away and going away. the progression of weakness, the loss of range of motion, and of course, because all the muscles are getting affected, we want to also do some pulmonary functional testing. And I don't know if you cubs have seen this. Sorry, I'm like blocking it, but if you've seen this, this is something that you inhale to try to see where you are and how good, your lungs are. What happens with DMD is that you do lead to decreased lung capacity, ineffective cough, and poor ventilation. There are some fun outcome measures we could do, like a 6-minute walk test, which will be good when they're younger, but as soon as they get a little bit older, I know this sounds very unfortunate, but it's inevitable that those who have DMD are going to be ambulators for their full lifespan. I think around their teenage years they have to be in like a wheelchair of some sort, and most of these kids end up in power wheelchairs because they still have the cognition to move around and do everything. They're fine, they just end up with like a very bad body. A good mind but a bad body is probably the best way to sum that up. So for outcome measures, there's one particular for DMD, which is the Vignos Functional Rating Scale for Duchenne's Muscular Dystrophy, and pretty much it's a 10-point scale, basically being like, hey, if I grade you a 1, you're good, you could do anything without assistance. But 10 is that you're bedbound. Depending on how you grade yourself or how they are graded from a scale of 0 to 10, that will affect their outcomes. So loss of function, you're able to monitor milestones pretty early on, because again, I think once you hit 5, when we're talking about developmental milestones, you're good, like you completed all your milestones, good job if you were on task basically. But this can be diagnosed from anywhere between the ages of 3 to 7, but they're normally able to meet their milestones. Once they get diagnosed, they're kind of and then see by ages 8 to 12, they're usually wheelchair users. So the primary impairment of DMD is that it's going to have weakness because of the breakdown of muscles, and the secondary is going to be ankle, knee, and hip flexors contractures, so they're going to be kind of stuck in a certain position. Postural malalignment, because they may not be able to keep themselves up, they might get some scoliosis from that, and we talked about scoliosis just earlier before, that curvature in your spine. Osteopenia is definitely a thing they can have, because right now if they're kind of stuck in a wheelchair, they will not be able to weight bear and their bone will weaken because of that. It's going to go back to that principle of the use it or lose it. Secondary impairments can also include decreased respiratory capacity, cardiac dysfunction, easy fatigability, obesity, oral motor dysfunction, and impaired GI motility. I know this sounds like a crazy concept, but you getting around moving helps you, well, digest, how do you say it? Just moving in general and having that movement helps you poop better. Smiley face emoji. We talked about the downsides of corticosteroids as a medical management when we were talking about, I believe, juvenile idiopathic arthritis, but for corticosteroids, this is actually very beneficial for those who have DMD because it can actually delay the impairments and prolong standing and walking for up to 3 years, which is crazy. And because of that, that kind of goes in a chain reaction effect where, okay, if they can walk and stand, that's going to improve their strength, and that's going to improve their pulmonary function, and they're not going to have scoliosis because they're able to move, and then less chance for osteopenia because they're able to weight bear. Use it or lose it. Just like my... What is the FSA? Huh? Federal Student Aid? Huh? I hope that's not it. Huh? Anyway, not that. So I was like, brother, what? Anyway, just want to ensure those who have DMD are going to have like active participation. We want to keep them standing and walking for as long as possible, but we really have to anticipate that wheelchair use, because no matter how good our treatment is, no matter how good the medical treatment is, at the end of the day they are going to end up in a wheelchair, and hence the power wheelchair that I was talking about earlier. No go! Ichi, hi gamer, welcome! Yeah! Welcome gamer! Thank you so much for the tier. What's up for 48? Oh heck, let's wait gamer. 12, 24, 36, 48? Gamer! Thank you so very much for the 4 years of hacking support. It's a sugar bear. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Thank you. Welcome on in. Welcome. Hi, Nona. Hi. Welcome in as well. I am cramming for my final, so I do apologize, but I hope you're doing super duper well, gamer. Welcome. But this flexible spending account health related? Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, I was like, what? Anyway, for PT interventions for those with DMD or Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, we want to focus on their goal of participation. We want to make sure that they're able to still participate with friends and families to do whatever they need. Stretching and range of motion. We want to manage the equipment. We want to get them used to the wheelchair before they actually have to use the wheelchair, like mandatory. We want to focus on cardiovascular and pulmonary health. Aquatics, so there's no overexertion. I feel like I have to burp again. I'm sorry, Cubs. Family education. We want to prolong standing and ambulation, and we want to teach compensations. With that, we'll move on to pediatric oncology. So now we're going to talk about childhood cancers and really just give like a very general rundown for that one. Just to wrap up DMD really quick, we don't want to overexert them. Never. Thank you, baby metal. Sorry. But anyway, we never want to overexert them because that can put them at risk, and also we want to consider no eccentric exercises, no lengthening and whatnot, because of that muscle weakness that they have. We don't want to make their condition worse. But I hope the study is going well. Thank you, gamer. It is, thankfully. I'm like, we're almost there. 33 out of 59. Let's get to it. So actually, let me see. Can I sip my very hot tea? Yes. Let me take one quick sip and we'll talk about this in a moment. Okay. So for pediatrics oncology, very general, we want to understand that cancer is a very serious thing to be dealing with. And as a kid who's already going through so much, putting this on top of their plate as well, not that great. So we want to understand their growth and development and what stages they are in their life as a child. And we want to understand the psychosocial, emotional, and cognitive development that this is having on them. The immaturity of a child's organ system is also something that's going to play an important role in this treatment because their digestive system's not fully developed, so some of the treatments might be a little bit wacky. There is something that they call a 5-year survival rate. I'm so sneezy today. I don't want to be sick. If I'm getting sick, don't. I rebuke it. Bless you. Thank you. I'm dying. Maybe I'm allergic to something. It might be a turtle sneeze. Thank you. I'll twist it up. I'll start doing that. Pikachu. Thank you, though, gamers. Bless you. Thank you. So for pediatric oncology, we're talking about the 5-year survival rate. And so when we refer to that or talk to that, we're referring to how people quantify how successful a treatment is for cancer, or how successful someone may be to survive. So some late effects of cancer, as you would imagine, there is some mental stuff, the cognitive defects. There are at greater risk for cognitive defects, functional impairment, so maybe difficulties walking, standing, running, jumping, reaching, etc. And they may be more at risk for cardiovascular and pulmonary diseases. Let me go ahead and so here's some common types of pediatric cancer. So we have leukemia, so this is going to affect the bone marrow and blood forming tissues. So what happens is that the bone marrow makes non-functional white blood cells, so it takes up a bunch of space by being absolutely useless, or it's going to displace the other healthy leukocytes, or the white blood cells. There's two types. ALL, the acute lymphoblastic leukemia, is going to be the most common. It's going to affect mostly ages 2 to 5. Chemotherapy, maybe chemo for 2 to 3 years, and they have over a 90% survival rate. So the survival rate for ALL, great, wonderful, and it's the most common, wonderful. But unfortunately, there is another type of leukemia called acute myelocytic leukemia, or AML. This happens from people or individuals or infants who are age 0, so they're a few months old, to 2 years old. They can also go through chemotherapy, but unfortunately, because of how young they are and underdeveloped, this only has about a 63% survival rate. Signs and symptoms with those who have leukemia are enlarged lymph nodes, enlarged liver, and enlarged spleen. They may have fevers, easy bleeding or bruising, night sweats, and weight loss. It's very important to note that if someone loses, I think, like more than 10 pounds in a month, that's like a red flag. Lymphoma, so this is going to affect the lymphatic system, so the lymph nodes, lymphocytes, and basically just the immune system as a whole. There's also two types, the Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and really the treatment for both is chemo and radiation. And what happens is that lymphomas is just a painless enlargement of the lymph nodes. They're also going to have very similar symptoms when it comes to night sweats, persistent fatigue, fever and chills, weight loss, anorexia, and they're gonna just be itchy. Sarcomas, this is going to affect connective tissues, soft tissues, and when we talk about soft tissues, we're referring to muscle, fat, nerves, etc., and bone. So cancerous bones are weaker than normal, and because of this, they're susceptible to fractures. As you would imagine, this can end up going back to that conversation we're having earlier of like, why can someone limp? Or why would someone limp? And it could be due to trauma, and they could have a fracture. So, hey, maybe that's cancerous bone. They don't even know they have cancer yet. They have this fracture, and they're having this bone pain. This like combination of like this night pain and bone pain at night is definitely a sign of cancer. Like that's one like the big red flags we like wave around frantically, be like, oh my gosh, please refer out. So that's gonna be a thing. What's gonna happen is that there's different types of sarcomas, or this type of like bone cancer for kids. But if the kid is involved in sports and they have night pain, we automatically are like, yep, that's an osteosarcoma, which is a type of, again, bone cancer for the kids. There's also Ewing or Ewing sarcomas, but regardless of what subtype they have, the treatment's gonna be the same. We could do chemotherapy to shrink the tumor. We could do surgery to remove the tumor using limb-sparing techniques. And then we could also do chemotherapy after surgery. So, yay. The sign and symptoms are going to be a little bit different, as you would imagine. It's affecting bone and muscles and etc. So this is going to have intermittent pain that's worse at night. Swelling will be present. Decreased range of motion, so they're not able to move as well as they have before. And they're going to have altered gait patterns, so their way of walking is going to be a little bit wonky. It really just depends on what's getting affected, and this is assuming that we're referencing lower extremities, so our legs, or ankle, or feet, our toes too. I don't know if you guys have heard the importance of how, not saying your sarcoma is going to affect your big toe, but hey, it could. I don't know if you guys have heard like the horror stories about how someone's walking has gotten affected because they had to like amputate their big toe or something. I feel like in my experience as a student, I hear a lot about big toe amputation because of someone who has like unmanaged diabetes, and it's wacky. I'll never forget my time of when I was shadowing, and I needed to do my shadowing hours for grad school. I was in a hospital, and there was a patient who was, the patient was obese, like right, like it was probably the biggest person I've seen in quite some time, if not in a while, in person. And they needed 3 people to help lift them up from the bed to walk because they needed to do a little bit of treatment, but they had just came out of surgery. Not they didn't just come out, but they recently just had a surgery done to amputate their big toe, and so their balance is so off. It makes you really appreciate the little things like your toesies. Anyway, another kind of tumor, and I think this might be our last tumor type. We talked about white blood cells, we talked about the lymph system, we talked about bones. The last one, yes, it's gonna be brain and CNS, which is your central nervous system, which includes your brain. It's your brain and spinal cord, so there could be tumors in the brain or spinal cord. This is the second most common cancer, third in adolescence, and the tumors are often named by what cells are affected. So we have like the astromedullarblasts and the oh my gosh, I should probably say this all. I don't want to know. Astrocytomas, the medulloblastomas, and the ependymomas. These are the different type of cells that we can have that get affected. One of the most common brain or CNS system tumors that we have is this thing called posterior fossa tumor, So it's very common and it's adequately named by saying where it is. It's located in the posterior fossa of the brain, and this is near the cerebellum and brainstem, and we know the cerebellum, that little back portion of our brain, is going to be responsible for coordination and etc. So you would not be surprised when I tell you the symptoms. So the symptoms are going to be ataxia, so they're having wacky walking right now because they're unable to coordinate how they're walking. There is going to be some cranial nerve involvement just because of where some of the cranial nerves are located back there. Decreased cervical range of motion, so they may have difficulties with flexion, so bringing the chin to the chest, doing the opposite direction or turning head left or right. But one of the hallmark signs of one of the hallmark signs for the posterior fossa syndrome is cerebellar mutism. So basically, it is what it sounds like, or it doesn't sound like, but and basically they just lose the ability to speak. But I think it's temporary, so smiley face emoji. They also will present with headaches, as you would imagine. So signs and symptoms as well, in general, for anyone who has this kind of tumor, is that they'll have headaches. Vomiting is probably the biggest surprise, and I felt really bad even in the PowerPoint presentation. They're like, I didn't know my kid had cancer. I just thought my kid was sick with like the stomach flu. I didn't associate vomiting with brain tumors or brain cancer. And I don't think anyone would, you know what I mean? That's not like really a common thing, but unfortunately that's not a common association, but it is a common symptom of those who have a brain tumor. So headaches, vomiting, vision issues, speech and hearing changes because of how it's impacting the brain and brainstem, and unsteady gait, so getting back to that ataxia, unusual sleepiness, and just general weakness is going to be affecting it. Sorry, to continue on with the posterior fossa syndrome, the list goes on of drowsy, irritability, low tone, hemiparesis, so half the body is paralyzed, and cognitive changes. So really, what do we do? For medical management, there's a lot that can be done with those who have cancer. It's really important to know what stages that they're in. Stages 1 through 4 is how we categorize the cancer typically. 1 being, yeah, you have cancer, and stage 4 being like, yep, this is the worst prognosis. Surgery is going to be pretty common depending on what it is, especially if there's a tumor involved, so we can get rid of that tumor. And this is really important for PTs to know, because what happens is that we can help identify cancerous and healthy tissues. We could do some radiation, and it's really important to know if a person is going through radiation, because they might end up with fibrosis, and what happens with that is that you need some stretching. Oh my gosh! Patrick, are you good? Oh my gosh! Pediatrics says, I have a super fun condition called trigeminal neuralgia, and that gives me all sorts of fun issues, but as of now, no tumor, so that's good. Gamer, so to my understanding of that condition and what I remember, that is, there's another name for that, and a lot of people mentally cannot live with that condition, and that's not for me to be like, oh, this, but I've heard many people going through issues, so I hope you're okay, gamer. I understand it's very painful, so really quick, not to make you like a subject or anything like that. So Cubs, we were talking about cranial nerves earlier when we were talking about the brain stuff. Trigeminal is I believe the 5th cranial nerve, and what happens is that this gives innervation to our face, and it's kind of divided. So if you put like a cool wacky 3 fingers coming out of coming out from your ear and you spread your fingers wide, that's basically kind of how the pathway goes for the innervation, and it innervates like the forehead, it innervates the nose area, how do you say it? Maxillary, yeah, and then it goes to the mandible or the jaw. So I'm kind of like, oh. So for some people it can be very painful, and there's a lot of people who, again, like I mentioned, can't get through with it. So I'm just like, oh, that's crazy. I think it's a relatively rare thing too, so that's why I'm like, what? I hope you're getting the management that you need for sure, gamer. Yours is just, it can be degenerative? Oh, I'm so sorry, gamer. Which is super fun and it causes gnarly migraines. I hope you have a nice dark room. I hope you have your little ice pack. I hope you have your little comfort zone. But I understand, like, I must be like an absolute pain in the butt. I hope there's triggers for it. How about that instead of it coming on randomly? Big smiley face emoji. But holy heck, I do hope you are able to get that all managed and livable, and I do hope that there is some news that comes out of it, because I'm pretty sure there's a big push to trying to see what can be done for that. Yeah, just cranial nerve wacky stuff. But yeah, sorry, going back, for cancer, basically, radiation, chemotherapy, it's going to be really important if we know if a person is going under chemotherapy, because there might be a type of agent or medication that they're on, which can potentially give them peripheral neuropathy, which is something that is basically like the loss of sensation on like the hands and feet, etc. And this can also impact their cognition, so they might have like a lot of brain fog, and this can be referred to as like chemo brain. Transplants can also happen, so bone marrow stem cell transplants can also happen, especially for those when we're talking about like the white blood cell stuff from earlier, or the leukemia. As for interventions, it just depends on what you want to do, but for always consider your equipment and lines, modify activities based on good days and bad days, monitor your vitals and plans, and then with leukemia, this is the things you should do basically, or consider: bone pain, peripheral neuropathy, encourage aerobic activity, and understand there might be a risk of osteonecrosis. Lower extremity sarcoma, you want to do gait training with assisted device and avoid high pack and high torsion activities, so twisty activities. And for brain tumor, we want to assess the risk for posterior fossa syndrome. There is a physical limitations due to cancer. I'll briefly go over it, but it wasn't really a main focus. Pediatrics says very rare and more often found in women, so for me as a male it's ultra rare, and also to be degenerative. I have a decent management path right now. Nerve stuff is always wild. No, you're so good. I know this sounds like silly, maybe, I don't know. I really actually enjoy when cubs tell me what they have. It's like, I have depression. I'm like, okay, don't tell me that. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. More physical conditions, please. But I've had cubs tell me very interesting stuff, or like when we study, it will come up and they're like, hey, I have that, and I'm like, what do you mean you have that? Like when we were studying about, oh, I forget what it is. It was one of like the musculoskeletal conditions, but it was like Charlotte's oh my gosh, Charlotte's tooth syndrome. And you would think it's like, oh, dental, that's weird. No, it's something related to the foot. And someone's like, I have that. I'm like, you what? You what? I had a cub recently also tell me about another condition that wasn't one that I've learned. So I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I would have never imagined. Obviously, it's well, not well. I don't really have a face to put to the name exactly, and I don't really have the means of like being like, oh, cubs, I see you. You know what I mean? And obviously there's some stuff you can't see. I can't like look at you and be like, yep, he has neuralgia, which is still insane to think about, so please excuse me for laughing. I'm just like, that's more of a like a shock laugh, if that helps. But no, I do appreciate it. I would want to know, so thank you, and I'm glad that you're getting the care that you need. I do hope they do find stuff about it in our lifetime, you know? Don't worry about it. Worries. Anyway, so leukemia. So physical limitations for cancer can be due to leukemia and lymphocytes, and this can end up with a variety of issues. I actually think I'm going to go ahead and skip this for time's sake. I know it's like, what I think is more important is the lab values. So when you're dealing with cancer patients, you want to assess your lab values, and more specifically, we want to assess the platelet, white blood cell count, and the red blood cell count. So for platelets, if it's over 20, or if it's under 20, I can't read. You don't want to do any aerobics. 20 to 50k platelets, it's going to be light, and over 50, they're good. They can actually do resistance, so it's a-okay. White blood cells, if it's under 5k and there's a fever present, don't do it. They are sick. A white blood cell count too, that's low. They're trying to fight off an infection and it's not even there, and a fever. No. We might exacerbate some of the symptoms, and we really don't want that. So over 5K, excuse me, is good. If they have that, they can go ahead and proceed with like rehab. And for red blood cells, if it's under 8, bad. But if it's over 8, good. So yeah, that's all you need to know. I kind of memorized this. There's some wacky things of like, fine, China plates are expensive. So yeah, would you pay 20K? Or like you would pay like 20K for China plates, right? So it's like, yeah, I would do that. So I was like, oh, okay. So I keep that like weird, I wouldn't say it's a mnemonic, but like a little memory thing. They'd be like, oh yeah, these plates are very expensive. Under 20, no go, no deal. Over 20, yeah, okay, got it. So let's talk about spinal muscular atrophy. That one condition I told you the cub had told me about, but it wasn't necessarily like related, like it didn't run into my thing. I was just very like, oh, you have this? Or like some variation? That's, ooh. Anyway, ooh, one moment. Oh, sorry. I'm like, ooh. Anyway, so spinal muscular atrophy is going to be a very quirky condition where basically there's a degeneration of the anterior horn cells with progressive weakness. So basically, I wouldn't say it's DMD, but I know some people can definitely make comparisons to it because of it's a progressive thing where the motor or the functioning is decreasing as you age. This is the second most common group of fatal recessive diseases after cystic fibrosis, which we'll talk about later when we talk about the cardiac and pulmonary system of kids, but there's no cure yet for SMA. What happens is, it is also a genetic disorder, hence fatal recessive disease. And what happens is that basically there's a mutation or a deletion of this gene called SMA or SMN1, which is survival of motor neuron 1, and that's going to be, well, crucial for the survival of motor neurons. So basically, hey, motor again is your movement and whatnot. So hey, if you have a deletion or mutation in that, you're not going to be able to move as well. So that's kind of wacky. So it can be some kind of genetic hiccup, it can be inherited, or it could just be, hey, you just never had the protein to begin with, and that's going to lead to that degeneration and that muscle weakness and atrophy. The symptom presentation goes as follows. There is going to be symmetrical weakness of skeletal muscles where the legs do get weaker than the arms. It does work proximal to distal, so working from the center and out to the extremities. And the neck, trunk, pelvis, and shoulder girdles is going to demonstrate the greatest weakness when we're talking about that proximity stuff. Have a great stream. Thank you, gamer. You too. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for politely lurking. Appreciate it. You are going to have progressive wasting of voluntary muscles. You are going to be hypo or areflexia, so you might have low tone or no reflexes at all. So if we like, again, bang your knee against a little reflex hammer, you would either have like a very small response or none at all. Hypertonia, low tone. You might have tremors or involuntary twitches, the fasciculations. You may have feeding difficulty, impairment breathing. You may have contractures and scoliosis. And unfortunately, this is all motor related, all body related. Your brain, you're good. You have normal intellect and sensation, but everything else is actually just hacked. So there's different types of it that I will go over in my little chart. Yay. So there's 4 types, but we only focus on 3. We have type 1, which is the infantile onset, which is typically from 0 to 4 months. It's rapidly progressive, it's severe weakness, and the mortality of this individual is really going to depend on the aggressiveness of treatment, the respiratory support, and the therapeutic approaches, because if it's left untreated, typically they die between the ages of 1 to 10. These people are considered non-sitters. These people have significant issues with breathing and swallowing, and that really what defines a non-sitter is that they're unable to have the ability to sit without assistance. We talked about developmental milestones earlier, and we had talked about, I believe, I think it was 5 months, we were saying that they're able to sit up, but they have to be propped up with their arms. Yeah, these kids cannot even prop themselves with their arms. They need like an external assistant. Muscle twitches of the tongue are common, and we looked at a video last time where basically someone stuck out their tongue, and you could see their tongue twitch was kind of like, oh, weird. Oh. But yeah, for our interventions, we want to focus on range of motion, strengthening. We want to position them to maintain flexibility. We want to wedge for position because we want to make sure that they have the ability to move around, so they don't end up with pressure sores. We want to work on respiratory care, and we really want to work on developmental activities. We want to help them be able to sit up, but we want to be able for them to, you know, bring their head up. We want to help them with that kind of stuff so they're able to, well, function and develop, and of course getting outside of that like C position or hunched over positions and help them with the respiratory. For them especially, assistive devices will be very beneficial. Now let's talk about type 2, the childhood onset of SMA. So this is typically diagnosed between 6 to 12 months, and this is initial progression that's gonna, well, progress over the years, but very slow. This is gonna lead to moderate to severe weakness. These people are sitters. They have delayed milestones, but hey, at least they could sit. They can also even stand, but they might not be able to ambulate without support from like an assistive device or a bracing. Fatigue is still going to be pretty significant with this population. We're pretty much going to do the same thing as we did above, but we can incorporate aquatics, and we can encourage standing between the ages of 12 to 18 months. We talked about 12 months or 1 year being the time where people are able to walk. Again, this population, this type 2, may not be able to walk, but they will be able to stand, and that's what we really want to hope for. As long as they get it within this period, they have a really great prognosis. Anything later, it's not looking too good, Chief. There could be early fittings for KFO, so the knee, ankle, foot orthosis. So we see one right here, getting an early fitting to help promote that standing. And supported walking along with mobility. We do want to keep focusing on that respiratory care. And, you know, honestly, because of everything that's happening, they may not be able to move or get up around. They're also may be prone to scoliosis, so we want to manage scoliosis with like a corset up into the ages 10 to 12. It just kind of depends on the individual. And last but not least, for the SMA, we want to talk about juvenile onset. So this could be within 1 to 10 years where they're diagnosed. It's a slower progressive. This is a more mild impairment. So, not as bad as the first or second one for sure. These people are considered walkers. So the first type is non-sitters, the second one is sitters, and these are considered walkers, type 3. So 50% of the people who have SMA type 3 are able to retain their ability to walk past age 12. There is tongue twitching in about 50% of them. And really the most common impairment is going to be a lower extremity weakness and fatigue. For exercises and interventions, we will continue to exercise to improve range of motion, strengthen endurance, provide an assistive device, and help them with transferring and mobility training. So help them if they want to transfer from supine or laying on the bed on their back to sitting, or from sitting to standing, those kind of transfers. Okay? From there, we'll go ahead and talk about spina bifida. We're now page 41 out of 59. We got this, gamers. However, it's already another ad. What? So yeah, we have another ad that's coming up right now, so we'll go ahead and skedaddle. We'll use this moment to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy. I'm gonna go ahead and harass baby Peace. I didn't tell you Tubbs, but he was very eepy when I harassed her. I'm like, this is the most disgruntled I ever seen you. I'm sorry for even waking you up, but I was just passing by. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. So yeah, let's go ahead and use this time to take care of ourselves. I can't believe it's already been another hour. 3 hours of straight up yapping? That's crazy. But hopefully within this next hour, a lot of this should do my, hopefully, because now we're getting closer to the material that we had recently talked about. And I feel like even the most recent stuff is not like super difficult. So let's go ahead and do our best to do that. And then hopefully, around 4 o'clock, I suppose, we'll move over and we'll do our pomodoro sessions. Again, even if we could squeeze in like 1, I'd be super happy. So let's do it. Let's get her! Tipatara! Thank you for the tipatara! Tipatara! Tipatata! I'll see you cubs in a little bit. The ad is going to play in 15 seconds. There might be a small delay. I'm just going to go ahead and use that as a little extra time. So, tee haha, ho ho. I'll see you cubs in about 3 minutes, okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Yeah. Alright, Cubs, hello. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. We are back, and we are back talking about spina bifida, so I guess I do apologize. Woohoo! Woohoo! But I do want to say really quick, little puppy, thank you so very much for the follow. I'm so sorry I missed you 3 minutes ago! But thank you so much and welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome, welcome, and thank you so much, guys, for the welcome backs. Let's go ahead and get started as we bum rush 18 pages together. How about that? Wow! First tip of speedrun. Definitely not the last. But yeah, let's talk about spina bifida as we continue our long overdue reading of all the pediatric conditions we learned in the year. So spina bifida is the failure of the neural tube to close primarily in the thoracic, so here in the ribs, lumbar, lower back region within the first 30 days of conception. So right here, this is this baby's, oops, you can't see my thing. So thoracic, lumbar right here, thoracolumbar. The neural tube, when the brain and the spinal cord are developing, what happens is that neural tube does not close within that first 30 days of post-conception. And so you end up with basically like the leftovers remains of the spinal cord, like right here. So it's a very sensitive spot, as you would imagine. So what are some causes of spina bifida? It can be genetic. It could be too little maternal folic acid. This is why when someone is pregnant or a mother is pregnant, they're always like, oh my gosh, take folic acid supplements. But you know, sometimes when people are pregnant, they don't know that they're pregnant, or it's a little too late to know that they're pregnant, or it can be worse. What is the pregnancy that you don't know that you're pregnant and then you give birth, like you put the baby in the toilet because you thought you were just constipated? Yeah. So sometimes people don't know that they're pregnant. Also, what can cause spina bifida is the maternal use of valproic acid, and this is a medication used for seizures or for mental illness. Comorbidities of those who have spina bifida can be pressure sores, as you would imagine. Can't lay on your back too much. Awful. Cognitive deficits, because this is your brain and spinal cord, a part of it right here. Obesity, because you're probably not up and moving. Osteoporosis, because you're not up and moving and putting that weight bearing. And hydrocephalus is going to be the big thing where you have that fluid coming to your brain. There is some prenatal and postnatal testing. Postnatal's MRI, prenatal's everything else. We could do an AFP test, or maternal alpha fetoprotein test via the aminocentesis. We could do a fetal ultrasound and do a repair, and you could do that because spina bifida, you can detect relatively, I would say early, but I guess this is still like the middle of your pregnancy, because again, you give birth around 37 to 40 weeks, so around 20 to 25, you could be like, hey, your kid has spina bifida, we're gonna perform surgery on your kid while they're in your womb, which is a crazy concept, but hey, I'm not a surgeon. And then, really what can help as well is that if you deliver your child through a C-section rather than the birth canal, so yay. What? I know, right? Crazy. Hi, Big M. Welcome, 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 welcome. That's an amazing thing, right? It's fun to think what the medical field has done in advance, but it's really crazy to be like, yep, there you go. But yeah, so we have different types of spina bifida. We have spina bifida occulta, so this is very asymptomatic. You would basically never know you have this until you have like an x-ray, basically. Normally, but if there is any visible sites of it, because occulta is like Latin for like hidden or something like that. They actually might have a tuft of hair or maybe some hyperpigmentation, or where this like ball would be, basically. So if you have a random tuft of hair on the back, oh brother, no, I'm just kidding. But that could be signs and symptoms of that. They may have tethered cord syndrome, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and they may have recurrent urinary tract problems. But there's no neuromotor, or sensory problems. They just, well, have spina bifida, but no one really knew because it's asymptomatic, but here are like the two main symptoms. There can also be lipomeningeal oh my gosh, excuse me. This can be like a fatty mass in the lumbar sacral region, so like right low back going towards the hip. This can actually affect the bowel and bladder and cause like a lower leg or foot disorder, and that's going to be caused due to the tethered cord syndrome as well, which again, we're all going to talk about in just a moment. So babies who have spina bifida, what are they most at risk for? So hydrocephalus is going to be it, about 90% of cases. of those who have spina bifida are also going to have hydrocephalus. What is hydrocephalus? It's going to be an overproduction of CSF fluid, or cerebral spinal fluid, or basically brain juice. And this can happen oh my gosh, sorry, I'm like stuttering. This is caused by the enlargement of the ventricles, or basically like the little pockets in your brain. And if these pockets are getting overfilled, then it's pushing your brain tissue. And what happens with that is that there's like less cortical tissue to work with, or less brain tissue. So sorry to those, you don't have as much brain power, I suppose, is a very casual way to say that. But this could be fixed. This is just saying this is like a very temporary swelling, and what happens is when the baby's growing and developing, it can cause decreased cortical tissue or brain tissue. So the obstructive of CSF can also be referred to as the Arnold-Chiari malformation, and we'll talk about that in just a moment down there. Those who have hydrocephalus can have signs and symptoms such as sunsetting eyes, which is why we have this really intimidating baby picture right here. Sunsetting eyes is just as you see. The baby's just looking down. Think of the sunset. You're drawing a beautiful sunset. We've all taken art school. We've all taken art in school, elementary. They tell you to draw like a sunset. You do it. Got the horizon right there. You got the sun in the middle. That's basically the equivalent of sunsetting eyes. Baby peas, sunsetting eyes. I don't think I've been trying to like replicate on my model. I cannot. Goodness, sorry, but that's what they have. Or they can have a bulgy anterior fontanelle. So this is basically saying their forehead's chunky. They can have a chunky forehead. So 80% of this requires immediate surgical repair within days after birth, and this can be done through a shunt. And what happens is that there's a malfunction with the shunt. It can lead to vomiting, redness along the shunt site, sunsetting eyes, headaches, being lethargic, irritability, and nystagmus, which is when the eyes shake. So Arnold-Chiari malformations, which is what I said we were going to talk about. This is a structural defect where the cerebellum, which is what we talked about earlier, in the back of the brain, and the brainstem are actually displaced through the hole in our skull, and the hole being the foramen, which means hole, magnum, which means big, like, you know, the meme of my... Okay, anyway. So this is a normal picture right here, and this is one who has a malformation. As you see, the cerebellar and the brainstem are going through here, and that's no good because you see how it's pushing on the spinal column and the spinal cord. As you would imagine, that would cause some issues. And so with that as well, other than pushing on your spinal cord, it's also disrupting the flow, as we can see kind of here in the blue as well, of the cerebral spinal fluids, and that's going to cause some neurological symptoms. Diagnosis is only available through MRI, as you would imagine, and surgical procedure is what needs to be done to fix this. Tippa, brother, it was right there. And tender cord syndrome is what we had mentioned with the occulta and the lipo condition. This is going to be when the spinal cord adheres to the site of the occlusion. So what happens is that, hey, the spinal cord is attaching to the spina bifida area? That's crazy. Tethered cord is going to end up causing it to stretch, and it leads to pain, weakness, and loss of function as it grows. The stretching can also result in changes with your back, so you can end up with scoliosis. I feel like that's our popular word for today, scoliosis. It can affect gait. Gait is our second most popular, or the way that you walk. Bowel and bladder function, deep tendon reflexes, increased tone, decreased strength or sensation, and can of course lead to some back and lower extremity pain. So symptom presentation is that people with spina bifida, they have a decreased strength and function below the level of the lesion. I'm trying to think of an example, like basically, I don't know, my milestones and dermatomes off the top of my head. Let's say you have a really, well, no, spina bifida is pretty low. No, but they're gonna hate me. Anyway, let's just say like the level of like your legs. Pretty much if you have the spina bifida like right there, anything below that doesn't work. anything above works. So if you have spina bifida and it's like right cut off at your legs, well, your hands, your fingers, your elbows, your shoulders will work, but everything down below, it's not that great. Again, it's decreased strength and function. It's not paralysis. We're not talking about being like quadriplegic or anything like that. It's just there's an imbalance with that kind of stuff, and you might end up a little bit more like flaccid in the legs. Sensory, there might be a lack or decrease of sensation below the level of the lesion. Musculoskeletal, you might be prone to or may already have a hip subluxation or a hip dislocation, and you may have that club feet that we were talking about earlier where the foot is curved in or that making that C shape. Neurologically, we talked about hydrocephalus, the Chiari tube malformations about the brainstem poking through that foramen magnum, and the tethered core syndrome of where it's stuck, or doing that adhesion. As you would imagine, because we're dealing with the lower spinal cord, we are going to have some bowel and bladder dysfunction, so maybe some urinary or fecal incontinence, cognitive processing impairment, so they end up being like chatty. There's this word that they used in the PowerPoint, but it was like bar behavior or something like that, and I'm like, what? They may have visual or perceptual issues, so they may have nystagmus or strombosis, so that's basically either like a lazy eye or the eye shaking. See, yeah, oh my gosh, strabismus is the cross side, nystagmus is the involuntary movement of the eye, and then we talked about this already. Alright, now we're gonna move on to intellectual disabilities, but let me go ahead and catch up with chat really quick. Hi Steph, hi, welcome! Gao! Hi gamer, welcome on in, welcome. Pediatrics says, I totally jinxed myself and you got a migraine, so you're gonna go into your sensory deprivation hidey hole? Your closet of dark. No, have a good stream, thank you gamer, I hope you feel a ton better. I hope you could kick that migraine's butt and be like, yep, I only had to be here for a few minutes in comparison to a few hours. But have a good one, maybe take a nice nap too. It's still pretty early, won't mess up your sleep schedule. Or I hope it won't. And thank you gamer. So now we're gonna move on to intellectual disabilities. So what happens is that this is someone who has significant limitations in, well, intellectual functioning. So if we had to do an IQ, these are people who have maybe like a 70 to 75 IQ, while the normal is 90 to 110. I feel like IQ is so talked about, but I don't think I've ever had like an IQ test done ever in my life. So I'm kind of like, I would be so curious, not to be like, I'm so smart and brainy, but I would be like, I hope I'm normal. Please. But those who have intellectual disabilities, the low IQ can be done for several reasons. It could be due to Down syndrome. It could be due to fecal alcohol syndrome, so the mother who was pregnant was drinking at the time, and that affected the brain development of the child. Fragile X syndrome. We did talk about this with, I think, autism or sensory processing disorder, but I would like to how do you say it? Hold on. Let me go ahead and like try to define it. So Fragile X syndrome is a genetic disorder that causes intellectual disabilities, developmental delays, and behavioral issues. So yeah, you know what's really interesting, oh my gosh, my English. What's interesting about Fragile X syndrome is, yes, it is that combination of stuff, but what I do recall from it, what I'm going to read to you cubs now, is that they have physical characteristics. So people like this tend to have long faces, large ears, a prominent jaw and forehead, and flat feet. So I'm just gonna pick a drawing, okay? I'm just gonna do it. But apparently they look like this. So if you know someone like this who's giving you some issues and maybe a little too silly, then you might have Fragile X syndrome. Anyway, I took one as a part of my ASD assessment. I don't remember how much I got. Well, it must have been good because they would have told you if you did bad, right? Oh no. You're like, oh no. There's some real kid examples here, but they all look like normal kids, so I feel like a little bad. I'm like, these look like normal kids. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they may have behavior issues or intellect issues, but these look like normal kids. But they have the characteristics of prominent jaw, long face, big ears, and I'm not gonna bother looking at their feet, but they apparently are supposed to have flat feet, so okay. Anyway, intellectual disabilities can also be due to environment. So as you would imagine, some severe psychosocial deprivation. There's been some awful stories I've encountered, thankfully not personally, but you know, like you've heard on the news. And substance abuse can also cause like a drop in IQ, you know? Considerations is basically include the integration of verbal and or sign language. So you can't just tell a kid to do something. You should probably also like sign it, like try to get multiple sources to make sure they understand it in multiple ways. You do want to allow the child a choice so they can prevent learned helplessness. So how that works is that you give the child an option of like, okay, Andy, smiley face emoji, do you want to play with the blocks today, or do you want to jump rope? Which one do you want to do first? And it's like, I want to jump rope. Okay, we can do that. All right, and you know, you go from there. You're not just like, okay, child of mine, for the next hour we are doing XYZ, good luck, have fun, peace sign, you know? Yeah, the big ears does look prominent. Apparently that's a big characteristic for Fragile X syndrome, so the more you know, cubs. But yeah, so schooling and difficulty generalized learned skills, or difficulty with generalizing learned skills, have to be practiced at home. Yeah, it's cool that your kid is learning so much in rehab, but we need to reinforce this knowledge even outside the classroom to make sure that they can, well, adapt the way that they need. Some behavior modifications for some considerations are positive reinforcement. So we could do some rewarding stuff. We could give them food, sticker, toys, praise. We could provide music or have them watch a video. Negative reinforcement is to encourage behaviors by removing the unpleasant. So if a kid's not doing what they're doing, it could be like, I'm gonna take away your phone because that's all you're focused on and we're supposed to be jump roping. Punishment, this is not anything that we do as therapists. Corporal punishments is like if you spank a kid or something like that, and obviously we don't want to do that, but hey, I am not one to tell someone how to raise their kid of whether they should spank a kid or not, but I will just stare at a very safe distance. But really, at the end of the day, you just want to replace unwanted behaviors with socially acceptable behaviors. And so with that, we'll move on to Down syndrome. Hi, team. Hi, welcome, gamer. Howdy, folks. Howdy, gamer. I hope you've been doing super duper duper well. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. We're just speed running our stuff, so don't mind me. So Down syndrome, we feel like we just talked about this really recently, but Down syndrome is a genetic disorder resulting from trisomy 21. You can get diagnosed pretty early by multiple means. Down syndrome has a very particular characteristics to it, similar to that Fragile X syndrome. Like you could look at someone and be like, yep, they have Fragile X syndrome. While Down syndrome, you can also identify very key features. They tend to have like extra skin at the back of their neck, or the nuclear folds. And the stereotypical features, which is the slanting eyes, the small nasal bridge, or the upturned nose, and yeah, we got the little blip here. I'm doing okay, glad to see you. Hope everyone's been well. Oh, thank you, gamer. I hope you've been doing super well, as I mentioned as well. Okay, it's good in my book, so yay! Glad to see you as well. Did Tip ever get the chancla? I don't remember. Maybe that's how bad the abuse. No, I'm just kidding. I don't really remember getting hit as a kid. Does that does that mean anything? I think when your mom has like a fifth kid, it's like, oh, it's whatever. But I was a good kid, so I don't remember. I think the worst that my mom has ever done was like pull my ear. That is like the worst I can think of. And like the actual fighting I got with like my nephews or something, because my nephews again were like the same age as me, so we'd get into fights a lot. But I don't ever remember like getting hit or anything like that. Ah, it's a baby. I know, real baby. Crazy. IFTW, welcome. Etiology. Let me think. Etiology of those who have Down syndromes. They can have. Sorry, I would love to keep showing you the baby. Maybe I could do both. Here you go. You can stare at the baby. So etiologies for those with Down syndrome is that they have GI tract anomalies. They can have hyper or hypothyroidism, so the thyroid is really responsible for a lot of that hormone stuff, and won't get into it. Leukemia, so again that white blood cell stuff we were talking about in the oncology portion. They can have hearing impairments, they can have visual impairments, and they have Alzheimer's characteristics by 35 years old. And about 50% of them have dementia characteristics, or actual just flat out dementia by age 50. Other comorbidities might be congenital cataracts, so their eyesight gets affected, congenital heart defects, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and allantoaxial instability, so like very high up, they don't have a stable spine. There's a spinal column that's not supporting their head that well. They can be also having core mobility, diabetes, obesity, and a possible increased incidence of ASD, autism spectrum disorder. I don't remember being hit or anything. It's one heck of a sentence. Listen, somebody asked if I got hit with a chancla, or like a sandal in Spanish. Like, did I ever receive punishment because we were talking about intellectual disabilities, and not that we as therapists do this, but there's a thing called corporate punishment, which is basically when a kid gets, spanked or hit or something like that. And I was making a haha joke of like, yeah, I don't remember getting hit, but maybe that's how hard I got hit. But we'll never know, The only thing Tippa's family is hitting is the books, brother. But symptom presentation, by the way, for those who have Down syndrome is intellectual disability, which can be moderate to severe, which I mean, this is what we kind of talked about just briefly. The stereotypical features: low tone, ligamentous laxicity, so they're very loose. Joint hypermobility, they're very flexible. Not always a really good thing. Too much of something is always bad, Gross motor delays, decreased strength, fine motor delays, speech delays, and atypical movement patterns. Basically, understanding for Down syndrome is they're pretty much delayed on everything across the board. They'll get there, but it's gonna take a hot minute. It all makes wait, what? It all makes sense now? Hit as a kid and now you're training to hit kids? Brother, I'm not training to hit anyone. But yeah, some precautions what you want to do when you're working with a kid with Down syndrome is for the neck stability, because again, there might be activities that may they might die basically. Getting an injury that high up because they have this instability, because that's just like a genetic component with Down syndrome, is so scary. My professor was talking about someone who the kid was very active. She dealt with a kid with Down syndrome, and the kid wanted to show her like that she could do a cartwheel, and imagine the stress you do doing a cartwheel. The kid is finding it okay, but she's like, oh, I was a student at the time and I should have been like, wait a minute. But the parents said it was okay, so they might have had that checked and maybe there was no instability. But this is a very common thing with those with Down syndrome. Heart condition, so there might be a septic defect, and we'll talk about that in a little bit with the cardiac chapter. Low tone and vision and hearing impairments might be there. We already talked about the comorbidities. Interventions is focusing on strengthening coordination and gross motor development, so getting them to sit, crawl, stand, and walk, because normally you're able to walk at 12 months, but it might take them twice as long, so it might be 24. I'm gonna just politely skim through this. Huh? Time to start martial arts at the gym? No, thank you. Sorry, I have to speedrun this. Down syndrome, shoe and sort. Reduce sedentary behavior so they don't get obese. Do general cardiovascular fitness. We have a whole chapter focused on that. Yeah. Delayed milestones like sitting. They don't get to sit until 9 to 12 months. We just talked about sitting propped up at like what, 4 to 5 months? No, these kids cannot sit until 9 to 12. Literally like double. Crawling that should have been at like age 6 or 6 months is now 12 to 18, and walking is 18 to 24. Again, a lot of this tends to get delayed. Developmental coordination disorder, DCD, is basically known as dyspraxia, and it's a lifetime neurodevelopmental condition characterized by difficulties in motor coordination that are not due to medical or neurological conditions. It's just this kid has so much difficulty with fine and gross motor skills. Anything that requires them moving, they have problems with. They have problems with riding, tying shoes, or participating in sports. So they're clumsy, they deal with social isolation, they have low self-worth, they're anxious, they have poor proprioception, so if you told them to close their eyes and like use their finger to point to their nose, they would most likely miss. They have poor motor planning, but they have normal or above average cognitive abilities. Their movement sucks. So they have decreased proprioception, decreased balance, decreased muscle tone, awkward running. They tend to fix their joints to increase stability because of this, whatever. Slower movement or reaction times. They tend to walk slower, and they're not really able to do a lot with like their hands. They have poor ball skills, so ball is not life for them, and it just keeps going. It's just basically like they have a bad time moving, so we're gonna keep doing this. What does fixing your joints mean? I was hoping you didn't ask. No, I'm just kidding. We can look at it together. I have a vague idea, but I'm not gonna tell you like, oh, I think they just need to mentally get there. Let's look at it together. Okay, I didn't get the results that I wanted. Let me try this really quick. Oh, okay. So one resource says that when they have to fix their joints, it refers to stabilization or like stiffening up the joints, and it's just a compensatory movement that they do. So it helps them, what do you call it? It helps them to perform the action more accurately. So they're given an example basically saying for writing, they may grip a pencil tightly and lock their wrist, and that's going to lead to that like very slow and awkward handwriting. You can actually see the handwriting right above in blue on the top left. That is a kid with DCD's handwriting. They have to firmly grasp this, so they have to lock this up, and then they have to like do this. For running, apparently, instead of a very fluid motion, you know how we kind of like wave our arms when we run? Their knees or elbows might be rigid, so they won't bend. And that's for them to be like, well, I'm moving properly if I do this, right? And it's like, oh, not really, but okay, kid. I'm not gonna judge. So what is an appropriate intervention when we're talking about clinical practice guidelines? So for the clinical practice guidelines, by the way, as a reminder, it's just a way of like a standard of how we should treat this kid. And what's gonna happen is we need to assess, is this kid just awkward and clumsy? Are they just growing up and that's just like the natural process of it? Or do they really have DCD? This, oh my gosh, discoordinated, oh my gosh, what is it? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking out. This developmental coordination disorder. Ooh. So you can't diagnose them with DCD. DCD is diagnosed based on motor skill deficits that are inconsistent with the child's age and intellectual ability. This has to be persisting for at least 6 months and impacts their daily functioning. Then you can diagnose them with DCD. But it's important that you rule out other conditions such as like intellectual disabilities, sensory impairments, or etc. that might explain why they're having so much difficulties with just moving. So what's going to be a really good intervention is a thing called part task. So if we want someone to do a whole task, like, hey, I would like you to, I don't know, I guess draw a ball might be an okay one. Well, there's a whole process to it. Where's the ball? Who am I throwing it to? So the preparer will break this task up in half. So the ball's on the floor, and we want to reach to get it. Do we want to do like a golfer's reach where they kind of like pivot themselves on one arm or one leg, sorry, and with one arm they reach up? Or do we want to work on squatting? How are we going to get the ball to throw? We have to choose this, and we work on that one particular part task, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, let's try throwing. Let's throw at like this target. Can you throw up to here? Can you throw at this location? Can you do this? And then you combine the two together to be like, okay, now let's successfully throw and do the whole task as a whole instead of this part task. But The park task is supposed to help improve the coordination. It's supposed to be very repetitive, and it's supposed to be very task specific. And so that's going to help them with their participation when they're playing with other kids. Of like, oh, now I can throw a ball. Yay, how exciting. We do want to address some of the, how do you call it, the psychological aspects of it, because as you can see, like, they are prone to anxiety and self-esteem issues because they're like, well, I'm not doing what the other kids are doing because I can't, I'm not able to, so they're better than me and I feel worthless and blah 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 blah. We want to be able to address that as well and help build up their self-esteem, and also to enforce this kind of practice and everything that we've done in the rehab setting outside to it. So we want to make sure they're practicing at home and at school and etc etc. Kids who have DCD may have ADHD, so they have difficulties with attention, being impulsive, and hyperactivity. They may just have learning disabilities, anxiety, depression, speech and language, so maybe some of the articulation they may have issues with. They may have ODD, which is oppositional defiant disorders, so this could be linked to frustrations and difficulties in managing motor tasks. They can have DLD, or developmental language disorders, so they can have, again, delays with speech. The tic disorders, we talked about tic or Tourette's, I feel like recently, and that can also affect or have like an underlying reason of why they're doing what they're doing for their motor control difficulties. They also may have sensory processing disorders, which we'll have a whole thing about in a little bit. And in general, they might just have a global development delay, so they're just delayed in like their motor, their language, and their cognitive skills, and that's what's causing this. These are all going to be comorbidities with those with DCD. So we want to work on the park task, and we can give them frequent feedback, and we can have them practice in a variety of settings. And we, oh boy, we do love our aquatic therapy. Yay. Cerebral palsy, we could speed run through this. Cerebral palsy is basically like a mini stroke, but for kids. And really the main focus that we like to do is the gross motor functioning classification scale, and defining them on a level of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 is basically, hey, this kid, even though he has cerebral palsy and the stroke, he doesn't need any assistive devices or any assisting. He's able to do what he needs to. Where 5 is like, hey, this kid needs all the help they can get. They can't even have their head up. It is really that bad, and we need a power wheelchair to move them, or a manual wheelchair, and having a caretaker move them around, because this is very serious. The difference between 5 and 4 is that this person has head control, this person does not, and you could see them having like this extra support, and even in some cases you might even see a strap to keep their head upright. let's go backwards. 3 is that they do use their assistive device all the time, basically. They need it for long distances. They might be able to get away with it for short distances, but they need it for long. And the second one is they need to take frequent breaks or use the assistance that they can. Like, hey, normally at grade 1 they would not be able to climb, or they would be able to climb upstairs without using like the handrail, but for 2 they need to. They can pretty much, I think, ambulate wherever, and then they may need assistive devices for longer distances, while 3 is kind of like, yeah, you're kind of stuck in assistive device. There's different ways to handle spasticity, which I will just briefly talk about. We could do Botox, we could take a medication, and we could do a little pump that consistently provides this medication, or we could do a surgery called selective dorsal rhizostomy. Sorry, it's all review. I'm sorry, cuz for the cuz who are curious about it. Wait, was that all the conditions? No, wait, hold on. Give me one moment, Cubs. Gosh darn it. I feel like we literally just talked about this Friday, but it's truly whatever. Let's run through this as fast as we can, because we literally did just talk about this a few days ago. And I got an 87 on the exam, so teehee. I think she really wanted us to focus on physical conditions. I will just briefly bring up the acyanotic and stenotic conditions. Acyanotic, again, is just going to be the abnormal blood flow or pressure to the heart. While cyanotic, it means that there is less oxygen, so it's causing like a blue tint to the kids. Acyanotic can have conditions such as PDA, ASD, and VSD. These ASD and VSD are septic defects, so there's a hole somewhere where there shouldn't be. PDA is referring to the artery that should have closed but didn't, and now it's affecting the blood flow, and there's abnormal blood flow. So that's all categories for 1. Cyanotic is, again, not getting enough oxygen, so we have the tetralogy of Follett, so that's going to be the 4 heart defects. And we also have hypoplastic left heart syndrome, which is going to be that underdeveloped left side of the heart, so the heart is working more, and that's why we're not getting that oxygen. I wish trypophobia didn't exist. What do you mean? Aren't you glad that it does exist? I know looking at a beehive or even thinking about it makes my back of my head tingle a little bit. The tetralogy, by the way, is that they have the ventricular septic defect, pulmonary stenosis, overriding aorta, and the right ventricle hypertrophy. There's also a thing called RDS, so now we're moving away from the heart cardiology, we're moving to pulmonary. I'm sorry, I'm like now this is the speed run. I feel like I have to be like, hold on. Speed running for real. Must finish by what is like 20 minutes from now? Let's just say 4:10 p.m. EST. Background color. Size. Oh my gosh. Let me put it like this. There you go. Speed running for real. Okay. So that's why I'm speaking fast. Your pants have a hole in them? They're bothering so much? Brother! Time to learn sewing! No, but I feel you. I'm so sorry, gamer. I hope it does get fixed, or you're able to fix them, or find some solution to get some either new pants or fix this one. RSD is you can't see them without even looking at them. I'm sorry. Okay, little patches. You could be really cool. They have iron-on patches. You could be a cool kid. Infant respiratory distress syndrome, or RDS, is going to be happening when the kid is premature, and what happens is that they have a lack of surfactant, which may cause their lungs to basically collapse, and this typically tends to be a genetic problem. Thankfully, there are some treatments, surfactant replacement therapy, and positive airway pressure or a ventilator can help those with RDS. Excuse me, some signs and symptoms might be shallow breathing, sharp pulling into the chest, grunting sounds, or flaring in nostrils. Asthma is a inflammation and narrows the airway. Chronic lung disease. Cystic fibrosis is one of those fun, genetic recessive diseases that basically give the individual a relatively short lifespan of 20 to 30 years, sometimes 40 to 50. And what happens is that the glands that excrete stuff is a much thicker viscous fluid, so their mucus is thicker, their sweat is thicker, the digestive fluids are thicker, and can affect multiple systems. This really is happening because the gene is presenting with an absent or failed chloride ion channel. Signs and symptoms are a little bit wacky, but they have salty skin, persistent cough, it's a very productive cough, frequent lung infections, wheezing or shortness of breath, poor growth, weight gain, or frequently greasy or bulky stools, or difficulty with bowel movements. I don't care about the blood flow right now. Physical fitness, we talked about that. Aerobic, muscle strengthening, and bone strengthening are going to be very important for the kids. There's different kind of treatments we do depending on what the kid and their condition. For cerebral palsy, we have the FIT principle right here. We do, in general, for kid fitness, we do want to have them having 60 minutes of active activity a day, ideally. But the 60 minutes can be 2 to 3 times a week, and then we have different sets depending on what we want to do. We could do free weights machines or isokinetic exercise machines, and we could have them do 1 to 3 sets of 8 to 12 reps for each exercise. The FIT principle really applies to all the conditions we'll talk about, so I won't really repeat. Cerebral palsy, again, is that mini stroke we talked about earlier. It's important to note that 194 beats per minute should be their max heart rate, especially when we're unable to monitor their heart rate. Don't do exercises if they're having seizures. Modify if they have severe osteoporosis, like if they haven't been weight bearing and you're suddenly going to have them weight bearing, you may want to modify that treatment because you might break their bone and make more damage. Then we have to be careful about what they're doing for their spastic management, because if they're using a certain injection called fentanyl injections, we need to be careful about stretching that area for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Do they do a skin test? I don't know. They probably like ask the kid like, hey, can you lick your skin? Is it salty? Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Calling a cough productive always sounded funny to me. Yeah, that cough is hard working. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They say productive cough if it has like any kind of phlegm or whatever, so it's a little bit wacky in that sense. For Down syndrome, again, we have those intellectual delays, but doesn't really affect their physical being. But if we do have to talk about that, we do have to watch out for the atlantoaxial instability, the cardiorespiratory restrictions, because again, they may have a congenital heart disorder, and that joint hypermobility. We don't want to do hyperextension. Down syndrome. Spina bifida, however, this is again that bubble we saw in the back. Same thing, but we have to be careful of shunt malformation, tethered cord syndrome, and Arnold-Chiari malformation, which is what we talked about earlier. And this is the same thing we just looked at. Autism doesn't really have a fit principle, but we really do want to focus on progressive resistive exercises for those with autism. Yeah, we didn't even talk about autism yet. Okay, we will in a little bit. And you want to focus on moderate to rigorous physical activity, which might reduce some of that stereotypical behaviors, in addition to having positive health effects. Precautions for those who do have autism is that they might have a high incidence of seizures. We might need to adjust the sensory issue stuff, the behavior issue stuff, and make sure that the program is supervised. DMD, we talked about that earlier. That's a really sad disorder, and really our main goal of incorporating physical activity is to decrease disuse atrophy. We want to avoid high resistant exercises and eccentric muscle contractions. We also want to be aware of any potential cardiac compromise and respiratory stuff because of that muscle weakness. Now we talk about AT, but we don't really need to talk about this. We just need to talk about actual conditions, so I'm going to skip this. Autism. Again, this is characterized by varying degrees, but really the 3 main characteristics is, if someone is on the spectrum, is that they have difficulties with social interventions, difficulty with verbal and nonverbal communication, and repetitive behaviors. There are 2 types of autism. The first one going to be defects in social communications or social interactions, and the second one is restrictive repetitive behaviors or interests or activities that they like doing. Early signs, again, by 6 months, there should be no big smiles or warm, joyful expressions. 9 months, no back or forth sounds. By 12 months, it's a lack of response to name, no babbling or baby talk. 16 months, no spoken words, and then by 24 months, no meaningful phrases. So these are all like early signs of, hey, does my kid have autism? And it might be from this, like, oh my gosh, you're not smiling back to me by like 6 months. Oh my goodness. There are various levels, 1, 2, 3, 3 being the most severe, 1 being the least severe. They all require its own support, but level 3 is like, they need it all. Possible risks and causes for autism could be the advanced parental age, so the mom might be like maybe in their 50s giving birth. When the mom was pregnant, she might have been using antidepressants, so that could cause autism. A shorter time between birth, maybe your older sibling was born and then you decided to be born shortly after, like within the year. Smaller premature babies are also prone to it. Having a flu during pregnancy can be due to it. Fragile X syndrome will have a diagnosis Fragile X syndrome will have a diagnosis of autism about 40% of the time. It can be gene related as well, and there is no link between vaccines and autism. So please vaccinate your kids or get vaccinated yourself. Please and thank you. Associated medical issues with autism is ADD, communication disorders, epilepsy, GI disorders, intellectual disabilities, learning disabilities, motor planning disorders, obesity, psychiatric disorders, sensory processing disorders, sleep disorders, and toe walking. General characteristics of autism can be impaired social emotional reciprocates. Let's see, oh gosh, that's not how you say the word. Impaired communication skills, including nonverbal, difficulty developing and maintaining relationships, restrictive, repetitive, and stereotype behavior, movement, use of objects or speech, insistence on sameness, highly restricted interest or focus on intensity, sensory issues such as hyper or hyporeactivity, unusual interest in sensory aspects of the environment, impaired imitation skills, developmental delays, and lack of joint attention skills. These tend to be all the characteristics we could generalize of those who may have autism. PT skills, please support them. Working with autism kids, just keep it simple and keep it visual. And now we're going to move on to sensory processing disorder, and this might be the last one so we could stop speed running, but I have about 9 minutes. So sensory processing disorder. Oh shoot, actually, hold on really quick. Oh my gosh, hold on, I just remembered something. That's time sensitive. Heck, I forgot something. So I was like, wait, the gym class that I really want to attend was about to book out, and I didn't book it for some reason, and now it's fully booked. So now I'm like, huh? It's like that, huh? I'm not sad because there's another class 15 minutes, but that's a little so we'll go ahead and reserve for that one. I think I might be able to sneak in though, but we'll see how full it is. Maybe I can sneak my way in. But if I don't make it, I guess I have the 6:15 smiley face emoji. That's so funny. I'm sorry. Anyway. Ruh-roh. What are we speedrunning? My notes. But then I had to take a small pause because I'm like, ooh. I'm so glad I don't have school jump scares anymore. Brother, I have jump scares all the time. I'm just like, oh, I just remembered something. Anyway. Sensory processing disorders, normal versus abnormal. And Platypus, hi gamer, welcome. We've already talked about a lot of this, unfortunately, like a few days ago, so this is all just refresher. Really, it's the idea of how do you call it? Hyper and hyposensitivity, and understanding that those okay, I scared myself from sneezing. That's good. Anyway, so hypersensitivity is also known as sensory defensiveness. So these are people who have very low threshold for sensation. A loud noise can really like set them off, basically. People with hypersensitivity have different kind of senses of what they like and what they don't like. People who have hypersensitivity tactilely don't like to be touched. They don't like to explore various textures with their hands, which may lead to social issues and lack of fine motor development. Auditory, they hate loud sounds. They hate it, and they're agitated or have difficulty with concentrating when there's a variable or a variety of different noises at the same time. They might have gravitational insecurity, so they do not like when their feet is not on the ground. And for oral, motor, and taste, they're very picky eaters. They only like certain textures or tastes, and they're unable to eat something that has a variety of textures, and which obviously can affect their nutrition. Now, on the opposite side, we can have a kid that is hyposensitive, which has low registration, which means they have a very high threshold for sensation. So they need like a stronger or more intense sensory input to be noticed or to respond to it. So for tactile, they typically do not register pain. They have delayed reaction to touch. Auditory, they don't respond to name, which can affect their communication. Proprioception, they don't know where they are in space, and they crave about crashing into like things, or they like to jump or climb. Or a motor or taste, they crave spicy and intense flavors like spicy or sour. They like crunchy or hard flavors to increase that tactile and proprioception in their mouth. And vestibular, they love spinning. They could spin for hours without getting dizzy because they just crave that. But they like spinning, swinging, rolling, etc. Let's sneak in. Not my law-abiding bearcat. They won't know. I typically attend the Monday courses without signing up anyway. Like I sign up the day of. Smiley face emoji. So they normally see me. They're probably gonna weed out the person who doesn't normally pop up. So it's okay. And what is the likelihood that all 30 people show up, you know? a lot probably, but it's okay. I don't mind nor care. But it's very rare to see a class fully booked out, so I should have booked it. I saw there was only like 6 people left. I have no idea what didn't possess me in my brain to be like, please do that. Can you have a mixture of hyper and hyposensitivity? I mean, yeah, I would just associate it as how do you call it? Just having a sensory processing disorder in general. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm more on the hypersensitivity. I hate loud noises. I mean, I could deal with like something drops all of a sudden, fire alarms, but I have to be in a room of silence or music that I can numb out very easily, like the music that's been playing for the past 4 hours. I cannot tell you what if a song is repeated or if it has looped already. It had to loop because the playlist only goes for an hour, but like I can't deal with loud noises. Whatever else they mention here. I don't really like being touched like randomly. If a guy comes up and it's like, where's my hug? I hate them immediately. I only hug people I'm comfortable with, you know, that kind of stuff. Anyway, Tepa sneaks in. Person that actually signs up gets kicked out. Brother, if they really need me out, I'll just leave. The next class is at 6:15. There's ways to modify it, and there's different interventions that we had talked about. There's a sensory diet, there's the one-on-one therapy or the sensory integration training, or even that brushing one for the hypersensitivity. Will I have a picture of it? Yeah. The Wahlburgers brushing program can help those who have tactile hypersensitivities, so that's really neat. And again, sorry, I'm just speed running because we literally just did talk about this before. And bam, laws. There was a law question in that practice one, so we'll just talk about that and then we'll be done. IEPs are from ages 3 to 21. This is an individualized educational program that was a part of IDEA, the Individuals with Disability Education Act. This is to ensure that students with disabilities have access to free, appropriate public education or FAPE that's going to tailor to their unique needs, and that this IEP is going to serve as a roadmap about how the schools will provide specialized instructions, related services, and accommodations for eligible students. It's a team approach, is written, and it's going to identify all the things that kid needs. Now, the IFSP is an individualized family service plan. This is also coming from IDEA, but this is part C, while the other one was actually part B. This is from those who are ages 0 to 3 who basically qualify for early intervention due to maybe some developmental delays or disabilities. And this is going to be a huge family approach, very family oriented. Everyone in the family is going to be a part of this to make sure that they grow and develop in a natural environment. And with that, I think we're done. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. So with that, Cubs, what's going to happen right now? Thank you, pal. Thank you, and hi, welcome. What's gonna happen now is we're gonna switch it over to the Pomodoro. We can probably squeeze in one 45-minute session, or if you Cubs want, honestly, do you think we could just talk about it today? Maybe you love hearing the sound of my beautiful voice, but we can actually talk about and review some of the geriatric stuff. So then maybe tomorrow's stream cannot be as bad. Because this is 54 pages of geriatric stuff. And it's basically pediatrics. So like when the kid grows old, this is what they do. And a lot of it's going to be review from last time. At least, hey, we talk about it and we review and life will be okay. But part of me is like, I don't know. I would really like the idea more of maybe we do squeeze in a Pomodoro. But I feel like I'm gonna glaze through it. But at the same time, I also need to eat something really quick. So I'm like, ooh. I have something I could eat really quick if I heat it up too. And then I could sneak in eating while doing the Pomodoro. But I don't feel like I'll be focusing that well. So what if we do a weird, wacky compromise? This is gonna be so bad. What if we're like, oh, but I feel like then you should do the reading first because we're already reading. Oh, nice. But we'll figure it out together. But Gamer, thank you so much for the self-care trick. I will definitely do it because an ad break is gonna play, and I will do the Gao Gao Nyan Nyan when I come back. Just politely remind me. Go get some ASMR eating studying. That is the ASMR that you're gonna hear. But we will figure it out together. I do have to get something in my system though, so imagine reading notes while eating, like taking little bites and reading notes. I think that would be miserable. Maybe we do get Pomodoro set up. So sad, so sad. I do go nom nom when I eat, brother. Exactly. You gotta head out now, Doom. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for the comfy stream. I hope that everyone has a great night and a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thank you, gamer. Same to you. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all that good stuff. I hope you have a really good time, gamer. Yeah, you'll never know if it's miserable until you try it. Ugh, it just sounds miserable. I could think that far ahead. Alright, what if we do this? Da-dang! I will heat up my food, and we will probably just do like that one Pomodoro. No! What if I take a little of extended break? How about that, actually? Yeah! What if we take a little baby break? And then we can read Pediatrics, so it'll be like a slightly extended break. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. 10-15 minute break and we'll be back. I think maybe that's probably a little bit of a better compromise. Maybe. So we'll go ahead and do that instead. So I will get this set up. Because what I have isn't like much to eat. It's like small little leftovers I could pick on, but it might just take me a moment. So let me get the BRB screen set up. But I'll see you cubs in a little bit. Let me just heat this up. I'll heat it up in the microwave 2 minutes and then burn my tongue while trying to eat it. That sounds like a good plan. An ad will play in about 3 minutes. It will be a 3-minute ad break, so that's gonna help me buy up some time. I do say 15 minutes, but I might be done sooner. Again, it's like really small. I kid you not. It's like some leftovers I had over the weekend, so I'm like, but I just need something in my system. So yeah, we'll go from there. Does that sound absolutely deranged and not like organized? Yeah, but will it work? Sure. So yeah, I'll politely BRB. I'll get like the Pomodoro timer and everything. Here, look, we'll do this. Hold on. Alright, so I'm in the BRB screen. You get the beautiful Yuri Kuma. I say hi to Portable and I say Merry Galsmas to you too, gamer. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 19 whole hecky months. I'll change this text of BRB trying to get this lizard out of my house. What's the other text that I have? Politely switching to Overwatch? They wish. Oh gosh, that's a lot to rewrite. I like that when we do games. But here, I'll steal this. So glad we're doing Overwatch 2. We're not. Little food break before is switching over to other notes. There you go. That's so readable. Why does the black background actually not make it readable? Let's see. What if I don't want a black background? What if I just want it like that? Yeah? What if I make it not readable? Yeah, there you go. And then we get the little Pomodoro timer. Yeah, so easy. And I'll be gone for like maybe 15 minutes, if not sooner. How easy. Now I'm forgetting if it works, you know? Oh, we'll see. Does it work if I do that? Let's go! Alright, Cubs, let me politely run off in BRB to heat up this food. I will be back hopefully before the 15 minutes, and if anything changes, I'll just politely harass you, Cubs, okay? Alright, one moment. Now, see, I was on time. I'm very proud for someone who felt like they overheated the food a little bit. So like TLDR, basically, I went to Walmart for some reason, and they have like little meal platters, and I was shocked. I was so shocked because the McDonald's I went to, like, it was a completely different McDonald's. Walmart that I went to was a completely different Walmart I've never been to, really. And it had, like, you know, the normal stuff, yeah, sure. But it had plátanos. So I was like, what? I ended up getting, like, barbecue chicken with plátanos, and I didn't get to finish it. So I'm like, oh, I could eat that. That's so quick. It's like 6 pieces and, like, 6 pieces of chicken, 3 pieces of plátanos. I could do it, right? Oh, the plátanos were so hot. And my teeth have now obtained a cool ability of getting sensitive to temperature, so I'm like, huh. I hope that's a temporary side effect after the cleaning, because what the? Aww. But thank you so much, Cuz, for the welcome back. So, we just come in and welcome. I know we were talking about pediatric disorders, and would still love to, but I decided to move on to yapping about geriatrics, because this is about 54? Yeah. Excuse me, hold on. Oh no, the digesting is happening. Ugh. Excuse me. So so I ended up with this many pages, and I was like, look, listen, tomorrow I come back from work, and I might come a little bit earlier, I might come a little bit later. Either way, maybe, just maybe, we should get a little bit of reading done. So that's gonna be the game plan for today. So we are switching it up. So if you're like, boo, old people, I would like to say I do understand, but I guess we're all gonna become old at some point. So maybe don't boo it. You probably know at least one old person, your parents, your grandparents, etc. So I guess it's interesting to also see their perspective, and it may actually for some be more applicable than the pediatric stuff. So yay. A lot of this beginning half may look familiar, because it is. A lot of it's just going to be kind of copy and paste from my midterm review. The later half stuff, that's the stuff I'm like, huh? What? Huh? So we'll go ahead and do what we can. But thank you so much for welcome back. Hi, Botch. Hi, welcome. Big Bearcat hugs you. Welcome, Galmer. You made it just in time. So, we talked about the generations before. We talked about the generations go as follow. There are some people who are still living from 1901 to 1927, and that is considered the greatest generation. This is around World War II. We have a silent, which is 1927 to 1945. We got the boomers, which is a very popular... I feel like you hear a lot about boomers, or they get memed on, from 1946 to 1964. We got Gen X, or the busters, at 1965 and 1983. We got Gen Y, or millennials, from 1984 to 2002. Gen Z, or digital, or whatever they call it, alpha? No, alpha is the newest one. Okay, Gen Z, or digital, is from 2003 to current. I don't know what current is, because I'm pretty sure alpha has been introduced. I just don't know the year mark, so apologies. Basically, what they want us to know in general is just, in geriatrics, again, because we're focusing on getting older and all that fun stuff, that our body is gonna change. There's not one single tissue in our body, or even system, that does not undergo age-related changes. So we could break it down by each part. There's like a cute little graph right here, I suppose. I hope that does not get me in trouble. But anyway, so we have like the muscular system, so our muscle mass. We are going to end up losing a little bit of it, unfortunately. And with losing muscle mass, we may have decreased mobility, and that's actually like going to put us at an increased risk for falls. This is why you hear a lot of older people who are like, "Oh, I've fallen, I can't get up," the kind of thing. It's because they don't have the muscle mass to do so. Bone density also plays a big part. We talked about that whole weight bearing stuff, because I'm like, oh yeah, these kids can be like susceptible. It's a precaution to watch out about like their osteoporosis, because what happens is that it's that bone weakening. But it's like osteoporosis for like a 7-year-old. It's like, yeah, this kid's never weight bared before, so you have to be careful about their bone density, because weight bearing activities will improve that density. Again, the use it or lose it sort of situation. The cardiovascular system, the heart size is going to increase, the walls are going to thicken, the ball vessels? I'm so sorry. The blood vessels are going to stiffen and become less elastic, so I think they end up with like higher blood pressure than usual. For the nervous system, it's going to affect our cognitive function and memory, and we'll talk all about what memory is and like dementia and Alzheimer's in just a moment. There's like a dedicated section to it. The endocrine system is going to decrease hormone production. We'll talk about that in a moment as well. Immune system is less effective, so we're more prone to get sick. The skin, our skin becomes very elastic. Because of that loss of collagen to keep our skin firm, we get wrinkles and sagging. For the respiratory system, we're gonna have a decline in lung function, and for gastrointestinal system, we're gonna have a slower digestive system, which can lead to constipation and decreased absorption of nutrients that we need for our body as we age. So, yeah, I know it probably doesn't sound fun about growing up, but that's what we have to mentally prepare for, and what you do now will influence you, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. Smiley face emoji. So, yes. So, how do we define aging? Well, there's this concept, and please forgive me if I pronounce it wrong, but senescence, which is the non-reversible deteriorative changes in age organisms that predispose them to fatal diseases and death. So basically, our body is going to deteriorate as listed above with the different systems, and then with these changes, it's going to predispose us eventually to our end. There are some terms that people use when you get old, like, oh, he's growing old and senile. Senile usually refers to like they're kind of losing themselves and their memories and like their head, and being senile is not a normal part of aging. This is a normal part of aging. It's normal that we have non-reversible deteriorating changes, but losing our sanity is not. Usual aging really just occurs due to a combined effects of the aging process, of disease that we may have, adverse environmental and lifestyle factors. To have successful aging, studies show that you have a low rate of disease and disability. Genetics can definitely play a big role. The lifestyle may also have an effect, so if you have a pretty active lifestyle now, I'm sure 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds will thank you. Because remaining active and having that lifestyle, being considerate of what you are doing now, can improve and maintain a high cognitive and physical capability as you grow older. There was a really popular like short on my feed. I don't remember where. It could be YouTube, could be TikTok, could be somewhere. And it was the idea of like, I do this so I can do this later. And I thought that was very cute. Like, the person was like squatting at the gym or something, and they're like, I do this so I can do this, and it's like a cutaway to like their grandma or something who's also doing like the same physical activity. But it's really crazy because I'm not gonna lie to you, not that I group people up like that by any means, but I just run into some very, like, for the most part of my life, some very not so active elderly folks. So to see people who are still like active and going like in their 80s, it's like crazy. I never really took it into hard consideration until recently. But Sanders, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Yeah, I never really gave it much thought, but when I had to do this portfolio project for my geriatrics class, I was actually really surprised because the part of the portfolio project for part 1 is that you had to interview an elderly person, and I'm like, oh, I don't know what to interview. I really don't know. So I decided to take a risk because it's not that I have anything against like my papa bearcat side of the family or anything like that. There's no like bad blood. It's just literally, it just didn't grow up with them. But like, I love them, they love me, sort of thing. So that's nice. Smiley face emoji. But I didn't really get to talk to my grandpa a lot. Like, obviously we hung out when I was a child, but he ended up doing a lot of life stuff that kept him away from home, unfortunately. And now he's back home, and I'm like, oh my gosh, grandpa, this would be a good opportunity to catch up and talk. I have this interview, and it'll let me like get to know you, because I think that's like my weird kind of, not like regret, but I think I would have been sad if I didn't get to know him, It's one thing to hear it from someone else, like my dad could be like, yes, my father was this, but I'm like, no, I can actively still hear it from the person myself. I know on TikTok this was also on my feed a little bit, they were selling like, I wouldn't say a card game, but it was like a block of questions basically that you could ask your parents. So you could be like, before they die. I know it's like so morbid. It really is. I promise. I promise that's not what my feed's all about. But it's like, you know, get to know your parents or your mom or your dad or like a loved one basically, and like ask questions that you would have never thought of asking, you know? Like I remember when I was very young, I realized, hey, I don't even know my mom's favorite color. Like it was a very crazy concept to be like, oh wait, this is a person too who has their own preferences. Just like me, I became like cognitive at a very late age apparently to be like, oh, what is my mom's favorite color? And for the Cubs curious at home, it's actually pink. So it's just like one of those like fun wacky things. But that's all to say. The interview with my grandpa, it turns out he's 80 years old. I'm like, what? He's 80 something years old. I'm like, oh grandpa, you don't like a day over I don't know what. I'm really bad with guessing age. And he's just keeping a very active lifestyle because that was part of like the interviewing process. Like, what do you do? How's your day? He's like, yeah, I work out every day. I do a 30-minute walk around the neighborhood, or if it's too much, I go to like the little community gym that they have, and I just do the treadmill 30 days a day, 30 minutes, not 30 days, 30 minutes a day, and I wake up at 5 or 6, and this is what I eat. I have a very limited diet. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're doing so well for yourself, you know? My man is definitely gonna live up to 100 somehow, some way. But Nuclear was, hi, welcome in Galmer, welcome. But yeah, that's all to say. Just take care of yourselves now, Cubs. But yeah, having an active engagement with life, very, very cool. Successful agers are able to adapt, be flexible, and accept challenges, and that they're motivated. A big thing about aging and just life in general is that you have to be resilient. Whatever challenges come your way, unfortunately, they're in your way, and you have to get over them somehow. You gotta cross that obstacle or go around it or take it out somehow. So that's really important because getting that active engagement in life is so valuable. It's so sad to see people like quit when they're like no, it's just right there, and it's like, oh nope, I'm not really up to the challenge. This kind of goes back to our admin stuff when we're talking about people who, how do you say it, are resilient, like the open-mindedness kind of thing. I wish I remembered exactly. Sorry, I literally dump out the information as soon as the exam was done, but basically it's like open-minded people, a growth mindset, I think was the term that they used, are people who are resilient and open to change, etc., and that can really go in line with this active engagement with life. I like the word resilience. Oh brother, I might have been indirectly influenced, but resilience and motivation, acceptance of end of life, aging in life, and optimization is just making the best of what you have, you know? Not everything's gonna be perfect, but hey, you can try to get there. So, Geriatrics at the very beginning reviews a lot of theories about aging. Again, if you recall around the geriatric midterms, then these beautiful tables should look pretty familiar. I'm going to try to go over briefly what each of them are without getting into super duper detail, because the theories are cool and all, but a lot of them tend to be self-explanatory, because you can like, even if you don't know one and it's multiple choice, you can like so silly. You can suss out the other ones. You can be like, oh, that wouldn't be that one because that one's this one and that one's this one. So it has to either be like A or B. You know what I mean? So we have several theories. We have a biological theory, and some of the subtypes are program theories or damage and error theories. And then we have our psychosocial theories, and this is all about where is it? Aging. So let's talk about some biological theories for the program theories. There's actually 3 subcategories for this. So we have program longevity, oh my gosh, endocrine theory, and immunological theory. So what's gonna happen here for the program one is that they say that aging is a result of switching on and off certain genes within our body. And with the sentience being defined as the time when we age, or this is being defined as the time when age-associated defects are manifested. So basically, it's like, oh, you turned 65. All right, time to turn on and off the GI issues now. And it's like, oh my goodness. So it's like, what? Huh? What? And it's like, no, not these non-reversible deteriorative changes. No! But it's very interesting to be like, yep, your body's programmed just to expire at this certain time. Like, I get the theory, but it's a little, that's even morbid for me. It kind of makes, what do you call it? I guess it makes those other like stories interesting, or like, you know, maybe hopefully if I'm remembering right, like the Death Note where it shows you like how much time you have to live or something like that. Yeah, that's horrifying. Anyway. I'm gonna live so long thanks to you. You're teaching me. Brother, all on you, brother. All I'm doing is speaking and hoping that it sticks with me. To a crowd that's like, yes, yes. Yes. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do hope you get to live for a long time, or as long as you want to live. Not to, gosh, I'm so sorry. I feel like I keep bringing up morbid topics. I promise. My last morbid topic, because there's only so much time. I'll actually never forget when I was in high school. I had a friend who was like, yeah, I'm just gonna unalive myself once I get too old. As soon as I get like a wrinkle, I'm over. I really am not okay with the idea of processing, and I want to stay young forever. And I'm like, I think you're mentally unwell. I mean, there's like multiple things we could pick apart. We could be armchair psychologists all day, every day right now, but I'm just like, oh, huh. I don't think people typically think like that. I can see where you're going though, but death, am I right? Yeah, basically. One singular gray hair, I'm like, oh my gosh. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I get gray hairs. I have no idea. I feel like it's not. So I also had a friend in high school who already had gray hairs. I have people in my cohort who already have gray hairs, and I'm like, brother, are you like 20? I was like, oh, what kind of stress are you going through? Yeah, but you're all gray hair. No, if I squint, it's still purple-ish. No, they're like silver. How about that? Sorry, I could be gray. They have silver hair, okay? We can't fight that. I still think these are purple tone or tint, but it's okay. We had the poll. Cup said I was gray. I get it. I understand. I'm gray. I'm gray. Da da dee da 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 dee. Yeah. Anyway, so let's continue on with more of the theories, okay? So endocrine theory. So this is a biological clock that basically has the hormones that are going to control the pace of the aging. There's actually recent studies that say, hey, this theory actually might be true because aging is hormonally regulated. So it's like, oh. Okay, cool. Immunological theory is going to be that the immune system is programmed to decline over time, which is going to lead to an increased vulnerability to infectious diseases and thus aging and death. So there's like a comment on the side that's like, yeah, we do have scientific evidence that the immune system does peak at puberty and then declines, but we don't know if this is the primary reason. I'm like, oh brother. Good thing I'm forever 17. I hit literally puberty like yesterday. Can't you come still? So biological theories, we'll talk about damage and error theories. So basically this is the idea that we do know that DNA damages do occur continuously in the cells of living organisms, and that most of the damages are repaired, but some do accumulate. This would state that the aging results from the damage to the integrity of the body cell. So we'll go ahead and talk about the wear and tear theory, which is pretty self-explanatory, but cells and tissues have vital parts that wear out as a result of aging. And like the components of an aging car, parts of the body wear out from repeated use, killing them and then the body. So this was first introduced by a German biologist, and basically, yeah, we do see the wear and tear. Especially when we talk about like older conditions like osteoarthritis, but maybe that's not the main theory. But I could see where it's coming from. I'm not gonna hate it. What about the rate of living theory? Now this one's really funny, but it's like animals that use oxygen quickly tend to live shorter lives because it causes more wear and tear on their bodies. But other things like genetics and environment also play a big role in how long they live. Yeah, this doesn't really explain lifespan. Imagine being a runner and you're like, wow, I really have this like cool healthy hobby that helps with my like health and, you know, my physical health correlating with my mental health, and it's like, actually you die faster. It's like, what? Is this because I use oxygen? Or imagine the people who get like very nervous and anxious and have panic attacks and they hyperventilate. It's like, hey, don't hyperventilate, you're causing yourself to die faster. Like, what? So quirky. But again, just a theory. What does the guy say? A game theory. Thanks, Pat from Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never really watched your content, but thank you. Cross-linking theory. So this is an accumulation of cross-linked protein damages. Accumulation of cross-linked proteins damages cells and tissues, and that's going to slow down the bodily process, resulting in aging. So basically, more wear and tear. Free radical. This proposes that the superoxide in other free radicals causes damage to the macromolecule components of the cell, and this is going to give rise to accumulated damage causing cells and eventually the organs to stop functioning. So what are free radicals? I feel like that's been a term that's kind of been thrown around. A free radical is an unstable molecule that has an unpaired electron, which is highly reactive. It can cause damage to cells, and I lose my voice, and I cough it up like a smoker. Hi, Space. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome, gamer. Cute to... Thank you, gamer. Thank you for the flower. Thank you. But yeah, so a free radical can cause damage to cells and contribute to aging and various diseases by reacting with other molecules in the body. So basically, this free radical is going to cause damage, and the accumulated damage is going to cause our cells and organs to stop functioning, which is crazy. And then this is why I think the trend of like antioxidants became popular, because they started testing it, and they even did it with like some animal testing with feeding rats, and they're like, well, the rats that we fed antioxidants actually lived longer. Which, okay. We have the somatic or soma meaning body, somatic DNA damage theory. So this is when genetic mutations occurs and accumulate with increasing age, causing cells to deteriorate and malfunction. I don't know why there's a space there. Interesting. Alright, so those are all our like biological theories. Now we're gonna move on and we're gonna talk about some of the psychosocial theories, okay? Okay. And then we'll talk about the biophysical changes. It actually just depends. Let me see. Whoops. So the psychosocial theories, there's three major theories below, and each one is going to focus on the individual aging adult and how they adapt and adjust to changes that come with age. The more current psychosocial theories of aging take a different approach as they try to explain a relationship between the aging individual and society. So we have three main theories. We have the disengagement theory. So this is going to be first proposed in 1961, and it proposed a natural withdrawal or disengagement from life roles as a greater way of life satisfaction with age. Unfortunately, it basically says, hey, become a shut-in and you'll be so much happier. You have a role in the family, you're like the breadwinner? No, you're not. Shut yourself away, isolate yourself, and it's like, hey, this theory has been discounted. Actually being active is much better than that. So true? No. Activity theory is basically the opposite of this. And it's like, it suggests that staying active and engaged in social activities is important for a happy and fulfilling life as people get older. This is a counter view in 1972 stating that the maintenance of activity is critical to having high life satisfaction in old age. I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. As I mentioned, my mama bearcat is much older than most moms. My mama bearcat is 69 right now, which is crazy. And she is how do you say it? I don't really have a comparison of other people. I mean, I've seen some people in some really tough positions already at like ages like 40 and 50, but my mama bearcat's approaching her 70s, and I think the activity theory really works on her behalf. She is a social butterfly through and through, and is in remaining constant contact with family, my older sisters especially, with her friends that she likes to hang out with like every weekend. She's still trying to work. I'm like, oh, mama bearcat, you know, stuff like that. So I think it's really working for her and keeping her like mentally and physically busy. But she's always been that kind of person, so it's kind of like, oh. I truly believe, I'm like, I think actively participating, keeping in contact with people is really the best way to get through most of this. We have the continuity theory, or continuity theory, which is as people age, they try to maintain their habits, preferences, and lifestyles from earlier in life to stay connected to their identity and experiences. So basically, this is saying this holds that people preserve and maintain activities that are very similar from their middle adult years into their older adult years. So they're maintaining their social contacts and their activity levels, and they're basically like, hey brother, I know I did this now and I'm getting older, I'm still gonna continue what I'm doing. The only thing that's changed is I'm getting older. Hey, I can't do this anymore? Okay, well, how can I modify it? This is still me, and this is who like I associate with, and I'll give up until I have to give up. So going on with this, with the psychosocial stuff, there is theories of aging individuals within a social system. And this is all to say, all of these theories focus on the society, I know we live in one, and roles available to older adults. Each one acknowledges that a change of resources, including the decline of physical health, can upset that relationship between individual and society. None of these theories directly address the concepts of disabilities that go wrong with aging. So we have 4 more theories, but 3 of them going with the social system. So we have the social exchange theory, and this is basically going to suggest that people make decisions in relationships based off the perceived benefit and cost, kind of like weighing out what you get out of a relationship against what you put into it. So that's a little bit too businessy, I suppose, but that's what people do. It goes into this. Let's see. When it applies to aging, the assumption is that the cost-benefit ratio falls out of balance as the physical, intellectual, and social resources of the aging individual decreases. The older individual can restore balance by increasing resources whenever that is possible. I feel like that's just such a sad way to live. It's like, sorry, I won't interact with you until you can exchange, goods and services. And it's like, brother, I am 70. Like, what? There's the modernization theory. So this is going to explain how societies change from being traditional and simple to more advanced and complex, and often this is going to be through industrialization, technology, and urbanization. So in the 1960s, it was proposed that with the emergence of new technology, oh, hold on, Cubs, give me one moment. I'm like, is someone at my door? Question mark? One moment. Sorry. Actually, hold on. Quick ad. Quick ad. Ha. Okay, I have to. Blah. that wasn't anything important. I was like, so not for anything. The reason why I'm like so like ears perked up with like the door, because I'm like, oh, I'm waiting on a package. I had ordered something off like the Hololive shop back in April for me and Ryan, right? And it finally shipped out now. For those who are familiar, it's like the Hololive or the HoloFest or a Super Expo, sorry. Hawaiian t-shirt things. me and Ryan are like, oh my gosh, how cute would it be to cosplay them? Yeah. And I was out Saturday, so I missed the delivery. And I don't know how the redelivery works, but I tried to go through the website and it's like, yeah, we can redeliver to your address. I'm like, great, here's the code. They're like, that code is not valid. I said, what? So I was hoping that they would still like attempt to reship it. I was actually gonna go to the post office to try to see if maybe it was there and I could pick it up. But then I was saying, I don't work today, but I work tomorrow, so I'll just go out to work tomorrow. So I don't have to waste gas. Or I have to go out and get dressed. Yeah, my stuff just got shipped from April. Yes, I would not order from Think Geek if you don't have to. But I think I had like a significant like difference in price between like the Hololive and Think Geek that it probably was like $10 difference, let's be honest. But for it to just be shipped now, I'm like, holy what? And it just got here. So hopefully I get it tomorrow. If not, apparently it's getting shipped back to the sender on the 19th, and I'll be like, okay, heck me too. The end is near, brother. It almost is. Hi Brigos, hi Borbo, hi. Let me sneeze again. Oh my gosh. My gosh. I'm tired of sneezing, cubs. I don't even know why I'm sneezing. Am I cold? I have a cardigan on. What's happening? Thank you. Yeah, I ordered directly from the site. Usually, yeah, next time I'm gonna do that. Because it's actually insane. And it's unfortunate because I think I have like 2 more packages from them. Like I had ordered 4 different packages, but keep in mind I had never really gotten them. I had ordered the birthday merch from like February. From February, the birthday merch of Full Moco. And then the Hawaiian shirts because I thought it was funny. I got the birthday merch. I couldn't tell you when, but it was February. I know the HoloFesting was April. Now their 1-year anniversary and the new plushes that they came out with, I'm like, oh, I'll just put my money in and I hope to see it next year. Hehe. You only use GeekJack once for Holo merch? It shipped way slower. Yeah, it's so painful to be like, oh my gosh, you already had these plushies available, like the new ones of Advent. I would love it, don't get me wrong. I will just constantly look at it every day and it'll bring me joy. But I won't do much with it, you know what I mean? So I can wait it out, it's fine, but like, oh gosh, it's like significantly slower. I'll let you know. The holiday mug shipped out really fast. I'm glad though, gamer. I hope that the mass shipping it works out in your favor and everything like that. I'll let you know whenever I get my things so I could show it off and then add it into the Moko shrine. Anyway, let me see. So where did we leave off? Modernization, yeah, and then age stratification there. So we'll continue on. We'll probably. You think? Let me see. 14. You think we can get 7 pages in? I don't know. We'll try to approach 14 pages. We're on page 7, and we'll probably wrap it up here because within the next 40 minutes I have to head out to the gym anyway, you know? Oh, GeekJack. Yeah, sorry. I mean, the official store had a long lead time for the pre-order stuff, but GeekJack adds more delay. It does. I can confirm that. The plushes, again, I think were readily available, and that was the only thing I think I ordered that was readily available. But I didn't order through them I didn't order through the main Hololive website, so boo. Wow! I think I've ordered 2 things, and I think I was just so appalled by the shipping. Like, don't get me wrong. I know shipping's like a issue everywhere, but like Hololive shipping, I think for something was like $60. I was like, oh god. Don't get me wrong, I'm used to expensive shipping because I used to be addicted to like Taobao shipping, but like gosh darn it. You meant Geek Jack. Yeah. I'm sorry if I said Think Geek. I am a little dating myself, but yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, going back for the age theories and all that good stuff. So I think our last theory when we talk about society, it's the age stratification theory. And this is going to suggest that different age groups in society have different roles, expectations, and access to resources. I feel like I'm slurring my words. Why am I slurring my S's? Resources, shaping how people experience life based on their age. So in the 1970s, the theory came to prominence and was viewed as social structures by looking at individual cohorts and how they moved through social roles along their life course. Basically, age affects the role that an individual plays in the social system, and that there's an age structure for roles, and there's certain normative age criteria for certain activities. Individuals within the same age group or same cohort can be expected to perform similar roles or activities at similar times based on age characteristics. So I guess Cubs, when we all hit age 70, we're all going knitting. Let's go. Let's go. You don't like paying more for shipping than the items themselves? Honestly, that inspires me to just buy more, so I make sure that the shipping is less. I thankfully haven't had that issue because I bundle with Ryan sometimes. With the issue, with I think like 1 or 2 of the orders so far, but I was just like, yeah, I can't. Oh my gosh. I was looking at the Valentine's Day stuff because I'm like, how dedicated do I want to be with like Fuamoko Shrine? And then I said, actually, no, I don't have that means to do that. But I was like, oh, I'm really missing their Valentine's Day merch. What if I spent XYZ? And I'm like, out of budget. The shipping is more than the stuff itself. Not worth it. I don't think the Valentine's Day Hololive stuff are that cute anyway, so it's whatever. It's fine. It's okay. I'll live. Nah. Oh boy, do I love paying $60 for an international shipping on a $20 item. Oh boy, it's my favorite. When I was shipping stuff internationally for the 4 years, I was having a grand old time because for some of the items, some of the shipping was actually more expensive than mentioned in the shipping website I was using, so I had to pay the difference on the thing. So I think the most expensive shipping I had to pay was like 30 or like almost a 40. I was like, oh my god. This person didn't even order a lot of things. What's happening? I don't know how that will ever get fixed, but it's okay. I will smile and nod and be like, you know, the item would be worth this, you know, so it's fine. The item would be $120, right? Yeah. Good on you for resisting the temptation. Thank you, gamer. Self-discipline pays off again. Anyway. But last theory. Ecologic model of aging. So this is going to be in relation to our environment, of how the person's environment, including their community and social relationships, affects their health and well-being as they age. Okay, I already said the thing for my mama bearcat about remaining active is true. This one has to be true for my mama bearcat, but it proposes that there's a balance point between the environmental demands and individual capabilities where optimal functioning occurs and an individual is able to have more successful aging. So I'm not going to read this big example, but basically, if I recall it, it's basically like, hey, individual lives in a place that has stairs. They have 2 floors. They don't really have the strength to go up to the 2nd floor. So it's like, hey, what if we just relocate your bedroom to the 1st floor? And it's like, oh, cool. It's like, what can they do with their environment, and how can they improve function, and how can they continue living? We're not going to keep forcing this person who's having difficulties going up the stairs to keep continually going upstairs. We'll just be like, no, we'll modify it for you. We will work with you and what you have. And easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright, so let's talk about some biophysical changes with aging. Yes, I know we talked about it like just recently, but now it's in color. Wow, crazy. Let's talk about, if we could get through all of them, great. If we could get through half of them, great. I give myself like a 20-minute like time limits, and then we can find some of the raid and yada yada. So let's focus on some of the biophysiological changes. The skeletal system. So what is the functions of our bone or our hueso? So our bones provide form and support body weight. As you would imagine, they also protect internal organs. Think of your ribs, your lungs. Do a little x-ray vision on yourself, be like, huh, now that you say that. And they're gonna help facilitate movement by serving as attachment points for muscles to act as levers. For the bone remodeling process, so physiological remodeling occurs on the surface and within the bone throughout life. So our bones are constantly changing. In normal adults, remodeling involves a balance of reabsorption from osteoclasts and formation, osteoblasts. So when we talk about osteoporosis and being like, bone weakening and the density and whatever else happens in osteoporosis, that's normal, right? No, it is not normal. Having weak bones as you age or having like this, I don't know, like the density decrease is not normal. How do you say it? It's not a normal part of aging, and the bone has more open spaces due to loss of trabecular bone, widening of bone cavity because of the reabsorption of minerals, and the cortical bone changes, so it's less dense and it's brittle. Yeah, osteoporosis is the bone brittling, right? Hold on. I just don't want to confuse it with all the other bone stuff we've been talking about. Yeah, the density and the mass decreases, and that increases the risk of fracture bones. Yeah. It's so scary. Like, hold on, can I pull up this picture for you, Cubs? Yeah, like this is your spine, and they're taking a little section. This is your healthy bone, so it kind of looks like a sponge, I guess. And this is osteoporotic bone. This is not normal. No. Take care of your bone health. Drink your calcium. Drink your milk. Do something. So the appearance of the bone, as you just saw, is increased open space in that bone matrix, gradual deposition of mineral on the outer layer of the bones, and really what's going to happen is that these bones are going to appear thick because of the deposition, but they're going to be brittle and, well, less dense. There's unfortunately a lot of causes for osteoporosis, but we don't really get into it. But when we keep referring and talking about osteoporosis and how do we get to define it other than like, ooh, bone less dense, bone brittle, we can actually use a score, the bone mineral density score, the BMD scores, and we're going to look at our T scores and our Z scores. So the WHO definition, or the World Health Organization definition of osteoporosis, defines that if you have osteoporosis, you're about 2.5 standard deviations or more below, or more. Like, you could be 2.6, 2.7, 2.8 below the average value, and the average value is something. I actually don't know. Let me be completely honest. They only associated with, like, yeah, if you have negative 2.5 as a standard deviation, you have osteoporosis. I don't really know what the norms are or if that's really important for us to memorize, so yeah. My bones are aerodynamic? I'm happy for you. What about the muscles? We already talked about our muscles getting smaller and weaker. We're puny, but that's fine. So let's talk more about it. So muscle weakness in older adults. So muscle weakness is critical for overall function among older adults. So the strength decline actually begins as early as your third decade of life. So cubs in their 30s or higher, work on your strength. Muscle composition changes. So what's going to happen is that we have more increased fat and connective tissue infiltration, and the net losses of fiber and functional motor skills. So basically, when we're talking about in the pediatric lectures about the Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and that muscle breaking down and fat replacing it, this is pretty much a very similar concept, but without like that underlying condition. This is just what happens as we age. Selective degeneration. So what's going to happen is that as we age, it's going to affect particularly these fibers called the type 2B fibers. These particular fibers in our muscle, and we have different ones. I think we have 2 or maybe 3 more. Type 2B is responsible for power generation. So if we suddenly said, hey, we need to go run now, this is going to be responsible for that. So that's why you don't really catch a lot of older people running. They don't have the power generation. Maybe even most likely first the energy to do so. So what happens with this is that this is going to reduce the ability to perform activities requiring power, and this can be, of course, activities of daily living. So this could be like, oh no, this person is unable to transfer themselves out of bed, like they don't have the propulsion to do that. Oh no, this person is unable to... I'm sure they're able to brush their teeth, it's okay, but I'm like, oh, I'm trying to think of something else that is probably more normal, but I think getting out of bed might be like a main one. So what is the impact of this power decline? If our type 2 fibers are affected, so what? Can the rest of our body like compensate? The impact of this power decline is going to lead to decreased ability to generate explosive force and limb acceleration. So again, you're not running any marathons anytime soon. But most importantly, that those protective reactions we talked about during the pediatrics developmental milestones, those protective reactions can be reduced, delayed, or absent. So if you're just coming on and you're like, what is this? Protective reactions is when someone shoves you. Doesn't have to be purposely. It doesn't even have to be anyone shoving you. You just maybe lose your balance and you fall forward, you fall back, you fall to the side. You have this reflex basically, or reaction to catch yourself. And what happens is that if you don't have this power generation and be like, oh, arms in front of me now so I don't fall flat on my face, you know, you may just fall flat on your face because, as mentioned, this could be reduced, delayed, or absent, unfortunately. We had mentioned earlier about sarcopenia, about the muscle mass. You're losing muscle mass with aging. Losing muscle mass with aging doesn't have to just be like, oh, it's because you're aging. It could just be correlated with very poor physical function. Yeah, it could be aging, but there are other contributing factors that are going to speed run your muscle mass loss. So definitely make sure cups remain active now, so you don't have to do too much later. Teehee. Similar thing with DMD. There is sarcopenia, obesity, so there is an increased fat mass with skeletal muscle loss because again, our body's like, we need to replace that with something, and so the obesity, even though there is going to be fat replacing it, it can actually just end up being the normal or near normal body weight and BMI. So, hehe. Alright, let's talk about our vascular system. Let's talk about those fun little tunnels in our body. So we have several things. So when we get older, we have several changes to the types of the vessels of the specific layers of the adventitia and the media. So there's going to be increased calcification, so the calcium is going to become thicker. The loss of elastin, so it's not as flexible, and increased collagen, so it's going to be more firmer. The decrease in elastic fibers and increased collagen in both these layers are going to reduce the distensibility and elastic recall. This also goes back to the idea of, I believe that's why older people tend to have higher blood pressure because they don't really have this flexibility in their walls anymore. More for arterial wall changes. The thickness is going to increase 2 to 3 times between the ages 20 and 90, so very fun statistic. And aging is going to cause endothelial dysfunction, so you're going to have irregular shaped cells, permeability, and that might lead to plaque formation. And we understand with plaque formation there could be a blockage, and then that doesn't work, and then you have a heart attack or something like that. Gosh, who knows? I hope not, God forbid, but like that's what happens with this like plaque buildup typically. For microcircular changes, the capillary density is going to decrease, and that's going to limit blood supply to working muscles. So pretty much, hey, you could be out and working, but if the density is decreasing, I'm not saying you're going to get necrosis. Your tissues are not going to be dying, but there is going to be limited blood supply. You're not going to get what you need to do XYZ action, and that might limit the way you are able to exercise because you don't have those oxygen levels. And you know, sometimes working out can be very exhausting. So if you don't get the oxygen, it's like, what the heck? Let's talk about the venous vessel changes. So basically, we have increased stiffness and decreased compliance. I feel like we've beaten that with like a stick already. So I'm just gonna smile and nod. Declines with age. Okay, we beat that. Okay, dehydration. So I really never thought about this before, but it turns out that old people get dehydrated. And it's like, wait, what? I already feel like we don't drink enough water, but dehydration effects are very common in older adults, and because of this is going to be leading to reduced ventricular filling volume and impaired cardiac performance. And that can cause hypotension, so not hypo, so you're below normal. Unfortunately, with this, we can talk about these 3 things. So cardiovascular diseases, it turns out with all these vascular changes, over 50% of individuals over the age of 60 have heart disease, which may or may not surprise you. I feel like that's such a common thing, especially in America, to hear about people with heart conditions. Nuh-uh, dehydration isn't real? Then explain! Sorry, I can't find it fast though. Then explain this! Anyway, I don't know. Hi, Pikachu. Hi, welcome in, Galmer. Welcome. But yeah, diastolic dysfunction is the primary cause of heart failure. Estimated 5.7 million adults in the US are with heart failure, which is like Tippa. If their heart is failing, how are they alive? There's like different stages of heart failure, as you would imagine. So tee haha ho ho. And their heart now at this point, maybe at stage 1, is just working really hard until it can't. Yeah, higher rates of hypertension and coronary artery disease with that calcification, with the blockage, is going to be with age. You're going to see more likelihood as you get older. Last 2 things about vascular and all that. So the thoracic cage and the posture changes. So what happens is that with the loss of mineral and bone matrix and the increased collagen cross-linking, this is going to lead up to postural changes that are going to be including kyphosis. So this is that hunched over posture I keep telling you about. Like you like relax your shoulders and kind of like lean in. That hunched over posture, or like a barrel chest. That can be due to several reasons. Let me show you what a barrel chest looks like really quick. Normally see this with like COPD. Alright, I'm gonna show you a real person, but they're covered, so it's okay, right? Maybe I shouldn't show you a real person. I'll show you a fake person, okay? But barrel chest, this is a normal chest. The barrel is like, literally, it's like a barrel. Like, you draw a barrel in here, that person has something like this. Normally, this is associated with COPD, and I don't know if you cups have ever heard of like the term pink puffers and blue bloaters, but it's just how their lungs function when they have that condition. Alright, speaking of lungs, lung function decline, so there's going to be a reduced thoracic mobility and less effective respiratory muscles in resting position. So you're going to have decreased cough effectiveness and increased closing volumes. So decreased cough effectiveness is like when you have that productive cough and you're like the phlegm, you're not able to get that out as well, and then you have a higher risk of pneumonia. Is barrel chest bad? Depends on the context. Normally, if you're like, hey, I've been born with a barrel chest, I'm kind of like, oh, then that's just genetics, baby. I don't know. But barrel chest is, how do you say it? Mostly associated with these kind of conditions like coronary, oh my gosh, chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, or that COPD that I was mentioning earlier. What? Is this Captain America? What? Hold on, I have to look this up really quick. Is he barrel chested? Brother! Yeah, this, I mean, at the time, I'm pretty sure they were smoking, right? Yeah, he might have a barrel chest from that, but maybe Captain America is like, I never smoke. I don't know. Interesting. Huh, anyway. Alright, gamers. Yeah, let's read one more. Pulmonary is very easy. So pulmonary, this is where we're really focusing on like the lungs and whatnot. And what's gonna happen here is that there's airway changes, there's the alveolar changes, and the pulmonary function decline. So basically everything decreases or gets rigid, and then for the pulmonary function decline, everything decreases. Your functional residual capacity, total lung capacity, maximum voluntary ventilation, vital capacity, forced expiratory volume. Everything decreases except residual volume, baby. Yeah. That's the only thing that increases, and that's the only thing I need to know. If he mentions anything multiple choice about pulmonary stuff, I will say everything decreases except this residual volume. Drop the mic. Alright, Cubs, so we're on page 11 out of 55. I hope we have a great time tomorrow as we go back, and we only have a few more of these left. Yeah, and then we get to unit 3. And we will continue on with the neurological changes that happen as you age. For now, let's go ahead and sneeze again because I've been so sneezy today. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. We're gonna go ahead and find some of the raids so I can go ahead and do what I need to get ready for the gym. I'm gonna play it by ear, Cubs. I do want to participate in the 5 o'clock one, and if that means kicking someone out, I might have to. JK. But I'm just like really curious as should I do that, you know? I'll ask the instructor. I'll be like, hey gamer, sorry I didn't sign up when I saw it was full. Or maybe I could just lie. Maybe I don't have to bring it up. Maybe I could be a bad person. I'll try not to, but if it obviously looks very full, I could just wait the 15 minutes and do something else. It's not a big deal. But yeah. Survival of the fittest? Yeah. Sorry, gamer, you didn't come here on time, and I did. Nice. Anyway, let's go ahead and find some raid. And find some raid. We're going to find someone to raid. Hit it off, saxophone man. Recommend channels. Anyway, let me go ahead and chill. Oh no! I'm like, oh, I found a cute person. No, they're followers only. Oh, they hate me. They hate me. Someone is drinking with Overwatch and playing Soma Horror. Oh, it looks like they might be ending now. No! Okay. Okay. You know what? Actually, I think I know who we can raid. I didn't realize, but it is Pocky's birthday! Brother, we can say happy birthday. Let's go. And it looks like she's just doing a little bit of chatting and she's doing some card opening. We love card openings. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and do that then. Let me go. Yeah, thank you Everycub for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. Feel free to join the Discord. On Tuesdays we have anime night. Thursdays we have anime night. And we're gonna watch the latest episodes of Dandadan. And hopefully start Apothecary Diaries. We're kind of behind on Dandadan. We didn't watch the episode last week because of the Game Awards. And I do want to watch this one. But I feel like we've been very lucky. Like we've been not missing out filler. But like I feel like last episode was like a foundational thing, and then the next episode's like the more hyped episode, if that counts. I have not seen any spoilers for it or anything. This is just all based on tuition, baby. And maybe some really hard coping. But yeah, Thursdays we have anime night. I would love to start Apothecary Diaries, so let's go ahead and hecking do it, okay? Okay. I ping when I go live. Ta-da! What else do I do? Oh, we also do Spanish Club. So feel free to check that out. We're on week 3, baby. Not too late to join. After week 8, though, it might be a little difficult. So, if you're interested in learning Spanish, you're more than welcome to grab an Ositos rule and call it a day. Da-dang. Feel free to also... Oh, thank you for the stream. Have a good day. Thank you, Spot. You too, gamer. Thank you for joining. Sorry, I'll play video games as soon as I'm done with my finals. Yeah. Even tonight, maybe I'll play. I don't know. Thank you, Atomic, as well. Thank you. But yeah, feel free to check out Twitter. On Twitter, I have my schedule pinned up. Excuse me. And I also have Blue Sky as well. So I will be back. You're flying out? Wait, your vacation starts now? For a week? Oh, I'm so jealous. Okay, have fun, gamer. I didn't know you were gone for a week. I thought you were like, oh, come back to me after Monday. I'm doing a quick little like weekend thing, you know, haha, before Christmas. I'm shocked. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm coming back in the afternoon. I don't remember what time I wrote. That's not me being irresponsible. It's just because I work tomorrow. So the time may vary. I actually think I might stream a little bit earlier. I think I wrote for 2 o'clock p.m. EDT. So please look forward to that, okay? We'll be talking about more geriatrics. So thank you for letting me yap about it a little bit. Honestly, I am telling you, Cubs, I'm not really much of an auditory learner, but me forcing to read it out loud and me reading each word for word and me getting to explain the concept really does help me out and has been helping me out for however long I've been doing this. So I appreciate your patience and understanding and getting to hear me yap. I do apologize. I think at the beginning I didn't really have a lot of energy, and that's not for any particular reason. I was just like, all right guys, we just need to get through this. All right, come on. So apologies, but hopefully tomorrow will be better, and then Wednesday we come back better than ever with a Cub Club Tuesdays. There's gonna be a few interesting choices for Cub Club Tuesdays, so I hope you Cubs will definitely be there for sure as we go ahead and celebrate. Be like, my finals are over, and we'll finally see the first just chatting stream in a very long time. We'll see. But yeah, you're excited to go through this week of Spanish podcast time? Me too. I really learned a lot from the last time, and what I like doing for the podcast is I'll listen to the podcast before, because sometimes they cut off a little awkwardly because it's just a continuation for the next one. So I'm like, huh? What? Huh? So I can't wait to also get a listen in. That's why I'm thinking about Thursday. I'm like, Thursday, do I like do I study Spanish with you Cubs on stream? Do we just go over the chapter so I can say, hey, I did it, and then this weekend I don't have to worry about anything? But we'll see. But yeah, Thursday's up in the air still, and Friday I'll be back with karaoke. Do I have a song list yet? No! But I'm happy to take suggestions and whatever else. It's just very difficult because I could say that and then I'm like, actually Cubs, I don't know what songs to sing and I'm not familiar with songs, so actually maybe never mind. That's fine, it's whatever. But yeah, also excited about Spanish. But yeah, that's my schedule for the week, so I hope you're able to join me. Time to request Spanish? Brother, maybe that could be the Cub Club chooses. Learn Spanish. But yeah, if you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries. Feel free to use the bear emoji with the Gao Gao raid. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. Feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gao Gao raid, okay? Okay, feel free to also write happy birthday. Hold on. You meant karaoke? Oh, brother. I can only sing like one song, by the way, in karaoke, and that's not even that great. It was Cariño by the Marias. Highly recommend the song. Very pretty song. That's the only song I could sing in Spanish, and I wasn't even sure what I was saying most of the time, so if it helps. I'm just confused. Anyway. There you go. Put a little happy birthday. We're gonna say happy birthday to Pocky, who again is celebrating their birthday, and they're unpacking some cards. And I'm sure you Cubs love unpacking and fun gotcha, so it'll be really good company, and keeping her company will be also really nice. Sunny says 1.5 more days to go. I cannot wait. All the Sonic songs? There's a new one that I like, but I don't know the lyrics to it. Something about maybe a flame or something. Gravity can't hold us down. I don't know the lyrics. I don't remember, but it's apparently for Frontiers or something, so we'll see. But yeah, thank you, Robo. Have a great time in the gym. Thank you. I'll let you know if my immoral acts of cheating the system and getting there early actually benefit me or they don't. I hope that not... Like, what is the statistics that all 30 people are gonna be there? You know? Maybe it's always been full, because to be honest, I actually haven't been signing up for gym classes for, how do you say it, for the past few weeks. I've just been showing up and I sign in and I'm like, yep, there's room, so. Hee. Anyway. But yeah, thank you, Thurin. Thank you for the stream. And thank you, FTW. Thank you. Can we get up? Hasta mañana! Hasta luego! Hasta luego! Hasta mañana! Hasta luego! Buenos dias, buenos tardes, buenas noches. Yeah, all that good stuff. Enjoy the gym time. Thank you. I'm gonna like chug water, look presentable, then sweat, and then shower, and then stare at my kitchen being like, do I make those tacos that I've been procrastinating with for the past few days? Yeah. And then take this exam. Oh wait, no, I have to take the exam first. Cubs, don't let me forget I have an exam today. I have to set an alarm. It's at 7:30, not 7. Check my bottle for mold. Oh yeah, so I washed that water bottle, by the way. But I feel like I have to soak it in something because I think there's like a little bit of mold. So I'm like, oh. But thank you, Taf. Thank you. Hasta la vista, baby. I can't believe this all comes back to a Terminator. Go take your exam? No. I'm gonna take my exam when I come back from the gym and I shower. But then when I do that, it would be 7. So I still have 30 more minutes. I'm gonna set up a bot reminder. Don't forget you have an exam, please. Please, Tippa, please. Anyway. Did we say everything we needed to? Yeah, I'm legally obligated to advertise Discord and Twitter and its social, sure. Don't check my YouTube, you can, but I haven't updated everything. I've been behind. I'll be a better person next week when I upload all the VODs. The only VODs that are missing are the study final ones right now. And so, haha, I'll do this later. But yeah, Everycub, please have a good rest of your day, afternoon, evening. Please wish Pocky-chan a happy birthday. I hope to see you Cubs later this week, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, sometime this week. Definitely let's go ahead and celebrate on Wednesday when our finals are over. We'll go ahead and sing Friday. And yeah, if I don't get to see you this week, I hope you Cubs have a good week, a better weekend, and until next time, okay? Thank you, gamers. Take care. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you. Thank you, Cubs. Thank you. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I go now. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm typing the raid stuff. Goodbye. Thank you so much for the head pads. The head pads are supposed to work here, but I guess they went to war. I don't know why I keep talking like that. Just imagine there's head pads, okay? Ooh, yeah, Pat, thank you so much. Pat, thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, gamer. Goodbye.